The Empty Chair by R.J. Caldwell. Chapter 1. The Authenticator. The painting was small, no more than 40 centimeters across, and it depicted a mountain valley in the diffused light of a late Alpine afternoon. Cole Brannick held the loupe to his right eye and leaned closer, studying the varnish layer under the raking light that Sophie had angled across the canvas 20 minutes earlier. The surface told its story in the way surfaces always did, if you knew how to listen. Craquelure spreading outward from the lower left corner in a pattern consistent with age and environment, not mechanical stress. Varnish yellowed to amber but uniform, no patches of restoration visible to the naked eye. And beneath it, barely discernible, the ghost of an underdrawing where the artist had repositioned a stand of pines before committing to the final composition. He dictated notes into the recorder on the table beside him. Varnish layer consistent with period. Underdrawing visible at lower left. A compositional adjustment, not a later addition. Pigment texture in the sky passages suggests hand-ground material, not commercial tubed paint. He paused, moved the loupe to the lower right, and studied the signature. Alexandre Calam, the letters rendered in a thin brush with dark umber paint. The capital A was confident, the lowercase letters flowing with the habitual ease of a painter who had signed hundreds of canvases. But, at the terminal stroke of the final E, the brush had hesitated, not lifted, not dragged, but paused, the hand momentarily losing its certainty. Cole set down the loupe and straightened. The back room of Gallery Rhone smelled of linseed oil and the faintly acidic residue of old varnish, smells he had known since his first semester at William and Mary, when he had wandered into the conservation lab and understood for the first time that paintings were not just images but physical objects with histories written into their surfaces. The room was narrow, climate-controlled, lit by the adjustable raking light and a single overhead fluorescent that hummed at a frequency just below audible. Two other canvases leaned against the wall in padded sleeves, waiting for his attention. They would have to wait longer. Terminal stroke shows hesitation, he said into the recorder. Recommend further analysis of pigment chemistry before attribution is confirmed. He switched off the recorder and placed it in the leather folio beside his authentication kit. The loupe, the UV pen light, the cotton gloves he should have been wearing and never did, because the texture of craquelure under bare fingertips told him things that gloves concealed. The folio was real, the tools were real, the expertise was real. David Keller, art appraiser and authenticator for Gallery Rhone, Geneva, was as genuine as a cover identity could be, which was to say he was genuine in every respect except the one that mattered. Cole closed the folio and checked his watch. 11:30. The drive to Annecy would take 40 minutes if the border crossing at Brannick was clear, and on a Tuesday in January it would be. He had a reservation at the Imperial Palace Hotel under the Keller name, a rental Peugeot 308 in the gallery's basement garage, and a meeting tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock with a man he had never met, in a casino he had visited twice, concerning intelligence he had spent 6 months cultivating. The meeting was the reason for everything. The painting was the reason for the cover. Sophie Renard appeared in the doorway. She was the gallery's senior dealer, a woman in her early 40s who wore silk scarves and knew the secondary market for 19th-century Swiss landscapes with the precision of a bond trader tracking yields. She leaned against the doorframe and regarded him with the cheerful curiosity she brought to most things. Will you be in Geneva this weekend? Annecy, Cole said. A client collection. Old family. Mountain money. I should be back Thursday. Annecy in January. Sophie made a face of theatrical sympathy. Cold and empty. I prefer it that way. You would, she smiled. The calame? Hesitation in the signature. I want to run pigment analysis before I commit. Sophie nodded. She trusted his eye, which was one of the reasons the cover worked. She had seen him identify a forged die that 3 other appraisers had passed, and she had watched him authenticate a Barthélemy Men oil sketch that the owner had dismissed as a copy. Cole Brannick possessed a genuine talent for reading surfaces, for detecting the almost imperceptible wrongness that separated the authentic from the fabricated. It was a talent that had made him valuable to Gallery Rhone and, 8 years earlier, had made him valuable to a man named James Aldridge. Safe travels, David, Sophie said, and disappeared back into the gallery. Cole stood alone in the back room for a moment. Through the wall, he could hear the muted sounds of the Rue du Grand Chêne, the quiet commercial hum of Geneva's old town at midday. He placed the leather folio in his shoulder bag, switched off the raking light, and left the calame on its easel, the hesitation in its signature unresolved. The A41 cut south through the Rhone Valley under a sky the color of old pewter. Cole drove at the Swiss speed limit through the flats outside Geneva, past the glass towers of the International Quarter and the suburban sprawl of Carouge, then crossed the border at Brannick without stopping. There was no checkpoint. The Schengen zone had dissolved the frontier into a change of signage, Swiss crosses replaced by French tricolors, speed limits shifting from kilometers marked in black to kilometers marked in red. The landscape changed too, though more gradually. The orderly Swiss flatlands gave way to rolling terrain, then to the first Alpine foothills, dark with conifers and capped with snow that the January sun never reached. He passed Annemasse, the industrial outskirts gray and charmless. Then the motorway climbed and the valley narrowed between mountains. Cole drove with the automatic attentiveness of a man who had spent 12 years in the field and could not enter a room, or a country, without cataloging exits and sightlines. The Peugeot handled well enough. The heater worked. French radio played something orchestral that he did not recognize and did not change. It had been Aldridge who found him. James Aldridge, a Princeton man who still wore pocket squares and quoted Kennan at interagency meetings, had spent 26 years in the European intelligence establishment and had risen through the DIA's clandestine service with the patient ambition of a man who understood that in Washington, longevity was its own qualification. 8 years ago, Aldridge had been running the European desk out of Brussels and looking for officers who could operate in the gray spaces between the art market, the banking sector, and the intelligence services that circled both. He had read Cole's Army file, noted the art history degree, the language scores, the quiet competence of his field reports, and had offered him a position that would allow him to do the thing he loved most in the world while also serving the thing he believed in most. Cole had said yes without hesitation, which was, he reflected now, the last time he had done anything without hesitation. The motorway signs announced Annecy in 32 kilometers. A truck passed in the opposite lane, close enough to rock the Peugeot on its suspension. Cole adjusted his grip on the wheel and thought about Cardinal. 6 months of careful correspondence. The initial contact had come through a proton mail chain routed through servers in Bucharest, a technique favored by French intelligence officers who did not trust their own service's communications infrastructure. The source identified himself as Niels Brandt, a DGSE officer in the counterproliferation section at Boulevard Mortier in Paris, and claimed to have access to operational intelligence on a French-Iranian procurement network moving dual-use technology through Geneva-based financial intermediaries. The intelligence, when it arrived, was precisely formatted, institutionally fluent, and contained names that checked out, bank references that verified, and compliance data that could be cross-referenced against public filings. It was, by every measure Cole knew how to apply, authentic. The valley narrowed again, the mountains pressing close, and the temperature on the dashboard display dropped 2 degrees. Cole turned the heater up a notch. He had built the case. He had drafted the operational assessment, argued for the meeting, persuaded Aldridge to authorize the travel, and selected the venue himself. The Casino Imperial at the Imperial Palace Hotel in Annecy, French jurisdiction, a 40-minute drive from Geneva's banking district. Public enough to provide cover, obscure enough to avoid attention. A regional casino in a conference hotel, populated in the afternoons by retirees playing electronic roulette for 50-centime stakes. The anti-glamour was precisely the point. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, Cardinal would be sitting at a wiki station in the Salle de Roulette Électronique, and Cole would take the adjacent seat, and a waiter would deliver a kheer with a napkin folded in an equilateral triangle, and the business of transforming a correspondence into a human relationship would begin. The motorway crested a ridge, and there it was. Lake Annecy spread below him, long and narrow, cradled between mountains whose peaks were white with snow. In summer, Cole knew, the water would be Caribbean turquoise, improbable and vivid, and the lakefront would be packed with swimmers and paddleboarders and families eating ice cream. In January, the lake was the color of gunmetal, dark and still, and the mountains around it were streaked with low clouds that clung to the ridgelines and dissolved into the gray sky above. The town sat at the northern end, a cluster of medieval rooftops and church spires, with the newer developments spreading along the western shore. It was beautiful in the way that empty places are beautiful, the beauty sharpened by absence, by the sense that the landscape was holding its breath. Cole registered the beauty with an authenticator's eye, the composition of water and mountain and sky, the muted palette, the quality of winter light falling on stone. He registered the terrain with a different eye entirely, the single road along the lake's western shore, the elevation of the surrounding peaks, the approaches to the town from the south and east, the distance from the Swiss border. 42 kilometers, 35 minutes by car, close enough to run, far enough to breathe. The exit ramp curved downhill toward the lake, and Cole followed it, and the motorway fell away behind him, and Annecy rose to meet him through a corridor of bare plane trees. He thought, briefly, of Lily. 3 months since he had seen her. A weekend in Arlington, a Saturday at the zoo, and a Sunday morning at the apartment Claire kept in a complex off-Glebe road. Lily was 8 now, and had her mother's dark eyes and a laugh that stopped him cold every time he heard it. She had grown since the visit before that one, and she would have grown again by the next. Cole kept a photograph of her in his wallet, tucked behind the David Keller business cards, where it served as both a reminder and an accusation. He was a man who could authenticate a Kalame landscape and recruit a source in a foreign country and read the surface of a room in seconds. He could not manage to see his daughter more than 4 times a year. The photograph was from the National Zoo, 2 years earlier, Lily at 6 pointing at the pandas with the uncomplicated delight of a child who did not yet know that her father's work trips were not work trips, or that the Geneva Gallery was not entirely a gallery, or that the careful, quiet man who examined paintings for a living also examined people, and places, and documents, with the same eye and for the same reason, to determine what was real. Cole put Lily away. He put her where he put everything that could not help him do what he needed to do, which was a locked room in the back of his mind that he entered only in hotel rooms at night, when the work was done and the silence was large enough to hold what he had lost. The Avenue d'Albigny ran along the lakefront toward the hotel, and Cole followed it past shuttered boat rental kiosks and frost-stiffened lawns. The Allée de l'Imperial appeared on his left, a private drive screened by bare lindens whose branches formed a skeletal canopy against the gray sky. He turned in and followed the drive through the grounds of Parc Charles Bosson, and the Imperial Palace Hotel materialized through the winter trees, white and grand and improbably elegant, its dark blue mansard roof sharp against the clouds, its Belle Époque facade reflected in the still surface of the ornamental pond at the entrance. He parked in the hotel lot and sat for a moment with the engine off. The grounds were nearly empty. A woman in a red coat walked a small dog along the lakeside path. A maintenance worker in hotel livery crossed the lawn with a wheelbarrow. The trees were bare, the grass frosted, the air, when Cole opened the door, sharp with cold and the faint mineral smell of the lake. The lobby was not what the exterior promised. The Belle Époque facade suggested crystal chandeliers and velvet settees and the ghosts of Edwardian tourists taking the Alpine air. The interior had been modernized into clean lines and neutral tones, blonde wood, gray upholstery, contemporary light fixtures that cast a warm but impersonal glow. The hip bar was visible through an archway to the right, its chrome fixtures and vintage black and white photographs suggesting a more curated aesthetic than the lobby itself. A barman polished glasses in the late afternoon quiet. Cole checked in as David Keller. The receptionist, a young woman with professional warmth and a name tag that read Céline, processed the reservation efficiently. He had requested a higher floor, and she gave him room 508, 5th floor, lake view, with the practiced smile of someone who assumed that an art appraiser from Geneva appreciated the finer view. He took the key card and declined assistance with his single bag. The elevator was mirrored, and Cole studied his reflection without vanity. Medium height, medium build, brown hair graying at the temples, a face designed to be forgotten. He wore a navy sport coat over a pale blue shirt, no tie, dark trousers, good shoes that were not quite good enough to be remarkable. The uniform of a mid-level Geneva professional, presentable, anonymous, exactly as intended. David Keller looked back at him from the mirror, and the resemblance to Cole Brannick was perfect, because they were the same man. Room 508 was adequate. Oak veneer furniture, gray carpet, a flat-screen television mounted on the wall, a mini-bar he would not open, an electronic safe in the closet. The window offered a view across the treetops of the Parc Charles Bosson to the lake, which lay flat and silver in the fading afternoon light, and beyond the lake to the mountains, whose snow-covered peaks were turning pink as the sun dropped behind the western ridge. Cole stood at the window for 30 seconds, reading the view the way he read everything. The CCTV camera on the corner of the building below, the angle of the lakeside path, the approaches through the park, the pedestrian route from the old town that crossed the Pont des Amours and followed the canal into the hotel grounds. He catalogued the sight lines and the dead spaces and the positions where a watcher could stand without being seen from the hotel's upper floors. Then he unpacked. The process took 8 minutes. Clothes in the wardrobe, toiletries in the bathroom, cover materials on the desk, the leather folio with his authentication tools, 2 auction catalogs from recent Geneva sales, a folder of Gallery Rhone correspondence bearing the letterhead and Signature of Sophie Renard. The secure phone, disguised as a standard iPhone and indistinguishable from one to anyone who did not know how to access the encrypted partition, went into the electronic safe along with a second phone, also encrypted. That served as his direct line to Brussels. He set telltales before closing the wardrobe, a single hair placed across the door seam, invisible unless you knew to look for it. He adjusted the angle of a pen on the desk to a position he would remember. He pressed a small strip of transparent tape to the inner edge of the top desk drawer. Habits from a 6-week module at the farm that had become, over 12 years, second nature. He changed into David Keller's evening clothes, which were slightly more casual than his traveling clothes, a dark sweater, the same trousers, a wool overcoat that he draped over the chair. Then he left the room and took the elevator to the ground floor. The casino entrance was visible from the lobby, through a set of glass doors to the left of the reception desk. The doors were open, and beyond them, Cole could see the edge of the main gaming floor, the black suspended ceiling with its constellation of pin lights, the patterned carpet, the rows of slot machines glowing in the permanent twilight of artificial illumination. A security guard in a dark suit stood by the entrance, checking identification with the relaxed attentiveness of a man who rarely found anything worth noting. A few guests moved through the doors in both directions, their faces carrying the distracted expression of people who gambled for entertainment rather than profit. Cole did not enter. He stood in the lobby and looked through the glass doors and thought about tomorrow. At 4 o'clock, he would pass through those doors and cross the gaming floor and enter the Salle de Roulette Électronique, and he would sit at a wiki station with a view of the entrance, and he would wait. Cardinal would come, or Cardinal would not come. The intelligence would prove genuine, or it would not. The source would become an asset, or the source would remain a ghost in a proton mail chain, and 6 months of work would dissolve into the institutional memory of an operation that produced nothing. Tomorrow, everything would change. He stood for another moment, watching the casino's mouth glow in the lobby's muted light, and then he turned away and walked toward the hip bar, where he would order a glass of chaselas and sit alone and review the operational file one final time. Because preparation was the only prayer he believed in, and because tomorrow, when the man who called himself Cardinal walked through those doors, Cole Brannick intended to read him the way he read a painting, surface first, then structure, then the truth beneath. He did not yet know that the chair beside him would be empty. Chapter 2. The Director. The financial district of Geneva empties at 6:30 with the punctuality of a Swiss clock, which is to say with the punctuality of a cliché that also happens to be true. By 7, the Rue de Rhône belongs to the cleaners and the security guards and the few bankers who remain at their desks because they are either very important or very frightened, which in Geneva's private banking sector often amount to the same thing. The watch boutiques have drawn their shutters. The private banks have locked their doors. The compliance officers and foundation directors and consultants whose business cards list services that could mean anything and usually mean everything have departed for the train stations and the parking garages and the quiet apartments along the Quai de Mont Blanc, where they will eat well and sleep soundly and never once consider the downstream consequences of the transactions they facilitated that day. On the 3rd floor of a limestone building between a Vacheron Constantin boutique and the discreet entrance to Banque Cantonale de Genève's private wealth division, a light still burned. The office belonged to Vector Consulting AG, which occupied 3 rooms and employed 9 people and maintained a client list that included 3 of Geneva's oldest private banks, 2 Liechtenstein trusts, a Dubai-registered trading company, and a French state enterprise whose compliance architecture Vector had designed, installed, and overseen for the past 7 years. The firm's website described its services as business intelligence, compliance advisory, and strategic risk assessment, and all three descriptions were accurate in the way that a painting's provenance can be accurate without being complete. Stefan Kessler sat at his desk in the corner office, reading a status update on his laptop with detached satisfaction. He was lean, silver-haired, and wore rimless glasses and a Brioni suit built to his measurements. He was 56 years old, a graduate of the University of Zurich and the law faculty in Geneva, a former officer in the Swiss military intelligence service who had left after 4 years because the bureaucracy offended his sense of efficiency, and the founding partner of a consultancy he had built 20 years ago with 2 colleagues and a single client, a Zurich bank that needed a problem to disappear quietly, which it did. He spoke 4 languages without accent in any of them, drank chasselas from the Lavaux terraces with genuine discrimination, and could discuss Ferdinand Hodler's landscape technique or the secondary market for 19th-century Swiss painting with equal authority. He looked like what he claimed to be, which was a senior Geneva consultant of impeccable discretion. He was, in addition, the architect of the financial infrastructure that sustained a French-Iranian procurement network moving dual-use technology through 5 jurisdictions and 14 shell companies. And he had built that infrastructure with the same precision he brought to his wine selection and his tailoring. The jet d'eau was visible through his office window, illuminated against the black lake, a column of white water rising 140 meters into the January dark. Kessler glanced at it with the automatic appreciation of a man who had looked at it every working evening for 2 decades and still found it beautiful, which said something about the view and something about the man. The status update was brief. David Keller had checked into the Imperial Palace Hotel in Annecy at 1622, room 508, 5th floor, Lakeview. He had requested the higher floor at check-in. He had visited the lobby, surveyed the casino entrance without entering, and retired to the hip bar, where he had ordered a glass of chasselas and spent 40 minutes reading from a leather folio. He had then returned to his room and had not emerged. The car, a rented Peugeot 308, was in the hotel's parking lot. The room change from the original reservation, room 304, 3rd floor, garden view, to 508 was noted. A man who requested elevation and a lake view was a man who valued sight lines, which was consistent with training. Kessler closed the update and opened a second file on his laptop. This one was older and more detailed, and it concerned not David Keller, but the man behind him. Cole Brannick, age 38, born in Norfolk, Virginia. Art history degree from the College of William and Mary, class of 2008. Enlisted after graduation. The farm. Transfer to the Defense Intelligence Agency's clandestine service. European operations. Source handling. Current cover. Art appraiser and authenticator. Gallery Rhone, Geneva. Handler. James Aldridge, DIA Station Chief, Brussels. Languages. French, fluent. Parisian base. Deliberate Swiss inflections for cover. German, functional. Italian, conversational. Arabic, described in one assessment as rusty but recoverable. Divorced. Former wife Claire in Arlington. Daughter Lily, age 8. The file was thorough. It had been assembled over months from multiple sources, the most valuable of which was Henri Castaigne, the Belgian liaison officer whom Kessler had been paying through a consulting arrangement for 3 years. Castaigne had provided, among other things, a copy of Brannick's DIA personality profile, which included an assessment that Kessler had read with particular interest. Subject displays strong preference for operations with cultural or aesthetic dimensions. Recruitment approaches should leverage intellectual engagement rather than financial incentive. Subjects' art world expertise is genuine and constitutes both effective cover and authentic professional identity. Kessler had read that assessment 14 months ago. He had read it with professional appreciation, hearing not the notes, but the performance they implied. The operation designated Cardinal had been born in that reading, not the intelligence product, which was a matter of templates and formatting that Farge's people at the DGSE could produce in an afternoon, not the legend, which required only a dead man's name and a plausible biography and the institutional fluency that came from genuine DGSE correspondence protocols, and not the meeting protocol, which Kessler had designed with the economy he prized in all things: a regional casino, electronic roulette, a signal exchange that would feel natural to any intelligence officer accustomed to working under light cover. What had been born in that reading was the architecture of the trap itself, the shape of the box. Cardinal was not a source who happened to suit Cole Brannick's operational profile. Cardinal was a source designed, from the first encrypted email to the selection of Annecy as the meeting site, so that only Cole Brannick could handle him. The art world angle, a provenance question routed through Geneva galleries, the kind of thread that would reach the desk of a DIA officer working under art authenticator cover. The Annecy location, French jurisdiction but 40 minutes from Geneva, a town with galleries and auction houses and the cultural texture that the personality profile identified as essential to Brannick's engagement. The intelligence product, procurement network data formatted to confirm existing DIA assumptions about French-Iranian technology transfers, accurate enough to withstand preliminary verification, non-actionable enough to avoid triggering an institutional response that might bring other officers into the operation. Aldridge, the station chief in Brussels, had received the cardinal lead through Castaigne and had done exactly what the personality profile predicted he would do. He had assigned his best officer, the one with the art world cover and the cultural fluency and the genuine ability to operate in the gray space between the auction house and the intelligence service. He had assigned Cole Brannick, because the operation looked, from every angle, like a Cole Brannick operation. It was designed to look that way. Kessler had built a box. Only Cole would fit. Kessler scrolled to the education section of the file and paused. He had paused here before, several times, always at the same line. William and Mary, class of 2008. Art history. He studied the words. His expression shifted. It was not calculation and not operational assessment. It was something older, something that surfaced briefly in the muscles around his eyes and at the corners of his mouth before the composed mask returned. The shift lasted 2 seconds, perhaps 3, and anyone watching would have found it difficult to name what they had seen. Then it was gone, and Kessler was once again a man reading a file with professional attention, and the moment folded into the silence of the office and was gone. He closed the laptop and picked up his phone. Rashid answered on the second ring. "The American is in the hotel," Kessler said. He spoke French to Rashid, precise and unaccented. "He's not left his room since 8 o'clock. Camel has the parking lot. Youssef is on the drive." Rashid's voice carried the eagerness of a man who wanted to demonstrate competence. "The car hasn't moved." "Continue to observe. Nothing more." "And tomorrow?" "Tomorrow will take care of itself." Kessler ended the call. He placed the phone on the desk beside a glass of Chasselas, a 2019 from the Laveau Terraces that he had opened 20 minutes ago to let it breathe. He took a sip. The wine was crisp, mineral, faintly floral, the product of steep vineyards that had been cultivated since the 12th century by monks who understood that patience and precision were not merely virtues, but methods. Kessler appreciated the wine on these terms. He appreciated most things on these terms. He turned off the desk lamp and stood. Through the window, the jet d'eau continued its performance for an audience of no one. The Rue du Rhône was empty. A tram passed on the Quai du Général Guisan, its windows bright and its interior nearly deserted. Kessler put on his overcoat, a dark cashmere that he had purchased in Milan 4 years ago and that showed no sign of wear, because he maintained his possessions with the same attention he brought to his operations and his solitude. He locked the office, nodded to the building's night security man in the lobby, and stepped into the January cold. The restaurant was in Carouge, Geneva's Italianate quarter south of the Arve, but Kessler did not go there. Not tonight. Tonight was for preparation, not management. And Farge's nervousness could wait until Saturday, when Kessler would sit across from the DGSE commandant and apply the cold authority that always settled the man's anxieties, at least temporarily. Instead, Kessler walked home along the Quai du Mont Blanc. The route took 12 minutes and passed the entrance to the Beau Rivage, where a doorman in a long coat stamped his feet against the cold, and the Noga Hilton, where taxis idled under the portico. The lake was black and flat. The lights of the Eau Vive district reflected in broken lines across the water. Kessler walked with his hands in the pockets of the cashmere coat and his breath visible in the freezing air. And his mind, for the first time that evening, not on the operation. He was thinking about dinner. At 8:30, Kessler locked his office and called Brenner from the stairwell. Lucas Brenner answered from a number with a Maltese country code, though Brenner was not in Malta and rarely was. He was Austrian, 40 years old, ex-Jagdkommando, and had spent the last 6 years with Corvus Security, a private military company registered in Valletta whose client list included 3 governments, 2 mining companies, and Vector Consulting AG, which held a minority stake and which used Corvus for tasks that required capabilities beyond the reach of amateur local fixers. A precautionary measure, Kessler said. He spoke German to Brenner, which was their common language and the language in which Kessler issued instructions that he did not wish misunderstood. I don't anticipate needing you, but I prefer to anticipate. How many? 2, you and 1 other, Petrovich, if he's available. Where? Annecy, southeast France. I'll send a brief. When? Stand by for now, 48 hours at most. Understood. The conversation lasted 90 seconds. Brenner did not ask why. Kessler did not explain. This was the nature of the relationship, and it functioned because both men understood that economy of communication was not coldness, but clarity. Kessler pocketed his phone and descended the stairs. Through the stairwell window, the jet d'eau rose over the dark lake, illuminated by spotlights, a plume of white against the black water. Somewhere beyond the mountains, 42 kilometers to the south, Cole Brannick was sitting in a hotel room reviewing an operational file for a meeting that would produce nothing, because the source did not exist and had never existed, and because the intelligence had been composed with the same care a forger brings to a painting, every detail correct, every brushstroke confident, the provenance constructed to pass examination by exactly the kind of eye that would examine it. Kessler knew exactly what would happen tomorrow. The American would enter the casino at approximately 3:30. He would take a wiki station with a view of the entrance. A waiter, prepaid through Rashid, would deliver a keyr with the correct napkin signal. And then the American would wait. He would wait past 4 o'clock, past 4:15, past 4:30. He would wait until certainty settled over him, and then he would leave, because that was what protocol demanded. That was the plan. It was elegant in its simplicity, which was the quality Kessler prized above all others. But Kessler had learned, over 20 years of building structures that other men inhabited, that plans were fragile things. He had read Cole Brannick's file carefully enough to know that the man was not merely competent, but observant, not merely trained, but gifted with the particular stubbornness of someone who trusted his own eyes over institutional consensus. The personality profile described an officer who had once refused to certify a painting that his own gallery director had already approved, because the terminal stroke of the signature troubled him, and who had been proven right 3 months later when pigment analysis revealed the work as a forgery. A man who would hold up a transaction because of a brushstroke was not a man who would always follow protocol. That was why Kessler had called Brenner, not because he expected to need him, because he preferred to anticipate. He stepped out into the Geneva night. The air was cold and sharp with the mineral smell of the lake. He turned toward the Quai de Mont Blanc and walked home. Chapter 3. The Apartment. The apartment was on the 4th floor of a building on the Quai de Mont Blanc that had been constructed in 1892 and maintained with the quiet fanaticism of Swiss property management ever since. The facade was limestone, recently cleaned, with wrought iron balconies that no one used in winter and window boxes that no one planted until April. There was no doorman, only a coded entry and an elevator with brass fixtures and a cage door that required a certain firmness to close, a firmness that Kessler applied with the same automatic precision he brought to everything in his life that could be controlled, which was nearly everything. He let himself in at 20 minutes past 10. The hallway was dark. He turned on the light and hung his overcoat in the closet, positioning the hanger so that the coat's shoulders aligned with the rod, and replaced his Oxfords with the Italian leather house slippers that sat on the mat beside the door, worn to the exact shape of his feet over years of identical evenings. The apartment smelled of furniture polish. The cleaning service had been that morning, and the chemical trace of their work lingered in the still air, the smell of an apartment that was cleaned for someone who was rarely there to notice. He moved through the rooms, turning on lights. The hallway, the kitchen, the living room, where the lamps cast a warm glow across parquet floors that had been refinished 8 years ago and that showed no sign of wear, because a single occupant, even one who paced occasionally when thinking, did not wear parquet. The apartment was large. 4 rooms, high ceilings, lake view from the living room windows. It had been designed for a different kind of life than the one Kessler lived in it now. The ceilings were built for voices to carry. The rooms were proportioned for movement, for the particular daily choreography of people who share a space and navigate it unconsciously around each other. Kessler navigated the rooms alone, and the silence that greeted him each evening was not the silence of peace, but of vacancy. In the kitchen, he prepared dinner. He tied an apron over his shirt and trousers, washed his hands, and laid out the ingredients he had purchased that morning from the butcher on the Rue de Coutances: a single breast of guinea fowl, a bundle of thyme, a handful of haricots verts. He heated the oven to 220 degrees, seasoned the guinea fowl with thyme, salt, and a measured quantity of black pepper, and placed it in a roasting pan with a tablespoon of olive oil. While the bird cooked, he blanched the haricots verts in salted water for precisely 4 minutes, drained them, and dressed them with olive oil and a squeeze of lemon. He opened a bottle of Epesses from the Laveau, a 2020 that was drinking well for its age, and poured a single glass. He tasted it. The wine was dry, mineral, with the faint honey note that came from the steep terraced vineyards above Lac Le Mans, where the grapes ripened slowly in reflected light off the water. The guinea fowl was ready in 22 minutes. He plated the breast and the haricots verts on a white porcelain plate, one of a set of 6 that he had purchased 12 years ago from a shop on the Rue de Marche, and carried the plate and the wine glass to the dining room. The table was walnut, rectangular, and seated 6. Kessler sat in the chair he sat in every night, second from the end on the left side. The chair at the head of the table was not pulled out. It had not been pulled out in years. A placemat sat in front of it, its linen slightly faded from the afternoon light that came through the windows between 1 and 4 o'clock. The fabric had lightened unevenly, darker where a plate had once shielded it, paler at the exposed edges, a record of absence written in sunlight. But the placemat had not been removed. It sat where it had always sat, in front of a chair that no one occupied, at a table where one man ate alone. Kessler cut the guinea fowl. The meat was properly cooked, white throughout, the thyme fragrant, the skin crisped by the high heat. He ate slowly, methodically. He did not look at the empty chair. He did not need to look at it. The chair was as fixed in his awareness as the walls of the apartment, as the windows, as the view of the lake through the glass. It was part of the architecture of his evenings, and he moved around it the way he moved around every permanent thing, with the careful precision of a man who has learned that certain objects must not be disturbed. His phone vibrated once on the table beside the wine glass. A message from Castaigne, routed through the secure relay. Officer filed abort report. Standard channels. No deviation. Kessler read it, set the phone face down on the walnut, and returned to the guinea fowl. The message confirmed what the operation required. He would deal with it tomorrow. Tonight was for other things. He finished the guinea fowl and half the glass of Epesses. He carried the plate and the wine glass and the roasting pan to the kitchen, washed them, dried them, and put them away. 1 plate, 1 glass, 1 pan, 1 set of utensils. The kitchen was immaculate when he was finished. He wiped the counter with a cloth, folded the cloth, and hung it over the edge of the sink. The kitchen held no evidence that a meal had been prepared or consumed. It held no evidence of a man. He made coffee. A small Bialetti on the stove. The grounds measured with a spoon he kept in the canister. The water filled to the valve. He waited for the low gurgle that signaled the coffee was ready, poured it into a cup, and carried it to the living room. The reading chair was leather, old, positioned near the window so that the light fell across it in the afternoon. In the evenings, a floor lamp provided the illumination. Beside the chair, on a side table, sat Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, a bookmark at page 340. Kessler picked up the novel and held it in his lap without opening it. He looked instead at the painting on the opposite wall. It was a landscape, oil on canvas, 82 by 105 centimeters, painted by Ferdinand Hodler in 1905 and titled Lake Geneva from Check's Breeze. The composition was structured in horizontal bands, a foreground of wild flowers and summer grass, then the blue-green expanse of the lake, then the pale ridge of the Savoy Alps, and above everything, a vast Swiss sky that occupied nearly half the canvas, luminous and pale and filled with the particular quality of Alpine light that Hodler had spent his career trying to capture and that he had, in this painting, captured completely. The brushwork was confident, the palette restrained, the overall effect one of stillness and depth, of a landscape observed with patience and rendered without sentimentality. It was not Hodler's most famous work, It was not his largest or most ambitious, but it was, in the judgment of the man who sat in the reading chair and looked at it each evening, very fine. The painting hung where it could be seen from this chair. It had been hung at a specific height, centered on the wall between two windows, so that a person sitting in the reading chair would see the canvas framed by the window casings and lit, in the late afternoon, by natural light that fell across the surface at an angle that revealed the texture of the brushwork and the subtle variations of pigment that Hodler had layered into the sky. The positioning was deliberate. It was the work of someone who understood how light falls on a painted surface and who cared that this particular painting be seen in this particular way. Kessler had not positioned it. He had never moved it. The painting hung where it had been placed by someone who was no longer in the apartment, and Kessler kept it there with the faithfulness of a man honoring an arrangement he did not have the authority to alter. The nail, the wire, the angle of inclination, all of it was as it had been. He had repainted the wall around the painting 4 years ago, matching the original color exactly, taking care not to shift the frame even a centimeter. The painting was not his. It belonged to the apartment the way certain silences belong to certain rooms, as a presence that cannot be removed without changing the nature of the space itself. He drank his coffee and looked at the lake in the painting. The blue-green of Hodler's Lac Leman was not the color of the real lake in January, which was black and flat and held the reflections of the city lights in broken lines. The painting showed the lake in summer, from the terraced vineyards above Shakespeare, where the water was warm and the light was generous and the mountains on the far shore were soft with haze. It was a different season and a different vantage point and a different quality of attention. And Kessler sat in his chair and held the coffee cup in both hands and looked at the painting with an expression that was not the expression he wore at the office or the restaurant or the telephone. The rimless glasses caught the lamplight. His face was still. His mouth was set in a line that was not quite composed and not quite broken, a line that held through the engineering of habit and the reinforcement of years. He set the coffee cup on the side table and opened The Magic Mountain to page 340. Hans Castorp was still at the sanatorium in Davos, still taking his temperature, still trying to understand the nature of time in a place where time had ceased to function as it did in the flatlands below. Kessler read 3 pages. He did not absorb them. His eyes moved across the sentences, and his mind registered the words, but the words did not penetrate the layer beneath, the layer where a painting of a summer lake hung on a wall in an empty apartment and a chair sat at a dinner table with a faded placemat and a door in a hallway remained closed. He closed the book and finished the coffee. He washed the cup, dried it, and placed it in the cabinet. He turned off the kitchen light. He turned off the living room lamps, and the Hodler painting disappeared into the darkness, the horizontal bands of wild flowers and lake and mountains and sky collapsing into a single shade of black. He stood in the dark room for a moment. Through the windows, the lights of the Quai du Mont Blanc traced the curve of the lake, and somewhere beyond the water, the Alps rose unseen against the January sky. He walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. On his left, between the bathroom and the bedroom, there was a door. It was closed. The door was always closed. Kessler passed it without turning his head, without slowing his step, without any alteration in his breathing or his posture. He passed it with the fluency of repetition. He had walked this hallway 1,000 times and would walk it 1,000 more, and he had never once, in all those crossings, turned the handle. He brushed his teeth. He changed into pajamas. He set the alarm for 6:15 and placed the phone on the bedside table. He turned off the light. The apartment was quiet. The Quai du Mont Blanc was quiet. The elevator in the hallway did not move. No footsteps sounded on the parquet. The guinea fowl's thyme still lingered faintly in the kitchen air, the last trace of a meal prepared and consumed and erased by a man who had perfected the practice of living without leaving evidence of himself. In the living room, the Hodler painting hung in the dark. The wildflowers and the lake and the Alps and the sky were invisible. The reading chair sat empty. The side table held a closed novel and nothing else. The painting had been hung by someone who understood light and cared about this canvas, and who had placed it so that a person in this chair would see it as it was meant to be seen. That person was not here. That person had not been here for a long time. And the painting hung where it had been placed, and the chair at the dinner table sat with its faded placemat, and the door in the hallway remained closed, and Kessler slept in the bedroom at the end of the hall in the practiced silence of a man who had trained himself to sleep the way he had trained himself to cook for one and eat alone and walk into an empty apartment without flinching. The training was excellent. It had to be. Without it, the apartment wasn't an apartment. It was an archive of what was missing, organized with the precision of a man who could not bear to leave anything out of order, not even his grief. Chapter 4. The Empty Room. Cole entered the Casino Imperial at 3:30 on a Wednesday afternoon and crossed from daylight into a permanent, windowless dusk. The transition was abrupt. The lobby of the Imperial Palace, with its blonde wood and neutral tones and the gray, January light falling through tall windows, gave way to a set of glass doors and then to a world that had dispensed with weather entirely. The ceiling was black, suspended, punctured by pin lights that cast small circles of illumination on the patterned carpet below. The carpet was striped in muted tones, industrial grade, and the chairs at the slot machines were white and upholstered and showed the accumulated impressions of years of afternoon sitters. The air was recycled and faintly warm, carrying the neutral smell of carpet cleaning solution and the synthetic cherry scent of an air freshener mounted somewhere out of sight. The security guard at the entrance examined Cole's David Keller passport with the brief, competent attention of a man who had seen 10,000 passports and found none of them interesting. He returned it and nodded Cole through. Beyond the entrance, the main gaming floor opened in rows of slot machines, perhaps 140 of them, their screens cycling through animations in bright colors that bore no relationship to the muted palette of the room that contained them. A dozen people sat at the machines. Most were past retirement age. A woman in a beige cardigan fed coins with the mechanical regularity of someone performing a task she had performed every Wednesday for years. A man in a flat cap studied his screen with the concentration of a chess player, though the game required no concentration at all. Cole walked through the main floor without stopping. He passed the bar in the corner, where a single patron nursed a beer and watched nothing in particular, and the door beside the bar that led to an outdoor terrace where smokers could play in the cold. The table games area was to his right, roped off, the baize covers on, the chairs stacked. It would not open until 8 o'clock that evening, and the space had the quality of a theater between performances, the set struck and the lights down. The salle de roulette électronique was a separate room at the back. Cole entered through an archway and found what he had come to find, a tighter space, lower ceiling, the same black overhead with pin lights, and at its center, 4 lucky 8 cylinders, surrounded by individual player stations. Each cylinder was a real roulette wheel enclosed in a clear housing, automated, spinning on a cycle that repeated every 35 seconds with a mechanical whisper that was the room's dominant sound. Around each cylinder sat 8 touchscreen consoles on low pedestals, and at perhaps a third of them, players tapped their screens and watched the ball settle. Away from the cylinders, along the far wall, 8 wiki stations stood at intervals, large, tilted touchscreens on individual stands, angled toward the player, more private than the clustered cylinder seats. The screens glowed blue-white in the artificial dark. Cole chose a wiki station with a clear view of the archway entrance. He sat down, fed a €20 note into the bill acceptor, and watched the screen register his credit. The virtual betting layout appeared. The familiar grid of numbers, red and black, the columns and dozens, the even money bets along the outside. He placed 50 centimes on red and 50 centimes on the second dozen. The screen displayed Faites vos jeux in white text. Then, after a pause, Rien ne va plus. One of the lucky 8 cylinders spun, the ball launched by a puff of compressed air in the opposite direction of the wheel's rotation. The ball rattled, settled, and the screen flashed the result. Black 17. Both bets lost. The credit display dropped to €19. He placed another bet. Same amounts, same positions. The cylinder spun again. The 35-second interval was precise, a metronome marking time in a room that had no other measure of it. No clocks on the walls, no windows, no indication of whether the sun was high or setting or gone. The casino existed outside the hours of the day, and the people in it existed outside whatever obligations or weather or appointments defined their lives beyond the glass doors. It was, Cole reflected, a useful quality for an intelligence meeting. No one in a casino was in a hurry. No one was expected anywhere else. The act of sitting and playing, of feeding money into a machine and watching numbers cycle, was its own justification, requiring no explanation and attracting no attention. The cylinder spun. Red 23. His bet on red paid. The credit display showed €19.50. 5 people occupied the roulette room besides Cole. 2 elderly women sat side by side at a lucky 8 cylinder, playing in tandem and conferring quietly about their bets. A heavy man in a leather jacket sat 3 stations down from Cole, playing with focused indifference. A younger man in a polo shirt stood at a wiki station near the far wall, toggling between roulette and electronic blackjack with the restless energy of someone who had not yet settled on a method of losing his money. A 5th person, a woman in her 60s with reading glasses perched on her nose, studied the results board on the wall as if the sequence of past numbers contained a pattern that would yield to scrutiny. A 6th person sat at a lucky 8 cylinder nearest the archway, a man in his 30s with a dark windbreaker and close-cropped hair. He was playing minimum stakes, 50 centimes per spin, and he was not watching the results. His eyes moved from his screen to the room and back to his screen on a cycle that had nothing to do with the 35-second interval of the roulette wheel. Cole registered him the way he registered all the room's occupants, as data, and moved on. None of them was cardinal. Cole checked his watch. 15:47. The meeting was scheduled for 1600. 13 minutes. He had arrived early because arriving early was what you did. You sat in the space and read it the way you read a room at the Gallery Rhone before an authentication, noting the light, the angles, the positions of other people, the entrances and exits and the sight lines between them. The roulette room had one entrance, the archway from the main floor, no windows, and the bar door visible through the archway if you leaned slightly left. The CCTV camera was mounted in the corner above the archway, a small dome unit, its lens aimed at the room's center. Cole was at the periphery of its coverage. Cardinal's designated station, the one beside Cole's, was also at the periphery. Someone had chosen this room and these stations with care. At 16:03, a waiter appeared at Cole's side. He was young, dark-haired, wearing the casino's uniform of black trousers and a black vest over a white shirt. He carried a small tray. "Monsieur Keller?" Cole looked up. He had not ordered anything. "Your Keir, monsieur." The waiter set the glass on the narrow ledge beside the wiki screen. The drink was pale gold, the white wine tinted pink by the crème de cassis, and it rested on a paper napkin that had been folded with geometric precision into an equilateral triangle. Cole studied the napkin. The fold was exact, each of the 3 points sharp and symmetrical. It was not the work of a careless hand. It was a signal, and it had been delivered on schedule, and it meant that the meeting infrastructure was active and that the person who had arranged the drink and the napkin and the timing was confirming that Cardinal was expected. Cole picked up the Keir and took a sip. The cassis was sweet against the dryness of the wine, a regional preparation that Savoyard bars served as a default aperitif. He set the glass down and turned back to the screen. 15:56. He placed another bet. 50 centimes on black, 50 centimes on the third column. The cylinder spun. The ball settled on green 0. Both bets lost. Credit, €18 and 50 centimes. At 1600 exactly, Cole shifted his attention from the screen to the archway. He did not turn his head. He adjusted his angle in the chair, a slight rotation that brought the entrance into his peripheral vision while maintaining the appearance of a man absorbed in electronic roulette. The archway was empty. No one entered. The 2 elderly women continued their tandem play. The heavy man in the leather jacket cashed out via a Taito ticket that the machine printed with a mechanical click, examined the ticket, pocketed it, and moved to a different station. The woman with the reading glasses left the room entirely. 16:16. 13 minutes since the Keir. The window was 15 minutes. Cardinal was to appear at the station beside Cole's within 15 minutes of the Keir's delivery. The Keir had arrived at 16:03. The window, therefore, closed at 16:18. Cole sipped his drink and played another spin. Red 5. His bet on black lost. Credit, €18. 16:05. The archway remained empty of anyone who mattered. A couple entered, middle-aged, Swiss-German by the cut of the man's jacket and the woman's efficient posture, and took seats at a lucky 8-cylinder. They played minimum stakes and spoke to each other in low voices. They were not Cardinal. 16:08. The window closed. Cole registered the closure with the first level of professional concern, which was not alarm, but notation. Sources were late. Sources were sometimes late by minutes, occasionally by hours. The protocol allowed for a secondary window. If Cardinal failed to appear within the initial 50 minutes, Cole would remain in position for an additional 30 minutes and then withdraw. The reasons for lateness were numerous and usually mundane. Traffic, a missed connection, a moment of panic in the hotel room, the kind that overtook even experienced sources when the reality of what they were about to do settled onto them with its full weight. Cole had handled 4 sources in his career, and 2 of them had been late to their first face-to-face meeting. One had been late by 40 minutes. He had appeared eventually, sweating and apologetic, and had gone on to provide 18 months of reliable intelligence on Iranian sanctions evasion before his reassignment to a desk in Tehran ended the relationship. But Cardinal was not an experienced source having second thoughts. Cardinal, so far as Cole knew, was a DGSE officer with access to procurement intelligence who had initiated contact through a secure channel and maintained 6 months of correspondence without wavering. The correspondence had been fluent, precise, confident. It had not read as the work of a nervous man. It had read as the work of a professional who understood the transaction he was entering and had weighed the risks and the compensation and had decided, with the cold rationality of a French intelligence officer, that the exchange was acceptable. 16:16. Cole had now been waiting 33 minutes since the Carre's arrival. 18 minutes past the scheduled meeting time. The notation of professional concern shifted to the second register, which was the register of pattern recognition. A source who was 3 minutes late was a source with a mundane problem. A source who was 18 minutes late was a source with a different kind of problem. He finished the Carre. The cassis left a faint sweetness on his tongue. He folded the triangular napkin and placed it in his jacket pocket, a habit of operational tidiness that served no purpose except to leave nothing behind. The station beside him remained empty. The white upholstered chair was pushed in slightly, untouched since the last person who had played there had stood up and walked away, whenever that had been. No one had sat in it since Cole arrived. No one had approached it. He played another spin, 50 centimes on even. The ball landed on 31. Odd. Credit, €17 and 50 centimes. 16:23. The secondary window had 5 minutes remaining. Cole was now in the third register of professional concern, which was the register of certainty. The distinction between lateness and absence was not gradual. It arrived at a specific moment, different for every operation, when the accumulated weight of empty minutes crossed a threshold and the officer understood, with the finality of a medical diagnosis, that the source was not coming. For Cole, the moment arrived at 16:23, 23 minutes past the hour, 40 minutes after the meeting was scheduled to begin. It arrived not as a thought, but as a physical sensation, a settling in his chest, a quieting of the operational alertness that had held his body in a state of focused readiness since he had entered the room. The readiness drained out of him and was replaced by something colder and more permanent. Cardinal was not coming. Cardinal was not late. Cardinal was absent. And absence was a different category of intelligence than lateness, because lateness implied a person who existed and had been delayed, while absence implied either a person who had been prevented or a person who had never intended to come at all. Cole sat with the knowledge for another 7 minutes. He played 3 more spins, losing 2 and winning 1. The mechanical whisper of the cylinders continued. The compressed air launched the ball. The screens cycled through their 35-second intervals. The afternoon crowd shifted. The Swiss-German couple left, replaced by a solitary man in a down jacket who played with grim determination. The 2 elderly women remained, their quiet consultation unbroken. The room smelled of recycled air and carpet and the faint ghost of 1,000 afternoons exactly this one. At 16:30, Cole pressed the payout button. The machine printed a Taito ticket, Euro 14.50. He had entered with €20. The casino had taken €5 and 50 centimes in exchange for an hour of artificial twilight, and Cole pocketed the ticket and stood and looked, for a final moment, at the empty chair beside his station. It was a white upholstered chair, identical to every other chair in the room, pushed in at a standard distance from the console, its cushion showing the faint compression marks of use, but not of recent use. It was unremarkable. It was the most unremarkable object in the room, and it was the center of the operation, the point toward which 6 months of encrypted correspondence and a 40-minute drive from Geneva and a sleepless night of preparation had all been directed, and it was empty. Cole walked out of the roulette room. As he passed through the archway, he glanced back once, a habit so automatic it required no decision. The man in the dark windbreaker was pulling a phone from his jacket pocket. His eyes were not on the phone. They were on Cole. Then the phone was up and his thumb moved across the screen. A short message, composed quickly, and Cole turned and walked through the main gaming floor, past the slot machines and the woman in the beige cardigan and the man in the flat cap, and through the glass doors into the lobby of the Imperial Palace Hotel. He filed it, not as a conclusion, as a detail that did not yet belong to a pattern, but that his training would not allow him to discard. The lobby was quiet. A family of 4 waited by the elevator with ski equipment. A businessman sat in one of the lobby chairs, typing on a laptop. The receptionist, Celine, was at the desk, and Cole approached her with the composed expression of a man conducting routine business. "Excuse me, I'm David Keller, room 508. I was expecting a colleague this afternoon, a Monsieur Durand. He hasn't appeared. Could you tell me if he's checked in?" Celine typed the name. Her screen refreshed. "Room 412. Monsieur. The reservation was confirmed and paid in advance by wire transfer." "Wire transfer from where?" "I'm sorry. I can't provide that information." "Of course. Has Monsieur Durand collected his key?" Celine studied the screen. A small vertical line appeared between her eyebrows. "The keycard was prepared but never collected at the desk, Monsieur." "But the room has been accessed?" The line deepened. Celine was not trained to field this kind of question. She glanced at the screen, then at Cole, calculating the boundary between helpfulness and disclosure. "The keycard was activated at 15:43, she said. "But it wasn't collected here. The system shows an activation, but our desk didn't issue it." Cole processed this. The keycard had been activated at 15:43, 17 minutes before the scheduled meeting. Someone had entered room 412, while Cole was sitting at his wiki station, placing bets and drinking a kir with a triangular napkin. Someone had been in the building, in the hotel, on the 4th floor, and had not come to the casino. No luggage was brought up? "I wouldn't know, Monsieur. The porters might, but there's no note of luggage handling." "And no one has checked in under the name Durand? In person, I mean?" "No, Monsieur." Cole thanked her and walked away from the desk. He crossed the lobby to the elevator and pressed the button and waited. The family of 4 had gone. The businessman continued typing. The hip bar was visible through its archway, the barman arranging bottles with the unhurried precision of a man with an empty room and time to fill it. The elevator arrived. Cole stepped in and pressed 4. The 4th floor was identical in layout to the 5th, a carpeted corridor with numbered doors, overhead lighting set to a low, warm frequency, the faint hum of climate control. Room 412 was on the left side, toward the end of the corridor, lake view. Cole stood before the door and looked at it. Behind him, at the far end of the corridor, the elevator chimed. The doors opened. No one stepped out. The doors remained open for 3 seconds, the mechanical patience of a system waiting for a passenger who had changed his mind, or who was standing inside and looking at what the corridor contained. Then the doors closed, and the elevator hummed downward, and the corridor was silent again. The electronic lock showed no indicator light. The Do Not Disturb sign was not deployed. The door was closed, the corridor empty, the silence total. He put his ear to the door and listened. Nothing. No television, no movement, no water running, no breathing, no indication that the room on the other side of the door contained a person or had ever contained one. He knelt and looked at the gap between the door and the carpet. No light visible from within. The room was dark, or the curtains were drawn, or both. Cole straightened and walked back to the elevator. He rode to the 5th floor, entered room 508, and sat on the edge of the bed. He set the Tito ticket on the nightstand. 14 euros and 50 centimes. The ticket was a receipt for an hour of his life and 6 months of his work and the beginning of a question that he did not yet know how to answer. He reviewed what he knew. Room 412 had been reserved under the name Durand and paid by wire transfer. The origin of the wire transfer was information the desk would not release, but the Luxembourg corporate infrastructure behind Cardinal's communications suggested Luxembourg. The key card had been prepared by the hotel for collection at check-in, but no one had collected it at the desk. Nevertheless, the key card had been activated at 1543. This meant one of two things. Someone had obtained a duplicate key card through a channel other than the front desk, or someone within the hotel had activated the original and delivered it. Either possibility pointed to the same conclusion, which was that the person who accessed room 412 had the resources and the advanced planning to bypass standard hotel procedures. The room had been accessed once. The system showed one activation, one entry. No subsequent entries. Someone had walked into room 412 at 1543 and had either remained inside or had left through a route that did not require the key card, a connecting door, a fire exit, a corridor that bypassed the electronic log. The person had not come to the casino. The person had not approached Cole. The person had entered the room 17 minutes before the meeting and had done something, or left something, or simply confirmed that the room existed and was accessible, and had then vanished from the hotel's record. Cole sat with this for several minutes. Through the window of room 508, the lake was visible in the last light of the January afternoon. The surface dark and flat, the mountains on the far shore reduced to silhouettes against a sky that was losing its color. It was 4:51. Sunset was in 9 minutes. The short winter day was ending, and the investigation, or whatever this was becoming, was beginning. He picked up the hotel phone and called the front desk. Celine answered. "This is David Keller, room 508. I have a concern about room 412. My colleague, Monsieur Durand, may have had a medical incident. He was expected at a meeting and hasn't appeared, and the room appears to be dark. Would it be possible to have someone check on the room?" A pause. "I'll send a member of the housekeeping staff, monsieur." "I'll meet them at the door," Cole said. He hung up and took the elevator back to the 4th floor. He stood in the corridor and waited. 3 minutes later, a housekeeper appeared at the far end of the hall, a young woman in the hotel's gray uniform, pushing a service cart. She was not Elena, the Romanian housekeeper he would later bribe for a more thorough examination. This was a different woman, younger, uncertain, sent by the front desk to address a guest's concern. "Monsieur Keller?" "Room 412, Cole said. "My colleague. I'm worried." The housekeeper produced a master key card and held it to the lock. The light turned green. She opened the door and reached inside for the light switch. The room was empty. Not empty in the way a hotel room is empty between guests. with the faint residue of occupation, the dented pillow, the water ring on the nightstand. The towel hung slightly askew, empty in a more thorough and deliberate way. The bed was made with the geometric precision of a room that had been prepared for a guest who had never arrived. The minibar was closed. The desk held nothing. The wardrobe doors were shut. The bathroom, visible through the open door, was dry. No water in the sink, no moisture on the mirror, no towel displaced from its folded position on the rack. Cole stood in the doorway and looked at the room. The housekeeper stood beside him, visibly relieved that there was no medical emergency and no body on the floor. "It seems he hasn't arrived," she said. "It seems so," Cole said. He thanked her and let her go. She wheeled her cart back down the corridor, and Cole stood alone in the doorway of room 412 and continued to look at the empty room. The curtains were drawn, which explained the darkness from the corridor. The bedside lamps cast a clean, warm light across surfaces that had not been touched by a guest. The room smelled of cleaning product and nothing else. No cologne, no coffee, no wool, no sweat, no food, no trace of human presence. A room could be cleaned. A room could be sanitized. But a room that had been entered at 1543 and stood like this at 1700 had not been cleaned after an occupant. It had been entered in a state of preparation and left in the same state. Whoever had activated the key card had walked into a room that was already exactly as it appeared now and had walked out again without disturbing a single surface. The chair at the desk was tucked in, aligned with the desk's edge. The notepad and pen provided by the hotel sat in their designated positions. The remote control for the television lay centered on the nightstand. The room was a composition, and Cole read it the way he read any composition, not for what it showed but for what it concealed. A painting that was too clean, too consistent, too perfect in its surface, was a painting that had been restored beyond what the original condition warranted, and the over-restoration was itself a kind of evidence. Room 412 was too clean. Its perfection was a tell. Someone had built this room as part of an operation, and the room's emptiness was not an accident or a failure. It was the intended result. Cole stepped back into the corridor and let the door close. The lock engaged with a soft click. He stood in the empty hallway, the overhead lights casting their low warm glow on the carpet, and he understood that the meeting had not failed. The meeting had gone exactly as planned. Not by Cole, not by Aldridge, by someone else, someone who had reserved this room and prepared this key card, and arranged the key with its triangular napkin and set the entire afternoon in motion, and who had never intended for Cardinal to sit in the empty chair in the roulette room, because Cardinal did not exist and had never existed, and the chair was always meant to be empty. He had two options. He could follow protocol, return to room 508, call Aldridge on the secure line, file the abort report, pack his bag, take the morning TGV to Paris and the connection to Geneva, and be back at his desk at Galerie Rhône by Thursday afternoon. David Keller returned from a routine client visit in Annecy with nothing to show for it. Aldridge would process the report. Cardinal would be classified as a failed cultivation. The file would close. Cole's professional assessment would note the room anomaly, the keycard activation, the sterile environment, and someone in Brussels would read the assessment and file it and move on to the next operation. And the question of who had built room 412 and why would dissolve into the institutional memory of an agency that had more questions than it could ever answer. Or he could stay. The elevator arrived. Cole stepped inside. He pressed the button for the 5th floor, and the doors closed, and for 3 seconds the elevator held him in a small mirrored box between the 4th floor and the 5th, between the empty room and his own room, between protocol and the thing that was pulling at him with the same insistence that a painting pulled at him when the surface was wrong and the varnish was too even and the provenance had a gap that no one else had noticed. He rode to the 5th floor. He walked to room 508. He sat on the bed and picked up the house phone and set it down again. He picked up the Tito ticket. 14 euros and 50 centimes. 20 in, 14.50 out. The mathematics of an afternoon that had cost him more than money. He set the ticket down and picked up the house phone and called the front desk. This is David Keller. Room 508. I'd like to speak to someone about housekeeping services. Specifically, I'd like to know which housekeeper is assigned to the 4th floor tomorrow morning. Chapter 5. David Keller. Stays Cole woke before the dawn and lay still in the dark of room 508, listening to the silence of a hotel in winter. The heating system hummed at a frequency just below perception. Somewhere on the floor below, a door closed softly, and then the silence returned, and with it the awareness that had pulled him from sleep, the awareness that yesterday's meeting had not failed. It had succeeded. It had succeeded for someone other than Cole. He rose and went to the window. The curtains were open. He had left them that way deliberately, a habit from operational postings where the earliest light was your first intelligence of the day, telling you the weather and the visibility and, by the quality of the shadows, approximately what hour you had reached without consulting a clock. The lake was a sheet of pewter in the pre-dawn dark, its surface barely distinguishable from the sky above it. The Alps, on the far shore, were black silhouettes, their peaks visible only where the snow caught the faintest suggestion of light that was not yet light, but the memory of light. The sky's announcement that the sun was somewhere below the eastern ridge and would, in approximately 40 minutes, clear the Tournet and flood the valley with the thin, cold gold of a January morning in the Haute-Savoie. Cole stood at the window in the clothes he had slept in and watched the lake begin to separate from the sky. A jogger appeared on the lakeshore path below, breath visible. In the park, the bare plane trees stood dark against the brightening sky. He turned from the window and opened the secure partition on his laptop. Cardinal's file. 6 months of correspondence, 23 messages, each one written in the institutional French of a man trained at the DGSE's Fort de Noisy, each one containing intelligence on the French-Iranian procurement network that was accurate in its details and useless in its implications. He had read the file perhaps 30 times since Wednesday. He read it now in the gray dawn light and saw it differently. The intelligence was a portrait, beautifully composed, technically accomplished, and painted to order. It showed exactly what Cole's section in Brussels wanted to see. Names of intermediaries, real names, verifiable through open-source databases, descriptions of financial flows, consistent with known patterns, adding no new pathways, references to compliance architecture in Geneva, accurate, publicly documented. Every element confirmed existing assessments. Not a single element contradicted them. Not a single element extended them. The intelligence product was a mirror, reflecting Cole's own operational assumptions back to him in the precise, confident language of a DGSE officer who understood procurement networks and understood, with equal precision, what an American intelligence analyst would find credible. Cole thought of the calm landscape in Geneva, the small Swiss romantic canvas he had examined in Gallery Rhone's back room 2 days ago, the one with the hesitation in the terminal stroke of the signature's final letter. The hesitation was invisible to anyone who was not looking for it. It did not announce itself. It lived in the narrow space between the brush lifting from the canvas and the final millimeter of the stroke, and it was there because the hand that painted it was not the hand that had painted the rest of the signature, and the second hand, however skilled, could not replicate the first hand's unconscious confidence. The forger had been excellent. But excellence was not the same as authenticity, and the difference, under raking light, was visible to anyone trained to see it. Cardinal's intelligence had the same quality, almost right, flawlessly composed, and visible, now, in the raking light of a failed meeting and an empty room, as the work of a careful, skilled hand that was not the hand it claimed to be. He closed the laptop and looked at the clock on the nightstand. 7:14. The TGV to Paris departed Annecy station at 8:14. His bag was packed. His cover story was intact. David Keller, art appraiser, called back to Geneva on a scheduling matter. Check out. Taxi to the station. 3 hours on the TGV. A connection at Lyon Part Dieu. And by Thursday afternoon he would be at his desk at Galerie Rhône examining the provenance documentation for a collection of minor impressionists from an estate in Lausanne. Aldridge would process the abort report. The file on Cardinal would close with a notation. Source failed to appear. Site anomaly noted. Recommend no further contact. Cole's professional record would absorb the failure quietly, with the understanding that failure was the default condition and success the exception. He picked up the bag and set it by the door. Then he unpacked it. The Blue Imperial Brasserie occupied the ground floor of the hotel's eastern wing, a bright room with tall windows overlooking the park and, beyond the bare trees, the lake. Cole arrived at 8 and was seated at a table near the window by a young waiter who poured his coffee from a silver pot and brought a croissant and a small dish of butter and apricot jam without being asked. The croissant was warm, its layers precise and buttery, and Cole ate it with the unhurried attention of a man with nowhere to be, which was the opposite of the truth. He placed the call to Aldridge at 8:07 from the secure phone, which was designed to look and function as a standard smartphone and which contained, in an encrypted partition accessible only through a 12-digit code and a biometric scan, the communications suite that connected him to the DIA's European operations desk in Brussels. Aldridge answered on the second ring. His voice carried the particular quality of a man who had been awake for some time and had already consumed his first coffee and read the morning traffic from Washington, which arrived on the Brussels desk at 6:30 Central European Time and which Aldridge, by long habit, read in its entirety before addressing any other business. Cole. I need another day. A silence. It was not the silence of consideration. It was the silence of a man who had anticipated this request and had already decided to refuse it. Denied. The site is burned. Your cover is intact. Use it. Check out. Take the morning train, and we'll debrief Monday. The room was staged. James. Someone built an operational set in room 412 and activated a key card and left it sterile. That's not a no-show. That's architecture. I read your report. The anomaly is noted. Analysis will review it. Analysis will file it. I can see the pentimento. A pause. The what? The earlier work beneath the surface. The thing that was painted over. Cardinal's intelligence is a surface. James. It's technically perfect, and it shows us exactly what we expected to see. Underneath it, there's something else. I can see the edges. Cole, I'm not going to argue about painting vocabulary at 8 in the morning. You have a ticket on the afternoon TGV. Use it. I'll take the afternoon train, Cole said. He ended the call and set the phone on the table beside his coffee. Through the window, the park was coming to life in the slow, deliberate way of a winter morning. A groundskeeper in a green jacket crossed the lawn, his boots leaving dark prints in the frosted grass. Two women in walking clothes appeared on the lakeshore path, moving briskly, their conversation visible as small clouds of breath. The lake had shifted from pewter to a pale, cold silver, and the mountains on the far shore had emerged from their silhouettes into 3 dimensions, their lower slopes dark with pine forest, their upper ridges white and sharp against a sky that was not blue but a diluted version of blue, the color of blue seen through gauze. Cole had no intention of taking the afternoon train. He was aware of what this meant. It meant that an officer of the Defense Intelligence Agency, operating under non-official cover in a foreign country without the knowledge or approval of French intelligence services, was about to extend his unauthorized presence in Annecy in direct violation of a standing order from his station chief. The professional term for this was insubordination. The practical term, in an agency that valued institutional discipline above individual initiative, was career suicide. He poured a second cup of coffee and drank it slowly. The coffee was good. It had the slightly bitter, slightly roasted quality of French hotel coffee, which was always the same, and which was, in its consistency, a minor comfort in a profession that offered very few. Cole spent the next 90 minutes walking the hotel grounds, which served as both reconnaissance and the natural behavior of a hotel guest enjoying the park before checkout. He walked the main drive twice, noted the CCTV coverage, the service entrances on the park side, the sight lines from the upper floors. The hotel sat on its peninsula, surrounded on 3 sides by water and parkland, a single controlled road, open water, and a perimeter that could be watched from a small number of fixed positions. Exactly the kind of place an intelligence officer would choose for a controlled meeting. Or a controlled trap. At 9:45, he bribed a 4th-floor housekeeper named Elena with a €100 note and 5 minutes in room 412. The room confirmed what the dawn had told him. Nothing had changed since last night. The bed was geometric, the minibar sealed, the bathroom dry. The room had been prepared on Tuesday, entered once on Wednesday at 15:43, and left in a state indistinguishable from its preparation. Not a room where someone had stayed. A room where someone had never intended to stay. Elena, who had worked the hotel for 6 years and had seen stranger requests for less money, waited in the doorway with the patient neutrality of a professional. When Cole asked when the room had been prepared, she said Tuesday, the day he arrived. He thanked her and took the elevator back to the 5th floor. The question was no longer what had happened to Cardinal. Cardinal had never existed. The question was what was supposed to happen to Cole. He stood in the corridor and thought of the TGV departing Annecy station, the afternoon train he had promised Aldridge he would take, the train that would carry David Keller back to Geneva and Cole Brannick back to the institutional safety of an agency that would file the anomaly and close the case and move on. And Cole Brannick, who had spent 12 years reading surfaces for a living, understood that the surface of this operation had a flaw visible only under raking light, and that the flaw was an invitation, and that he was not the kind of man who could see a forgery and walk away from it. David Keller was staying in Annecy. Chapter 6. The Abort. James Aldridge, who had attended Princeton on a merit scholarship and earned his master's at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy before joining the Defense Intelligence Agency at the age of 26, arrived at his office on the secure floor of the U.S. Embassy on Boulevard du Régent at 6:45 on Thursday morning, which was 12 minutes earlier than usual and which he attributed, without fully examining the attribution, to the fact that he'd not slept well. His staff called it the patrician's office behind his back, which was unfair but not entirely inaccurate. Princeton prints on the walls, a Dartmouth mug on the desk that had survived 3 postings and 2 marriages, and which he kept not out of sentiment but because it was the correct size for the amount of coffee he drank each morning, which was considerable. A framed photograph on the credenza, himself and a younger Cole Brannick at a NATO reception in Brussels, both men in dark suits, both men smiling in the way that intelligence officers smile at diplomatic functions, which is to say with professional warmth and nothing behind it. He hung his overcoat on the stand by the door, adjusted the pocket square he wore out of habit rather than vanity, and sat down to read the morning traffic from Washington. The traffic arrived at 6:30 Central European Time, and Aldridge, by long practice, read it in its entirety before addressing any other business. 26 years in the European intelligence establishment had taught him many things, but the most durable lesson was that the man who read the cable traffic first controlled the narrative of the day, and the man who controlled the narrative controlled, however briefly, the institution. The Cardinal Abort report was on top of the stack. Cole had filed it at 22:17 Brussels time the previous evening, which meant he had written it in his hotel room after the failed meeting and the discovery of room 412 and the conversation with the housekeeper. The report was precise, professional, and deeply unsettling in the way that only a report written by a competent officer could be. Source failed to appear at designated meeting site. Site assessment indicates room was accessed at 15:43 and left sterile. No evidence of occupancy. Keycard activated but never collected from front desk. Wire transfer from Luxembourg entity. Recommend extended stay for assessment. Aldridge had denied the extended stay. He had denied it at 8:07 that morning during a phone call in which Cole had used the word pentimento, which Aldridge did not know and did not care to learn, and in which Cole had promised to take the afternoon train to Paris, which Aldridge suspected even then was a promise Cole had no intention of keeping. The denial was not cowardice. It was not indifference. It was the institutional calculus of a man who had spent 26 years learning that the distance between an operational anomaly and a diplomatic incident was measured in hours, not days, and that the consequences of the latter could erase a decade of careful progress. The DIA's operational latitude in France was a fragile construction. It rested on liaison relationships with the DGSE and DGSI that had been built through years of reciprocal courtesy, shared intelligence on counterterrorism targets, and the mutual understanding that American officers operating on French soil would do so with the knowledge and, ideally, the approval of French services. A rogue American intelligence officer conducting an unauthorized investigation in Haute-Savoie, without French knowledge or consent, in a matter that appeared to involve a compromised DGSE officer, was not an anomaly. It was the kind of event that produced interagency cables, congressional notifications, and the quiet, permanent closing of doors that had taken years to open. Aldridge understood this. He had built some of those doors himself. He finished the traffic, drank his coffee, and turned to the day's schedule. A briefing on Baltic surveillance cooperation at 9, lunch with the Belgian military attaché at 12:30, a meal that served no intelligence purpose but which maintained the kind of personal relationship that, in European liaison work, was the foundation upon which all other relationships were built. At 1400, an interagency call with the CIA station chief, a man named Hendricks, whom Aldridge found personally abrasive and professionally territorial, and with whom he maintained the careful courtesy of a man who understood that interagency cooperation in Brussels was a performance art requiring constant rehearsal. He attended the Baltic briefing. He took notes. He asked 2 questions, both of which demonstrated familiarity with the material, and neither of which revealed the fact that his attention was divided between the surveillance patterns of Russian naval assets in the Gulf of Finland and the memory of Cole's voice on the phone that morning, the particular quality of controlled frustration that Cole employed when he believed he was right and knew he would not be heard. The room anomaly bothered him. Not enough to overrule protocol. Not enough to call Washington or activate a recovery team or do any of the things that the situation might warrant if the situation were what Cole believed it to be. But enough to sit in his chest with the weight and density of a stone, a physical sensation that Aldridge recognized from long experience as the feeling of institutional duty and personal instinct pulling in opposite directions. He had felt it before. In Bucharest, 12 years ago, when a source had gone silent and the institutional response had been to close the file and the personal instinct had been to send someone to check. He had followed the institution. The source had been dead for 3 days. Aldridge had written the after-action report and had never entirely forgiven himself for the prose. The lunch with the Belgian attaché was pleasant and unproductive. They discussed NATO procurement schedules, the renovation of the Cinquantenaire Museum, and the Belgian national football team's prospects in the upcoming World Cup qualifiers, which the attaché assessed with considerably more passion than he brought to matters of continental defense. Aldridge ate a salad niçoise and drank mineral water and was attentive and charming in the way that 26 years of diplomatic cover had made second nature. The interagency call with Hendricks consumed 45 minutes and produced nothing of operational value, which was the expected outcome and which Aldridge endured with the patience of a man who understood that the call's purpose was not intelligence sharing, but territorial maintenance. Hendricks wanted to know about DIA's Baltic reporting. Aldridge wanted to know about CIA's assessment of a French defense contractor with suspected Iranian ties. Neither man received a satisfactory answer. Both men expressed appreciation for the other's candor. The call ended with mutual assurances of continued cooperation that both men understood to be approximate. It was 4:17 when Aldridge returned to his office and closed the door and sat in the chair that had been his for 11 years and looked at the photograph of himself and Cole on the credenza. Outside, the January light was failing over Brussels, the sky above Boulevard de Région turning from gray to a darker gray that was the city's default winter color and which Aldridge, after 11 years, had stopped noticing. He picked up the secure phone and dialed Cole's number. No answer. 4 rings. Then, the encrypted voicemail that identified nothing and invited nothing. He tried the David Keller phone, the commercial line that Cole carried as part of his cover, the number listed on business cards for Gallery Rhone, Geneva. It rang 6 times. No answer. Aldridge set the phone on the desk and looked at it. Cole had promised to take the afternoon train. The afternoon TGV from Annecy departed at 14:12, arriving Périgord de Lyon at 17:48, with a connection to Brussels via Thalys that would put Cole at Bruxelles Midi by 2000. If Cole had taken the train, he would be somewhere between Lyon and Paris, and his secure phone would be in his bag, and missing a call would mean nothing more than a man on a train who had not heard the phone. It was a reasonable explanation. It was the kind of explanation that the institutional part of Aldridge's mind offered automatically, without being asked and without reference to whether the explanation was actually needed. But Cole had not taken the train. Aldridge knew this with the certainty of a man who had recruited Cole Brannick 8 years ago, who had identified in the young art history graduate from William and Mary the particular combination of observational precision and moral stubbornness that made an excellent intelligence officer and a difficult subordinate, and who understood that when Cole Brannick said, "I can see the pentimento," whatever that meant, Cole Brannick was not going to board a train. Cole was still in Annecy. Cole was not answering his phone. Cole was alone in a foreign country, investigating what appeared to be a sophisticated counterintelligence operation, without backup, without institutional knowledge, and without authorization. Aldridge should escalate. He should call the operations desk in Washington and report that an officer under his authority had gone dark in France. He should activate the recovery protocol that existed for exactly this situation: a series of secure communications, a notification to the ambassador, a discreet inquiry through French liaison channels. The protocol was clear. The protocol was institutional. The protocol existed because men who had come before Aldridge had learned, through failure and loss, that the correct response to a silent officer was not patience, but action. Instead, he called Henri Castaigne. The decision was not irrational. Castaigne was Belgian, former SGRS, and had spent 15 years building the informal intelligence network that connected European services outside of official channels. He was the man you called when you needed information that did not yet warrant an institutional request, the man who knew people in every service from Tallinn to Lisbon, the man who remembered your wife's name and your children's birthdays and who could, with a single phone call, determine whether a French operation was active in a particular region without triggering the formal notification protocols that would, in this case, alert precisely the people Aldridge was not yet ready to alert. If there was a French angle to the cardinal anomaly, Castaigne would know, or Castaigne would know someone who knew. Castaigne answered on the third ring. "James, mon ami." The voice was warm, unhurried, carrying the particular bonhomie that Castaigne brought to every conversation, and that was, in Aldridge's experience, both genuine and professionally cultivated. "I was going to call you. How is Christmas? How is Catherine?" Catherine was Aldridge's second wife, and she had left him 14 months ago, and Castaigne knew this, because Aldridge had told him over whiskey at a NATO reception in November, and the fact that Castaigne had either forgotten or chosen to pretend he had forgotten produced in Aldridge a sensation he could not immediately classify. "Catherine and I are no longer together. Henri. I mentioned it in November." "Of course. Forgive me. The holidays confuse me. I am getting old, James." They discussed Cardinal. Aldridge described the abort in professional terms: source failed to appear, site anomaly, room accessed but unoccupied. He did not mention Cole's extended stay or the fact that Cole was not answering his phone. He asked whether Castaigne had heard anything through his channels about French intelligence activity in the Haute-Savoie region, counter-proliferation, procurement networks, anything that might explain why a meeting site had been prepared and abandoned. Castaigne listened. He asked 2 questions, both sensible. He promised to make inquiries through his contacts at the DGSE and the Belgian SGRS. The conversation lasted 11 minutes. Castaigne's warmth was consistent throughout. His concern for the operational anomaly was appropriate. His offer to assist was generous. The call ended. Aldridge set the phone on the desk and sat in the darkening office. The streetlights on Boulevard de Regent had come on, casting an orange glow through the windows that fell across the Princeton Prince and the Dartmouth mug and the photograph on the credenza. The embassy was quieting. Down the hall, a door closed. A colleague said goodnight to the security officer at the elevator. The call was normal. The warmth was normal. Everything was normal. The questions Castaigne had asked were the right questions. The offer to help was the natural offer. 15 years of friendship and professional cooperation provided no reason to feel anything other than reassured. And yet Aldridge, for reasons he could not articulate, and which he suspected were rooted not in evidence but in the same instinct that had failed him in Bucharest 12 years ago, did not feel reassured. There was something in the cadence of Castaigne's voice, a quality that was not false but was perhaps too carefully maintained, the vocal equivalent of a room that has been cleaned to the point of sterility. Aldridge had spent 26 years listening to people talk. In briefing rooms and conference halls and embassy receptions and the quiet offices where the real conversations happened. And he had developed, over those years, a sensitivity to the frequencies beneath speech, the tonal architecture that carried meaning the words themselves did not intend to convey. He could not say what he had heard. He could not point to a phrase or a pause or an inflection and say, "There, that is the problem." It was not that specific. It was atmospheric, a room that smelled of cleaning product and nothing else. He filed the feeling under the category of things he would examine later, when there was time. There was never time. There was always a Baltic briefing or a lunch or an interagency call or a cable from Washington that required a response by close of business, and the feeling would settle beneath the day's obligations and would remain there, unexamined, until the day when examination became unavoidable, and by then it would be too late for examination to matter. Aldridge put on his overcoat. He adjusted his pocket square. He turned off the office light and walked down the corridor toward the elevator, past the framed photographs of former ambassadors and the security checkpoint and the quiet, carpeted hallway that was, for 11 years, the architecture of his professional life. Behind him, in the dark office, the secure phone sat on the desk beside the Dartmouth mug. Cole Brannick was not going to call tonight. Outside, Brussels was cold and wet and dark, which was its natural condition in January and which Aldridge navigated with the automatic competence of a man who had long ago stopped expecting the weather to improve. He drove home to his apartment in Etterbeek, which was too large for one person and which he had not redecorated since Catherine left, and he heated soup from a carton and ate it standing at the kitchen counter and thought about Cole in Annecy and about the anomaly in room 412 and about Henri Castaigne's voice on the phone, the warmth that was not wrong but was not right, and about the distance between instinct and evidence, which was the distance that institutions were built to maintain and which was, on this particular Thursday evening in January, the distance between James Aldridge and the truth. Chapter 7. The Watchers. The call from Rashid came at 11:47, which was 40 minutes later than Kessler had expected and which he attributed, with the cold precision of a man who measured the competence of others by the clock, to the fact that Rashid Hamidi was not a professional. Rashid was a fixer, a local facilitator who ran a car detailing business in the commercial zone south of Annecy and who drove a BMW that his income could not support and who had been hired, through a chain of intermediaries that Kessler had designed to be untraceable, to place two young men with instructions to watch the Imperial Palace Hotel and report on the movements of its guest in room 508. The young men were not professionals either. They were friends of Rashid, local boys who needed money and who could sit in a car or stand at a bus stop without attracting attention, which was the full extent of their operational utility. Kessler took the call at his desk in the third-floor corner office of Vector Consulting AG on the Rue de Rhône. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the jet d'eau rose against the January sky, a column of white water climbing 140 meters above the gray surface of Lake Geneva. The fountain operated year-round, even in winter, even when no tourists stood on the Quai du Mont Blanc to photograph it. Kessler found this admirable. Consistency without audience. It was a quality he valued. "He's still here," Rashid said. Kessler did not respond immediately. He turned a pen between his fingers, a Mont Blanc that had been a gift from a client whose compliance architecture Kessler had rebuilt after a regulatory inquiry, and waited for the rest. He didn't check out. "The car is in the lot. He walked the grounds this morning. The park, the paths near the water. Then he went back inside." "Did he leave the hotel?" "No, he stayed on the property." "What else?" Rashid hesitated. Kessler could hear the particular quality of silence that accompanied a man deciding whether to deliver unwelcome news. He had heard this silence many times, in conference rooms and on secure lines and across restaurant tables in Carouge and Zurich, from bankers and lawyers and compliance officers and intelligence professionals who understood that the information they carried would not be received with pleasure. The silence was universal. It was the sound of a subordinate calculating the cost of honesty against the cost of omission. "He went to 412, Rashid said. Kessler set the pen on the desk. "How?" "With a housekeeper. Camel saw them go up together. She used her key card." "When?" "Late morning. Maybe 11. He was inside for 20 minutes. Kessler looked at the jet d'eau. A gust of wind caught the upper portion of the spray and bent it east, scattering droplets across the Quai Gustave Ador. The fountain corrected itself. It always did. 20 minutes, Kessler said. Camel said the housekeeper waited in the hall. The American went in alone. The plan had required one thing from Cole Brannick: departure. Accept the no-show. Accept the empty room. Accept the institutional verdict. Go home. Cole Brannick had not gone home. He had bribed a housekeeper and entered room 412 and spent 20 minutes reading a room that Kessler's people had prepared to be unreadable. The room was sterile. The bed was made. The minibar was untouched. There was nothing to find. Kessler had ensured this. But the act of looking was itself significant. It meant that the officer was not accepting the institutional verdict. It meant that the officer had seen something in the no-show, some quality of wrongness that the operation's design had not adequately concealed. It meant that the officer was thinking. The question was whether Cole Brannick was acting independently or on institutional authority. The distinction was not academic. Continue to watch, Kessler told Rashid. Both of them. Every movement. Call me if he leaves the hotel. He ended the call and placed the phone on the desk beside the Haselas, a 2019 from the Lavaux terraces that he had poured 30 minutes earlier and that had reached the temperature he preferred, which was 3 degrees above cellar and which he achieved by removing the bottle from the wine cabinet precisely 45 minutes before drinking. The glass was half full. The wine was pale gold with a faint green undertone. He did not drink. The second call was to Farge. Commandant Lucien Farge answered from his office on Boulevard Mortier in Paris with the caution and deference that Kessler had learned to expect from men whose financial arrangements made them permanent subordinates. Farge had served in the DGSE's Direction du Renseignement for 22 years and had been on Vector's payroll for 9 of them, accepting annual payments through a Liechtenstein trust because his ex-wife lived in Neuilly-sur-Seine and his 3 children attended private schools, and his commandant's salary was not equal to the life he had promised them. "Has there been any notification from the Americans?" Kessler asked. "Any liaison request regarding Haute-Savoie?" "Nothing." "No inquiry through the DIA station in Brussels? No contact with the DGSI?" "I would know," Farge said. There was a note of irritation in his voice, the defensiveness of a man who resented being asked to confirm what he had already assured. "There has been no formal notification, no liaison request, nothing through any channel I can see." "And informally?" "There is nothing, Stefan. If the Americans had flagged an operational concern in Haute-Savoie, it would have crossed my desk within hours. It has not crossed my desk. It has not crossed anyone's desk." The irritation was genuine. Farge was at his most reliable when offended, which Kessler found, on balance, to be a useful quality in an asset. No institutional response. Cole was acting alone. A lone officer was vulnerable. His own service would discredit him if he were caught. The institutional machinery would grind him down without Kessler needing to intervene. But a lone officer was also dangerous, because the constraints that normally governed intelligence operations did not apply to a man who had already decided to ignore them. Cole Brannick had entered room 412 and spent 20 minutes doing what he did for a living, examining surfaces for evidence of what lay beneath them. "Thank you, Lucian," Kessler said, and hung up before Farge could respond. Nervous men made errors, and Farge was becoming nervous. The file was in the bottom drawer of his desk, beneath a folder of quarterly client reports and a bound copy of Swiss banking regulations that Kessler kept for reference and that no one, in 20 years of Vector's operation, had ever asked to see. The drawer was locked. The key was on a ring in Kessler's jacket pocket, alongside a second key that opened a drawer in the study of his apartment on the Quai du Mont Blanc, and a third that opened nothing at all and whose purpose Kessler had never explained to anyone. He turned the key and removed the file. It was a manila folder, unmarked, thicker than one would expect for a standard operational dossier. A standard dossier on an intelligence target contained perhaps 20 pages, a biographical summary, a photograph, a professional history, an assessment of vulnerabilities and access points, and whatever open-source material could be gathered without alerting the subject. This file held considerably more. Some of the pages were newer, printed on the bright white stock of modern laser printers. Others were older. The paper had yellowed at the edges. The typeface on several documents was the serif font of an earlier generation of office equipment. One page bore a handwritten annotation in blue ink that had faded to the color of winter sky. Kessler opened the file and turned past the first several pages, which he had read many times and which contained the operational material he had assembled when Cole Brannick's painting provenance report at Galerie Rhone had triggered an alert in Vector's compliance monitoring system 6 months ago. He turned past the DIA personnel assessment that Castaigne had provided. He turned past the photograph from Cole's agency file, the unremarkable face of a man whose only remarkable quality was how thoroughly unremarkable he appeared. He stopped at a page near the back of the file. The paper was heavier than the others, slightly textured, the kind used for formal correspondence in an era before digital communication had made such paper obsolete. The document was dated. The date was 14 years old. Kessler read. His posture did not change. His breathing did not alter. But something shifted in his expression, a movement so subtle that only someone who knew him with intimate precision would have recognized it. It was not surprise. It was not calculation. It was the expression of a man encountering something he had encountered before, something he returned to periodically the way one returns to a room in which something important happened, not to discover anything new, but to confirm that the room still existed, that the event it contained had not been revised by memory into something more bearable than it was. He turned to the photograph clipped inside the front cover. It was not Cole Brannick's DIA personnel photograph. It was older, taken in a different context, and it showed a younger face in different light. Kessler's thumb rested on the edge of the photograph, not touching the image itself, the way a man touches the frame of something he cannot bring himself to hold. Then he closed the file. He thought of the Hodler painting, not the painting itself, which hung on the wall of his apartment 3 kilometers from where he sat, but the quality of light that fell across the canvas at this hour, the way the horizontal bands of color shifted as the winter sun moved through the south-facing windows, the wildflowers darkening first, then the lake, then the mountains, until by evening only the sky retained any luminosity. The painting had been hung to catch this light. It had been positioned by someone who understood how light changed a composition, how the same canvas could hold different truths at different hours. Kessler had never altered the position. He had not moved it by so much as a centimeter. To move it would be to acknowledge that the person who had placed it there was no longer present to notice, and this was an acknowledgement that Kessler, who acknowledged most things with surgical precision, could not bring himself to make. He closed the file and returned it to the drawer and locked the drawer and put the key in his pocket. A lone officer, acting against orders. No backup. In a foreign country where his own service would disavow him if he were caught. A man who authenticated paintings for a living had been sent to authenticate Cardinal, and Cardinal had proven to be exactly what Cole Brannick was trained to detect. A forgery, a surface designed to deceive, a composition that was almost right but that contained, under raking light, the telltale imperfections of the forger's hand. And now that man was not leaving. Now that man was in room 412, reading the room the way he read paintings, looking for the underdrawing beneath the surface, looking for the pentimento that would reveal what the original composition had been before someone painted over it. Kessler picked up the phone and dialed Brenner's number. The Austrian answered on the second ring. In the background, the ambient noise of what sounded like an airport lounge or a hotel lobby, the controlled murmur of public spaces designed to contain private conversations. The timeline has changed, Kessler said. Brenner did not ask for clarification. This was one of the qualities Kessler valued in him. Brenner, who had spent 6 years with Corvus Security after leaving the Austrian Jagdkommando and who had worked contracts in 3 theaters of operations that did not appear on his tax filings, understood that when a timeline changed, the reasons were operational and the response was practical. "How quickly can you be ready?" Kessler asked. 12 hours, with Petrovich. 24, for full equipment. Make it 24. I will call again with instructions. He ended the call. The jet d'eau was still climbing against the gray sky. The chacellas had reached room temperature, which was warmer than Kessler preferred. He poured it into the small sink behind his desk and rinsed the glass and set it on the draining board and returned to the window. Geneva's Rue de Rhône continued its afternoon commerce below. Private bankers and compliance officers passed on the pavement between the watch boutiques and the limestone facades of institutions that had been managing other people's money since before Switzerland was a country. A woman in a dark coat entered the private bank next door. A courier on a bicycle navigated through pedestrian traffic with the impatient efficiency of someone who was paid by the delivery. The sky was low and gray and carried the promise of snow that would not arrive, which was Geneva's particular winter cruelty, the atmosphere of cold without the beauty of its expression. Kessler stood at the window and thought about the man in Annecy who would not leave. He thought about the file in the locked drawer and the photograph inside its cover and the document dated 14 years ago that connected the man in the hotel to a history that the man himself did not know. He thought about the Hodler painting in the apartment on the Quai du Mont Blanc, the bands of color that the woman who hung it had chosen because they reminded her of something she could not explain in words, and that Kessler, who understood many things, had never fully understood either, except that the painting mattered and that its position on the wall was a covenant he would not break. He returned to his desk. He finished the quarterly report he had been reviewing before Rashid's call. He made 2 additional calls, both to clients, both routine. He answered 4 emails. He performed, with the disciplined consistency that was the foundation of his professional reputation, the ordinary work of a Thursday afternoon in a Geneva consulting firm. At 5:15, he put on his overcoat, locked his office, and walked home along the Quai du Mont Blanc. The lake was dark and flat. The jet d'eau had been turned off for the evening. The mountains across the water were invisible behind cloud. He walked at his usual pace, neither hurrying nor lingering, a man whose routines were the architecture of a life constructed to withstand precisely the kind of pressure that was now, for the first time in many years, beginning to test the load-bearing walls. In Annecy, 42 kilometers to the south, Cole Brannick sat in room 508 of the Imperial Palace Hotel, with Cardinal's file open on the desk and the winter light dying over the lake outside his window. He did not know that the file he was reading had been written by the same hand that had designed the room he had entered that morning. He did not know that the hand belonged to a man who kept a painting on a wall and an empty chair at a dinner table and a locked drawer containing a document 14 years old. He did not know that the man in Geneva had read his own file that afternoon and that something in the reading had changed, not the man's plans, which were already in motion, but the expression on the man's face, which was the one thing the plans could not control. He knew only that someone had built a very good forgery, and that the forger, whoever he was, had left his hand in the work. Chapter 8. What he left behind. The room service arrived at 8:30, a croque monsieur, a small green salad, and a half bottle of Gamay from the Savoy that the menu described as fruity, and that Cole, who had spent enough time in wine country to know the difference between fruity and thin, suspected would be thin. He signed the check as David Keller, added 15%, and carried the tray to the desk by the window, where Cardinal's file lay open beside the secure laptop, and 2 of the auction catalogs he had brought from Geneva as cover materials and had not opened once. He ate standing, looking out at the lake. The water had gone black with the last of the daylight, and now the only visible surface was the reflected glow of Annecy-le-Vieux on the far shore, a faint constellation of warm light that trembled when the wind moved the water. The mountains were shapes rather than features, darker masses against a sky that held no stars. Somewhere below, in the park, a motion-activated floodlight triggered and illuminated an empty section of path, held the light for 30 seconds, and extinguished. Nothing had walked through it. The sensor had responded to wind, or a fox, or the particular restlessness of January air above a cold lake. The croque monsieur was adequate. The Gamay was thin. Cole finished eating, moved the tray to the floor beside the door, and sat at the desk. He opened the encrypted partition on the laptop. Not the operational files, not Cardinal's correspondence or the Orbis database records or the corporate filings he had been cross-referencing for the past 36 hours. He opened a folder he had not accessed since Geneva, labeled with a string of numbers that meant nothing to anyone who did not know that the numbers were Lily's birthday reversed. The photographs loaded in a grid. He had 43 of them, which was not very many for 8 years of a child's life and which represented, with painful accuracy, the number of times he had been present with a camera. Lily at the National Zoo, age 6, pointing at the pandas with one hand while the other gripped a paper cup of lemonade that was already tilting toward disaster. Lily on the beach at the Outer Banks, squinting into the sun, her hair stiff with salt. Lily at the kitchen table in the apartment on Glebe Road, drawing with markers on construction paper, her tongue pressed to the corner of her mouth in concentration. Cole had taken that photograph from the doorway of the kitchen, standing where Lily could not see him, because he had learned that when she knew the camera was there, she performed a version of herself, and the version was less true than the original. He studied the photographs the way he studied everything, which was the problem. There were 3 of Claire, one at a Georgetown restaurant, her hair down, laughing at something Cole could not remember saying. The light in the restaurant had been warm and amber, and Claire's face was turned slightly toward the camera but not quite toward it, caught in the transition between the person she was speaking to and the person holding the phone. It was, Cole thought, the best photograph he had ever taken of her, because it showed the quality that had drawn him to her in the first place, the sense of someone always in motion between one thought and the next, always arriving at an observation that interested her more than the one she had just left. The second was the Outer Banks, the 3 of them, taken by a stranger Claire had flagged down on the beach. Cole and Claire and Lily, assembled in the practiced geometry of a family photograph, smiling with the coordinated effort of people who understood that the camera required a particular performance. Lily was 4. She had sand on her knees. Cole's arm was around Claire's shoulders. The photograph was technically competent and emotionally opaque, which was, he reflected, a reasonable summary of the marriage itself. The third was older, taken before Lily, before the DIA, in the apartment they had shared in Crystal City when Cole was still at the farm and Claire was finishing her residency at Georgetown. Claire was sitting on the couch with a textbook open on her lap, looking up at the camera with an expression that was not quite patience and not quite irritation and not quite affection, but something that contained all 3. The expression of a woman who had been studied long enough to know she was being studied. It was this photograph, or rather the memory it contained, that held the line Claire had spoken 3 months before the divorce. They had been at dinner, a restaurant in Arlington that Cole chose because it was quiet and because the tables were spaced far enough apart that a conversation could be conducted without performing for the neighboring diners. Claire had been talking about Lily's school, about a parent-teacher conference Cole had missed, and she had stopped mid-sentence and looked at him with an expression that the photograph on the couch had anticipated by 6 years. "You look at me the way you look at a painting," she said. "Like, you're trying to figure out if I'm genuine." Cole closed the laptop halfway, then opened it again. Outside, a car crossed the hotel drive, its headlights sweeping the ceiling. He had recognized the observation as true the moment she made it, which was the particular cruelty of the insight. It arrived fully authenticated, requiring no further analysis, no raking light, no examination of the surface for evidence of retouching or overpainting. Claire was genuine. Claire had always been genuine. The failure was not in the subject, but in the eye that could not stop examining it. She was right. He had examined her when he should have held her. He had read the surface of the marriage with the same analytical precision he brought to a Calame landscape or a cardinal intelligence report, and the precision had done what precision always did. It revealed the structure, the composition, the provenance of every gesture and silence and choice, and, in revealing it, it killed the thing that could not survive being so thoroughly understood. Claire was not a painting. She did not benefit from authentication. She had wanted a husband who could look at her and see her without also cataloging what he saw, and Cole had been constitutionally incapable of providing this, and the divorce, when it arrived 3 months later, had the quality of a conclusion that both parties had already verified independently. He closed the photograph and looked out the window. The lake was entirely black now. The lights of Annecy had multiplied as the evening deepened, small points of gold scattered along the eastern shore. A boat moved somewhere on the water, visible only as a green navigation light that appeared and disappeared with the motion of the hull. Cole opened the desk drawer and took out the moleskin sketchbook. It was small, black, and had been with him for 2 years. The pages were heavy stock, suitable for pencil or ink, and roughly a third of them contained drawings. A street in Bruges, rendered from a cafe table. The facade of a private bank in Zurich. The courtyard of a pension in Vienna, where he had spent 3 days waiting for a source who, unlike Cardinal, had actually appeared. The drawings were competent. They were careful and precise and observed with the trained eye of someone who had spent 4 years studying how to see. They were not art. They were the habit of a man who processed the world through his hands and his eyes, and they served, when anyone at the gallery or a client dinner asked about them, as confirmation that David Keller was exactly what he claimed to be, a man who lived among paintings and who carried a measure of that life with him. No one had ever asked to see the sketchbook. Cole had never offered. He took a pencil from the desk, a hotel pencil, printed with the Imperial Palace logo in faded gold, and opened the sketchbook to a blank page. Then he looked out the window and began to draw. The view was difficult. The mountains were suggestions rather than forms, the lake a negative space defined only by the absence of light between the hotel grounds and the far shore. He worked the way he had been taught to work in the conservation studio at William and Mary 18 years ago, in a life that felt distant enough to belong to someone else. Contour first, then value, then the slow accumulation of tonal weight that gave a two-dimensional surface the illusion of depth. The pencil moved in short, controlled strokes. The mountains took shape as a series of overlapping curves, each slightly darker than the one behind it. The lake was left blank. The lights of Annecy became a scatter of small marks, precise and deliberate, each one placed where Cole's eye told him it belonged. While he drew, he thought about the Gallery Rhone, not the cover, not the dead letter protocols or the secure phone in the safe or the way he used the gallery's shipping network to move documents that could not travel through diplomatic channels. He thought about the work, the actual work, the Calame landscape on its easel in the back room, the raking light angled across the varnish, the craquelure under his fingertips, the hesitation in the terminal stroke of the signature. He thought about the first time he had held a loupe to a canvas and understood that the surface of a painting was not a barrier but a doorway, that the varnish and the pigment and the ground layer were a record of every decision the artist had made, preserved in physical form, legible to anyone who knew how to read it. He had been 20 years old, a junior at William and Mary, enrolled in a seminar on technical art history that he had chosen because it fit his schedule and that had, within 3 weeks, reorganized the architecture of his attention. Before that seminar, Cole had looked at paintings the way most people looked at paintings, as images, as compositions of color and form and subject. After it, he looked at them as objects, as surfaces with histories, as things that could be read. The professor had been a restorer named Hendricks who wore paint-stained khakis and who had spent 15 years at the National Gallery before deciding that teaching was more interesting than institutional politics. Hendricks had placed a small panel painting on the easel, a 17th-century Dutch interior of no particular distinction, and had illuminated it under raking light, and Cole had seen, for the first time, the brushwork beneath the varnish, the texture of the ground, the places where the artist had changed his mind and painted over the original composition. Pentimento. The visible traces of earlier decisions. The evidence that what you saw on the surface was not all there was. Cole had stayed after class. He had asked Hendricks about the technique, about the chemistry, about the relationship between surface and structure. He had returned the next day, and the day after that. By the end of the semester, he was spending more time in the conservation lab than in any lecture hall, and by the following year, he had declared his major, and the decision had felt less like a choice than a recognition, the acknowledgement that this was the thing his mind had been built to do: read surfaces, detect what was hidden, determine what was real. The army had come after graduation, then Aldridge, then the farm, and DIA, and the slow transformation of a genuine skill into a professional cover. Art authentication became the scaffolding around which the intelligence work was constructed. Gallery Rhone gave him access to private collections, to the banking networks that financed the art market, to the quiet, wealthy, well-connected professionals of the Geneva corridor. The cover was elegant because it was true. David Keller was an authenticator because Cole Brannick was an authenticator. The legend worked because it was not, in any meaningful sense, a legend. The real thing disguised as a disguise. Cole paused and looked at the drawing. The mountains were credible. The tonal values were controlled. The scatter of lights along the far shore was, he thought, slightly too regular, too evenly spaced, missing the randomness that actual human habitation produced. He corrected this, adding 2 marks and removing 1, and the shore came alive. He thought about what Hendricks had told him once, late in his senior year, when Cole had mentioned, in the cautious way of a 22-year-old who has not yet learned to commit to his own ambitions, that he was considering enlisting. Hendricks had looked at him for a long moment and said nothing, which was Hendricks's way of saying a great deal. Then he had turned back to the canvas on the easel and said, "You'll come back to this. The eye doesn't forget." Cole had not come back. Or rather, he had come back in the only way the intelligence service permitted, which was as cover, as David Keller, as the version of himself that was real in every respect except the intention behind it. He authenticated paintings because doing so allowed him to authenticate intelligence. He stood in quiet rooms and examined surfaces because doing so placed him in proximity to the people and institutions that the DIA needed him to examine. The love was genuine. The purpose was not. Or the purpose was genuine, and the love was the disguise. He had never been able to determine, with the certainty he brought to a painting's attribution, which reading was correct. He finished the drawing. It was small, perhaps 15 centimeters across, and it showed the lake and the mountains and the lights of the far shore with the careful, restrained precision that characterized everything Cole put on paper. It was not art. It was an observation, recorded by a man who had been trained to observe, and who had, on this particular evening, in this particular room, In this particular Alpine hotel where he was alone and disobeying orders and investigating a forgery that someone had built specifically for him, turned the observation inward and found, beneath the operational surface, the original composition, a student who had stood in front of paintings and felt the world make sense. He tore the page from the sketchbook along the perforated edge. The paper separated cleanly. He folded the drawing once, then twice, creating a small square. He opened his wallet. Behind the David Keller business cards, behind the photograph of Lily at the National Zoo, pointing at the pandas, lemonade tilting, 6 years old and unaware that her father's work trips were not work trips, he slipped the folded drawing. It fit precisely in the space between the photograph and the leather. Cole closed the wallet and put it in his jacket pocket. He put the sketchbook back in the desk drawer. He closed the folder of photographs on the laptop and opened Cardinal's file. The officer reassembled. The posture straightened. The focus narrowed. The particular quality of attention that Cole brought to an intelligence problem replaced the looser, less defended attention of the man who had been drawing mountains. The transition was practiced. It had been practiced for 12 years, in hotel rooms in a dozen countries, always in the same direction, from the private to the professional, from the man to the officer, from the person who drew pictures and looked at photographs of his daughter, to the person who read surfaces and built cases and did not allow the first person to interfere with the second. Tomorrow, he would walk into the old town and begin pulling the thread. He would trace the burner phone, search the public records, find the dead man whose name had been stolen to build a legend. He would enter the bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire and buy a book he did not need from a woman whose gaze had lasted 2 seconds longer than it should have. He would begin the work of determining who had built Cardinal and why, because that was what the officer did, and because the officer was the person Cole had chosen to become, 12 years ago, when he had set down the loop and picked up the secure phone and let Aldridge explain, in measured patrician sentences, how the skills that made Cole valuable to a gallery could make him valuable to his country. He had made the choice. He had made it clearly and deliberately, and with the full understanding of what it would cost, which was everything that the man who drew pictures and kept photographs valued most. A marriage, a daughter's daily life, the slow, patient, uninterrupted attention that a painting required and that a person required and that an intelligence operation, by its nature, could never permit. Tonight, in an Alpine hotel with a lake outside the window and a thin gamay on the room service tray and a file full of fabricated intelligence on the desk, he drew mountains he could barely see and kept the drawing next to a photograph of a daughter he barely knew. The art authenticator who could read the surface of a Kalame landscape and detect a forgery at 40 paces and determine, with clinical certainty, whether a painting was genuine. The art authenticator who could not authenticate his own life. The lake was black. The hotel was quiet. Cole Brannick turned back to Cardinal's file and began to work. Chapter 9. The Thread. Cole woke at 6 and lay in the dark for several minutes, listening to the hotel. The building had its own language at this hour, the distant percussion of the heating system cycling through its morning routine, the faint vibration of the elevator shaft 3 rooms away, the particular silence of a corridor where no one was yet moving. He catalogued these sounds with the same automatic attention he brought to any environment where he was sleeping alone in a foreign country with no institutional support and a file full of fabricated intelligence on the desk. Then he got up, showered, dressed in the navy sport coat and gray trousers that were David Keller's uniform, and opened the laptop. Cardinal's intelligence product filled the screen. He had been through it 4 times in the past 36 hours, and each pass had deepened his conviction that the material was a masterwork of a particular kind, technically accomplished, we see, strategically calibrated, and designed to confirm rather than challenge every assumption the DIA held about the French-Iranian procurement network operating in the Geneva corridor. The company names were real. The compliance frameworks were accurate. The banking relationships matched what open-source reporting had already established. It was, in the vocabulary Cole used for both his professions, a painting that reproduced every surface detail of the original while containing none of the original's underlying structure. A copy, not a forgery. A forgery tried to deceive. This material tried to reassure. He opened a second window and began tracing the phone. The Geneva burner number that Cardinal had used for contact was registered to a prepaid SIM purchased at a Swisscom retail location on Rue du Mont Blanc. Cole had already established this. What he had not yet traced was the credit card used to activate the account's top-up balance. It took him 40 minutes of cross-referencing through the Orbis database, moving between corporate registries in 3 jurisdictions. The burner traced to Meridian Advisory GmbH in Luxembourg, a shelf with a nominee director whose signature appeared on hundreds of incorporations. Wallpaper. The interesting question was who had papered the wall. He stood and walked to the window. A woman in a red jacket was walking a terrier along the shore path. Beyond her, the peaks above Annecy-le-Vieux carried fresh snow that had not been there yesterday. Cole watched until they disappeared behind the bare plane trees, then returned to the desk. Meridian connected, through a shared formation agent, to a second Luxembourg entity, Alpine Trade Facilitation Limited, incorporated 18 months ago. Geneva correspondence address? And a bank account at a private bank on the Rue de la Coraterie that was one of 3 banks appearing in Cardinal's own intelligence product, identified as conduits for the procurement network's operating capital. The coincidence stayed with him the way a flaw in a painting's surface stayed with him, not yet diagnostic, but present, visible under the right light. He closed the laptop. Outside, the sun had cleared the eastern peaks and the lake had already begun its transition from pale blue to the harder, flatter gray that would hold until evening. The woman with the terrier had completed her circuit of the shore path and was climbing the stone steps toward the Avenue d'Albigny, the dog no longer pulling but trotting beside her with the satisfied gait of a creature whose morning obligations had been discharged. A groundskeeper in a green jacket was raking the gravel at the base of the hotel drive with slow, methodical strokes that produced no visible improvement in the gravel's condition but which gave him, Cole suspected, a reason to be outside in the cold air watching the lake change color. Cole put on his overcoat and left the room. The walk from the Imperial Palace to the Old Town took 20 minutes along the lakeshore promenade, and Cole had not yet made it. He had spent 2 full days within the hotel's perimeter, the grounds, the casino, room 412, his own room, the brasserie. The hotel was a peninsula, contained and controllable, and the containment had been useful while he was conducting research that required a laptop and an encrypted connection. But the containment was also a limitation. He could not learn anything more from inside the building. The thread he was pulling led into the town, into the public records and the commercial streets and the medieval passages where the answers, if there were answers, would be found. The air outside the hotel was sharp and bright, the kind of January cold that clarified rather than punished. Cole walked south along the promenade, his hands in his overcoat pockets, his breath making small clouds that dissolved before they reached shoulder height. The path was paved and level, bordered on one side by the lake and on the other by a strip of frosted lawn that separated the promenade from the road. Bare plane trees stood at regular intervals, their trunks pale and mottled, their branches holding the remains of last autumn's leaves in tight brown clusters that the wind had not yet stripped away. The lake was still. No boats. No wind. The water held the mountains in an inverted reflection that was so precise, so geometrically faithful, that Cole had to look twice to determine where the real peaks ended and the reflected ones began. He passed the Jardin de l'Europe and crossed the Pont des Amours, the iron footbridge connecting the lake shore to the old town. On the far side, the character of the town changed. The hotel's Belle Epoque formality gave way to narrower streets, older buildings, stone facades with iron balconies and wooden shutters painted in the faded pastels that marked Savoyard architecture. Mustard, salmon, a green that had once been pistachio and was now the color of moss. Cole followed the Quai de l'Evêche along the canal, passing the Bishop's Palace and the spire of the Cathedral of Saint-Pierre, and turned onto Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The Médiathèque occupied a modern building that sat among its older neighbors with self-conscious politeness, its glass facade out of place among the stone. Cole entered, showed his David Keller identification at the reception desk, and asked to use a public terminal for genealogical research. The librarian, a woman of about 60 with reading glasses on a chain around her neck and an expression that suggested she had heard every possible reason for wanting access to public records and believed approximately none of them, directed him to a terminal in the reference section on the second floor. The French National Death Registry was accessible through a portal that required patience and a willingness to navigate a search interface designed, as far as Cole could determine, by someone who actively disliked the concept of finding things. He entered the name Niels Brandt and restricted the search to deaths between 2015 and 2023. The database returned 6 results. Cole eliminated 5 of them by age, geography, or spelling variation. The 6th was the one he was looking for. Brandt, Niels, born April 7th, Memsongadibon, Strasbourg, Bas-Rhin. Died March 14, 2019, Autoroute, A6, Commune de Limonest, Département du Rhône. Cause of death, polytraumatisme consécutif à un accident de la voie publique. Traffic accident. The entry listed his profession as ingénieur hydraulicien, his employer as a firm in Lyon whose name Cole did not recognize, and his marital status as married with 1 child. Cole looked at those last 3 words longer than he needed to. Cole read the entry twice. He was aware of the second floor's particular quiet, the muffled quality of a room full of books and terminals where the only sounds were the low hum of the climate system and the occasional scrape of a chair. A student at the next terminal was reading something on her screen with the intense concentration of someone preparing for an examination. An older man in a corduroy jacket was making notes in a small leather notebook with a pencil that needed sharpening. Niels Brandt had been a hydraulic engineer. He had lived in Lyon. He had been married and had a child. He had died on the A6, which was the same motorway where Karim Belkacem had died in a staged accident. Though Cole did not yet know this, he had possessed no intelligence connections, no relationship to the DGSE, no involvement in procurement networks or counter-proliferation or any of the activities that the legend bearing his name had been constructed to represent. He had been an ordinary man who died in an ordinary way, and someone, afterward, had taken his name and his biographical data and used them to build a fiction. Niels Brandt, DGSE officer, counter-proliferation section, Cardinal. Someone had given a dead man's name to a source who never existed, and then used that source to deliver fabricated intelligence to the DIA. The construction was meticulous. The death was recent enough that the name would not appear in any list of known intelligence aliases, but old enough that the records had settled into the bureaucratic sediment where they would not be disturbed by routine searches. A professional choice. An elegant one. Cole logged out of the terminal, thanked the librarian, who acknowledged his thanks with a nod that conceded nothing, and walked back out into the cold. Rue Sainte-Claire was the old town's central artery, a narrow street lined on both sides with covered arcades whose stone columns and arched ceilings created a continuous sheltered walkway that ran the length of the block. In summer, the arcades would be crowded with tourists, photographing the facades and browsing the shops that sold Savoyard pottery and regional foods and the particular style of Alpine kitsch that tourists in mountain towns found irresistible. In January, the arcades were quiet. A cheese shop was open, its window displaying wheels of Reblochon and Tome de Savoie arranged with the architectural precision of a man who took his fromage seriously. A crêperie 2 doors down was setting out a chalkboard menu on the cobblestones. The smell of butter and buckwheat carried through the cold air and mixed with the sharper, more complex smell of aged cheese and the faint mineral note of the canal, which ran parallel to the street 1 block south. Cole walked the length of the arcades once, noting the shops, the intersecting lanes, the positions where the covered walkway opened onto the street and where it did not. He was not conducting a surveillance detection route. He was learning the terrain. 6 days in Annecy, and he had spent all of them within the hotel's perimeter. The old town was new ground, and new ground required the same careful attention he gave to any environment where he intended to operate. He found the bookshop on the second pass. Librairie Vidal occupied a narrow storefront beneath the arcade, its facade painted a dark green that had weathered to something between forest and slate. The display window held a careful arrangement of books, Alpine histories with photographed covers showing peaks and valleys, a French literary anthology with a Gallimard spine, 2 art volumes propped on small wooden easels. One of the art volumes was a Taschen edition on Ferdinand Hodler, the Swiss painter whose landscapes of Lake Geneva and the Bernese Alps had earned him a reputation as the country's most significant artist of the early modern period. The other was a Phaidon monograph on Savoyard painters of the 19th century. A cat sat in the window beside the books, a gray tabby with white paws that was watching the arcade with the focused disinterest of a creature that had determined long ago that the world outside the glass was not worth the effort of engagement, but was worth monitoring nonetheless. The cat's name, though Cole did not yet know it, was Minou. Cole pushed open the door. A bell rang, a small brass mechanism mounted on the doorframe that produced a sound so modest it barely qualified as an announcement. The shop was narrow and warm, lit by a combination of overhead fixtures and 2 standing lamps positioned to illuminate the shelves without creating glare. Books filled every surface, floor-to-ceiling shelving on both walls, a table in the center stacked with new arrivals, a glass-fronted case near the counter that held what appeared to be older or more valuable editions. The smell was old paper and coffee, the coffee component coming from a small machine on a shelf behind the counter. The woman behind the counter looked up. She was tall and slim, with dark hair worn short and brown eyes that registered Cole's entrance with the measured attention of someone who was accustomed to observing without appearing to observe. She wore a dark wool sweater over a white shirt, and her hands, which had been arranging a stack of paperbacks on the counter, paused for a fraction of a second before continuing their work. The pause was small enough to be invisible to anyone who was not trained to notice such things. Cole was trained to notice such things. "Bonjour," she said. "Bonjour," Cole said. His French carried the Parisian bass with Swiss inflections that David Keller had cultivated over 3 years of living in Geneva. The accent of a man who had learned the language in France and practiced it in Switzerland, which was precisely the biography that the cover required. He moved to the art section, which occupied the back wall and was organized with a curatorial eye that surprised him. The selection was not the generic assortment of coffee table volumes that most bookshops carried as an afterthought. The shelves held monographs on individual painters: Courbet, Segantini, Vallotton, Hodler, surveys of Alpine landscape painting, exhibition catalogues from museums in Geneva, Lausanne, and Bern, and a small section of technical volumes on conservation and authentication that Cole, in his other life, would have found professionally useful. Whoever had built this collection understood the subject. He took the Hodler volume from the shelf, the same Taschen edition he had seen in the window display. The cover showed Hodler's Lake Thun with the Stockhorn Range, a horizontal composition of flat color bands, green foreground, blue-green water, the white and gray of mountains, a vast Swiss sky. Cole opened the book and turned to the plate section. There was the Lake Geneva from Chexbries, 1905, the painting he had seen reproduced in auction catalogs and museum databases, but never in person. Flat, horizontal bands of wildflowers, blue-green lake, the Savoy Alps, a sky that occupied nearly half the canvas. Hodler's method was deceptively simple. He reduced landscape to its essential geometry, stripped away detail, and achieved, through the accumulation of parallel forms, a quality of stillness that was more convincing than any photographic rendering of the same view. The painting was calm, the way mathematics was calm. It did not interpret the landscape. It described it. Cole carried the volume to the counter. "Vous connaissez Hodler?" the woman asked. Her tone was conversational, the standard inquiry of a bookseller gauging a customer's interest. But her eyes, which had been on the book, moved to Cole's face and stayed there for a beat longer than the question required. 2 seconds. Perhaps 2.5. It was a professional assessment, brief and calibrated, the look of someone who had been trained to read faces and who had not entirely lost the habit. "I work in the art market," Cole said. "Geneva. Hodler comes up frequently." "He should come up more frequently than he does," she said. "He's the most important Swiss painter of his century, and most people outside Switzerland have never heard of him." She took the book and turned it over to scan the barcode. "He painted Lake Geneva more than 50 times. Each one is different. The same view, the same mountains, the same water, but the light changes, and the light changes everything." "A man painting the same subject repeatedly," Cole said. "Looking for something in the surface." She glanced up. The second assessment, briefer than the first but no less precise. "That is one way to describe it." She placed the book in a paper bag and told him the price. Cole paid in cash, which was David Keller's preference for transactions that did not require a paper trail, and Cole Brannick's preference for all transactions everywhere. The woman counted the change with the efficiency of someone who had been making change for years and handed it to him with the book. "Your French is very good," she said. "Almost too good." Cole accepted the observation with the mild smile that David Keller used when someone complimented his language skills, a smile that acknowledged the compliment without engaging with the implication beneath it. "I've been in Geneva a long time," he said. "Clearly," she said. He took the bag and walked to the door. The cat in the window turned its head to watch him pass, the movement slow and unconcerned, the gesture of an animal that had assessed the visitor and found him neither threatening nor interesting. Cole stepped through the door and into the covered arcade. He walked back along Rue Sainte-Claire toward the canal, replaying the exchange. The 2-second look, the comment about his French, the precision of her language when she spoke about hodler, the lack of filler, the economy. He had spent enough time in intelligence to recognize the residue of training in another person's speech, language compressed, the unnecessary eliminated, a directness left behind that civilian conversation didn't require and could not produce. The woman who ran the bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire had been, at some point in her life, something other than a bookseller. The question was what? He filed the observation. He would return. The walk back to the hotel followed the same lakeshore promenade, now in the opposite direction, with the sun lower in the sky and the shadows of the bare plane trees lengthening across the frosted grass. The lake had settled into its afternoon register, flat, gray, green, the mountains on the far shore losing definition as the light weakened. A pair of joggers passed him heading toward town, their breath making twin plumes in the cold air. A man sat on a bench near the Jardin de l'Europe, reading a newspaper with the patience of someone who had nowhere else to be and no reason to hurry. A woman pushed a stroller along the path, the child inside bundled in so many layers that only a small round face was visible, eyes closed, asleep. Cole walked at a steady pace, his eyes on the path ahead, his attention divided between the landscape and the inventory he was constructing, the dead man in Lyon, the Luxembourg shell, the circular corporate structure, the woman in the bookshop, the hodler volume in the paper bag under his arm. Each item was a thread. The threads were beginning to converge. He was 300 meters from the hotel when the sensation arrived. It was not a sound. It was not a visual confirmation, a face recognized or a movement catalogued. It was the particular quality of attention that the back of his neck registered when the ambient environment contained a human element that did not belong to it, a presence whose rhythm was synchronized with his own in a way that foot traffic did not naturally produce. Someone was matching his pace. Someone was maintaining a distance that was consistent enough to be deliberate and variable enough to appear natural. Someone was watching him. Cole did not turn around. He did not alter his pace or change his route or reach for the phone in his pocket. He continued walking toward the hotel with the same measured stride, the paper bag under his arm, the cold air on his face, the lake flat and gray to his left. He had been in the field long enough to know that the first instinct, which was to look, was almost always the wrong instinct. Looking confirmed that you knew. Not looking preserved the possibility that you did not. He reached the hotel drive and turned in through the gates. The sensation faded. It did not disappear. It settled into the place where such sensations lived, below conscious analysis, above dismissal, in the operational register where the body stored information that the mind had not yet processed. Cole walked through the lobby, nodded to the concierge, took the elevator to the 5th floor, and entered room 508. He locked the door, placed the hodler volume on the desk beside Cardinal's file, and stood at the window, looking out at the lake and the mountains and the long, exposed stretch of the lakeshore promenade that he had just walked. Somewhere on that path, or on the road beside it, or in the park between the two, someone had been watching. He could not confirm it. He could not dismiss it. He stood at the window and looked at the promenade and the lake and the cold, bright, beautiful town where someone had sent him to meet a man who didn't exist. And he understood, with the certainty that arrived not through evidence but through the accumulated instinct of 12 years in the field, that he was no longer alone. Chapter 10. The Bookseller. Margot Vidal closed the shop at 7 o'clock, as she did every evening except Sunday, when the shop did not open at all, and Saturday, when she kept the lights on until 8 for the locals who browsed after dinner and occasionally bought something. She locked the front door, turned the hand-lettered sign from ouvert to fermé, and stood for a moment in the quiet of the empty shop, listening to the particular silence that a room full of books produced when the last customer had gone and the heating system had cycled down to its evening register. It was not true silence. It was the silence of 10,000 pages holding still. She switched off the overhead fixtures and left the 2 standing lamps on their lowest setting, which cast a warm amber light across the shelves and gave the shop, from the street, the appearance of a place that was closed but not abandoned. This was deliberate. A dark shop front on Rue Saint-Clair invited the attention of the gendarmes who walked the arcades after hours, and Margot preferred not to invite the attention of anyone, including gendarmes, including the cheese seller next door who would use any excuse to knock and ask if she needed anything, and including the particular category of person who had occupied her thoughts since 4 o'clock that afternoon. She climbed the narrow staircase at the back of the shop. The stairs were old, the wood worn smooth by a century of use, and they creaked in a sequence she had memorized during her first month in the apartment. The 3rd step, the 7th, the 11th. She no longer heard them. Minou was waiting at the top, sitting on the landing with the composed patience of a cat that understood the schedule and expected it to be honored. Margot opened the door and Minou preceded her inside, with the unhurried authority of a creature that considered the apartment its own and Margot a tolerated guest. The apartment was 2 rooms above the shop, a kitchen and sitting room that shared one long space, and a bedroom at the back that overlooked a courtyard too narrow to admit direct sunlight at any hour of the day. The sitting room window faced Rue Saint-Clair, and through it Margot could see the covered arcades, the cobblestones, and the facade of the cheese shop opposite, its awning retracted for the night. The view was modest. She had chosen it for reasons that had nothing to do with the view. She opened a bottle of Roussette de Savoie, a Cru Marestel from a small producer in Jongieu, whose wines she had been drinking since her 3rd year in Annecy. The wine was dry and mineral, with a flinty quality that suited the climate and the season. And, if she was being honest, her temperament. She poured a glass and sat in the chair by the window with Minou on her lap and the evening settling over the old town in layers of cold and quiet and the particular amber glow of street lamps reflecting off wet cobblestones. She had been Margot Vidal, bookseller, for 7 years. Before that, for 7 years more, she had been Margot Vidal, analyst, Direction du Renseignement, DGSE, Counter-Proliferation Section, Boulevard Mortier, Paris. 14 years divided neatly in half, and she sometimes thought of the division as a crease in a page, a fold that could not be unfolded no matter how carefully you press the paper flat. The words on both sides remained legible. The crease remained. She had joined the service at 29, recruited from the École Normale Supérieure by a man named Deschamps, who wore rumpled suits and spoke about France's strategic position in the Mediterranean basin with the quiet fervor of someone who genuinely believed that intelligence work was a form of public service. She had believed it too. For 6 years she had believed it, and her belief had been rewarded with interesting work, capable colleagues, and the particular satisfaction of understanding systems that most people did not know existed. She was good at pattern recognition. She was good at reading documents for what they did not say, looking not at what was visible, but at what the visible suggested about what was hidden beneath. She was promoted twice. She was sent to Rome for 18 months, where she learned to make coffee on a Bialetti mocha pot and to identify the nationality of a person from across a room by the set of their shoulders, the angle of their spine, and the relationship between their feet and the floor. The Rome posting was the best year of her professional life. The 7th year was the last. Karim Belkacem was 41 years old, Tunisian-born, a French citizen since the age of 12, an engineer at a firm in the Rhone corridor that manufactured aerospace components. Married, 2 children, a house in a Lyon suburb where he grilled merguez on Saturdays and coached his daughter's football team on Sundays. The counter-proliferation section believed he was facilitating technology transfers to Iran through intermediaries connecting Lyon to Dubai to Tehran. The evidence was circumstantial. 3 trips to Dubai. A cousin with a flagged business partner. No indictments. No arrests. Margot had read the 43-page assessment and noted, in the margins of her copy, 3 places where the evidence did not support the conclusion. Her section chief, Commandant Lucien Farge, thanked her for her diligence and told her the matter was being handled above her clearance. Minou shifted on her lap, turning twice before settling with her head against Margot's wrist. The roussette was half gone. 6 weeks later, Karim Belkacem died on the A6 motorway south of Lyon. The official report described a single-vehicle accident in heavy rain, a lane change, a loss of control, a concrete barrier at highway speed. The prefecture classified it as accidental. The insurance company paid the claim. His wife received a pension from his employer and moved with the children to her parents' house in Grenoble. 3 months later, Margot found the operational file by accident, misfiled in a stack on Boulevard Mortier. A truck, a coordinated lane change, a timing window of 4 seconds, the rain as operational advantage, the cleanup team that arrived before the ambulance. Farge's signature on the authorization. She closed the file. She returned it to the stack. She walked to the lavatory and stood at the sink for several minutes, looking at her face in the mirror, which was the face of a woman who had spent 7 years believing that intelligence work was a form of public service and who now understood that her service had killed a French citizen on a French motorway and written it off as an insurance claim. She wrote a memorandum to the Inspector General. 2 weeks later, a deputy director she had never met offered her a promotion, a better office, and the understanding, communicated through careful words and a particular smile, that the Belkacem matter would not be raised again. She resigned the following morning. The cobblestones below were empty. A light was on in the apartment above the cheese shop, and through the window, Margot could see the blue flicker of a television. Somewhere in the old town, a church bell struck the half-hour, 7:30. The sound carried clearly in the winter air, traveling across the rooftops and the canals and the narrow passages between buildings with the unhurried confidence of a bell that had been marking time for 400 years and saw no reason to stop. She thought about the man who had come into the shop that afternoon. He'd entered at 4 o'clock, or a few minutes past, pushing open the door with his left hand while his right held the handle, a gesture that kept his body angled slightly away from the doorframe and gave him a peripheral view of the street behind him. It was a small thing. Most people opened a door by pushing it and walking through. This man opened it by controlling the angle of his entry. which was the instinct of someone who'd been trained to enter rooms in a way that preserved his sightlines and minimized his exposure to anyone who might be watching from outside. He did not know he was doing it. The body remembered what the mind had incorporated so deeply that it no longer registered as conscious behavior. Margot knew this because her own body did the same thing, or had done, until she had spent the first 2 years in Annecy teaching herself to open doors the way civilians opened doors, which was to say without thinking about it at all. He had moved to the art section, which was at the back of the shop, and he had browsed with an attention that was too systematic to be casual. Most customers in the art section fell into 2 categories: tourists who picked up the Taschen volumes because the covers were attractive and put them down again when they saw the price, and collectors who went directly to the shelf they wanted, pulled the book they needed, and brought it to the counter without browsing. This man did neither. He worked the shelves from left to right, his eyes moving across the spines with the methodical sweep of someone conducting an inventory, registering titles and authors and publishers with a speed that suggested he was not reading but cataloging. Then he stopped. He pulled the Hodler volume from the shelf, opened it to the plate section, and studied one of the reproductions with the focused stillness of a person who was not looking at a picture but reading it. Margot had watched all of this from behind the counter, where she was arranging a stack of paperbacks that did not need arranging. His French was excellent. Not merely fluent, but controlled, the accent carrying a Parisian base with Swiss modifications that were precise enough to be deliberate and consistent enough to be practiced. She had spent 18 months in Rome training to identify nationalities from physical and linguistic cues, and what she saw in this man was an American who spoke French with the discipline of someone who had been taught to speak it in a particular way for a particular purpose. The Swiss inflections were not natural. They were applied, a glaze over an underlayer, changing the color of the surface without altering the structure beneath. His shoulders confirmed it. Americans carried their shoulders differently from Europeans, a fractional difference in the way the weight distributed through the upper body, a looseness in the joints that French and Swiss men, who tended to hold themselves more compactly, did not share. It was the kind of distinction that required training to see and, once seen, could not be unseen. He had bought the Hodler. This interested her. Hodler was not a tourist's purchase. The Taschen editions of Monet, Klimt, Cézanne sold well to visitors who wanted a souvenir that was heavier than a postcard and more distinguished than a refrigerator magnet. Hodler sold to Swiss collectors and to art professionals who understood that Ferdinand Hodler's reduction of the Alpine landscape to horizontal bands of pure color represented something more radical than the pretty views his work was sometimes mistaken for. The man had known this. His comment at the counter, about a man painting the same subject repeatedly, looking for something in the surface, was not the remark of a casual buyer. It was the observation of someone who understood what authentication meant, which was to say, someone who understood that the surface of a thing and the truth of a thing were not always the same. She had told him his French was very good, almost too good. She had not planned to say it. It was the kind of observation she had trained herself not to make, because making it revealed that she was capable of making it, and revealing capability was, in the vocabulary of the profession she had left, an operational error. But he had been standing at her counter with the Hodler volume in a paper bag and a mild, pleasant expression on his unremarkable face, and some part of her that had not spoken in 7 years had spoken. He had smiled. The smile was warm and slightly self-deprecating, the smile of a man who was accustomed to receiving compliments about his language skills and who had a prepared response that acknowledged the compliment without engaging with the implication beneath it. She recognized this smile. It was the smile of a man performing a cover. Not badly. Quite well, in fact, but performing. She took another sip of the rusette and set the glass on the windowsill. Minou stirred, then settled. The street below was still empty. The television in the apartment opposite had been turned off, and the windows were dark. The old town was folding itself into the night, shop by shop, window by window, the way it had been folding itself into the night for centuries, long before the tourists and the intelligence officers and the women who ran bookshops because they had left a profession that killed people and called it statecraft. His name, or the name he had given, was not important yet. What was important was the catalogue of observations she had assembled in the 4 minutes he had spent in her shop, the controlled entry, the systematic browsing, the professional eye for the art section, the Swiss-inflected French that was too precise to be acquired and too consistent to be improvised, and the hodler purchase, which placed him in a category of buyer that her shop saw perhaps twice a year. Each observation, taken alone, was unremarkable. Together, they composed a portrait that Margot could read the way she had once read intelligence assessments, by looking not at the individual data points, but at the pattern they formed when viewed from a sufficient distance. The pattern said, Intelligence Officer, American, operating undercover in a town where he had specific business that was not related to art. His cover was good. His French was better than good. His eye for painting was genuine, not performed, which made the cover more convincing and, paradoxically, more suspicious, because covers that incorporated genuine expertise were the work of services that invested time and resources in building legends that could withstand sustained scrutiny. The Americans did this. The British did this. The French, in her experience, did not bother. She did not know his name. She did not know his service. She did not know what had brought him to Annecy in January, when the town was cold and quiet and the summer crowds were 5 months away and the only people who came were locals, skiers passing through to the resorts in the Aravis, and the occasional retired couple from Lyon who had read about the lake in a magazine. She knew only what her training had shown her, and what her training had shown her was enough to understand that the man who bought the Hodler volume was not David Keller, art appraiser, or whatever name he had given, and that his presence in her shop on a Friday afternoon in January was not the coincidence it was designed to appear. The rational response was to do nothing. She was a bookseller. She sold books. The man had bought a book. The transaction was complete. Whatever had brought him to Annecy was not her concern. She had walked away from concerns 7 years ago, and the walking away had been the most deliberate act of her adult life, more deliberate than joining the DGSE, more deliberate than the memorandum to the Inspector General, more deliberate than the resignation itself, which had required only a signature and a security debriefing and the return of her building pass. The walking away was a daily practice. It was the choice she made every morning when she woke at 6:30 and put the mocha pot on the stove and fed Minou and opened her book and did not, under any circumstances, think about Karim Belkacem or the A6 or the rain or the truck or the 4-second window or the signature on the authorization that bore the name of a man who was still, as far as she knew, sitting in an office on Boulevard Mortier, signing authorizations. She would not search for anything tonight. She would not open her laptop. She would not type the name he had given into any database, public or otherwise. She would finish her wine and read her book, which was Nemirovsky's Suite Française, A novel about occupation and silence and the things people did and did not do when the world they understood was replaced by one they did not. And she would go to sleep. And tomorrow she would open the shop at 9 and sell books to whoever came through the door, including, if he returned, the American with the good French and the trained eyes and the Hodler volume in his paper bag. This was the rational response. She was certain of it. She finished the wine. She washed the glass and placed it in the drying rack beside the single plate and the single fork from her dinner, which had been bread and cheese and an apple, eaten standing at the counter while Minou waited on the floor for the crumbs that Margot pretended not to drop. She brushed her teeth. She changed into the cotton pajamas she wore from October through April. She turned off the lamp in the sitting room and went to bed. Minou followed and settled at the foot of the bed, curling into the depression in the duvet that years of habitual occupation had shaped to her exact dimensions. The room was dark. The Thieu murmured beneath the window, the sound of water moving through the old town with the patience of something that had been moving through this town since before the town existed and would continue moving through it long after the buildings and the bridges and the bookshops and the women who ran them were gone. Margot lay in the dark and did not think about the American. She thought instead about Hodler, about the flat bands of color, about a man who painted the same lake 50 times because he believed that repetition was a form of attention and attention was a form of truth. She thought about the way the man in her shop had looked at the reproduction in the book, the stillness of his focus, the quality of his seeing. It was not the look of a buyer. It was the look of someone who understood that a painting could hold more than pigment and canvas, that the surface was a door, and that what lay behind the door was the reason you kept looking. She thought about movement, about how a body carried its training even when the mind had tried to forget. She'd spent 2 years teaching herself to walk through doors without checking the angles, to sit in cafes without cataloging the exits, to meet strangers without constructing a profile from the set of their shoulders and the cadence of their speech. She had mostly succeeded. The habits were quiet now, buried beneath 7 years of bookselling and wine and Minou and the gentle, cyclical rhythms of a life she had built to be small and safe and entirely her own. But the body remembered. The body always remembered. Chapter 11. The rumor Margot woke at 6:30, as she did every morning, including mornings when she had not slept well, which was most mornings, and mornings when she had lain awake until 2 o'clock replaying the way a man opened a door, which was this morning. She made coffee, fed Minou, read 12 pages of Nemirovsky, and went downstairs to the shop. The morning passed in its usual rhythm, a delivery from the Lyon distributor, Madame Dufour from the cheese shop asking about a book on Reblochon, a 7-minute conversation about weather and restaurants that contained no intelligence of any kind, which was precisely what made it valuable. 7 years of mornings like this one, each a small proof that she had succeeded in becoming the person she had decided to become. The phone rang at 11. Not the shop phone, which sat on the counter beside the register and rang several times a day with orders and inquiries and the occasional wrong number from someone looking for the cheese shop. Her mobile. The screen showed a name she had not seen in 4 months. Anne-Sophie Mercier. Anne-Sophie lived in Chamonix, 45 minutes east, along the valley roads, in a stone house with a view of Mont Blanc that she shared with her husband, a retired ski instructor named Luc, who cooked elaborate dinners and did not ask questions about the years before the marriage. Anne-Sophie had left the DGSE 2 years after Margot, not because of Belkacem, not because of anything as dramatic as a killing and a cover-up, but because the work had worn through her the way water wore through stone, slowly, invisibly, until the structure was no longer sound. Burnout, the service called it. Anne-Sophie called it sanity. She and Margot lunched twice a year, once in spring and once in autumn, at a restaurant in Annecy that served lake fish and local wine, and where they talked about books and weather and the Alps and, occasionally, in the careful, elliptical way of women who had spent years in the same institutional corridors, about the people they had known, and the work they had done, and the small, persistent question of whether walking away had been an act of courage or an act of surrender. Anne-Sophie did not call between lunches. She did not call to chat. She called when something required the particular kind of conversation that could not be conducted over text or email, which was to say, the kind of conversation that involved information from the world they had left. Margot stepped into the back of the shop, behind the shelves of Alpine history, where the narrow passage led to the staircase and where a customer browsing the fiction section would not overhear. Anne-Sophie, I wasn't sure you'd pick up. I always pick up. A pause. Anne-Sophie's pauses were never empty. They were the silences of a woman who had spent a career choosing words with the precision of someone drafting classified assessments, and who still, 5 years after leaving the service, could not speak carelessly about certain subjects. Someone is asking questions, Anne-Sophie said, in Haute-Savoie, about procurement networks, French-Iranian. Margot said nothing. Her hand, the one not holding the phone, was resting on a shelf of books about the resistance and the Gliris Plateau. She could feel the spine of a hardcover beneath her fingertips, the rough cloth binding, the solidity of paper and glue and thread that had held together for decades. She pressed her fingers against it. I heard it from Le Maire, who heard it from someone at the prefecture in Bonneville, a foreigner, in Annecy, asking questions that only someone with access to specific files would know to ask. What kind of questions? The network, the same one, procurement channels through the valley, the components, the routing, things that were in our assessments. Our section's assessments. Yes. Another pause. I thought you should know, Anne-Sophie said, given your history with that file. The file. Not a file. That file. Anne-Sophie knew about Belkacem. Not the details, not the truck or the rain or the 4-second window, but the shape of it, the outline without the interior. She knew that Margot had left because of something in the counterproliferation section, something involving a target who died, and she knew that the something had a file, and she knew that the file had a name on it that Margot had never spoken aloud in Anne-Sophie's presence, but that Anne-Sophie, who was not a fool and who had spent a career reading the spaces between words, had long ago deduced. Thank you, Margot said. Margot. Yes. Be careful. The call ended. Margot stood in the narrow passage behind the shelves. The shop was quiet. Through the gap between 2 rows of books, she could see the front window, menu on her shelf, the arcade beyond. A woman walked past carrying a canvas bag from the Saturday market. The light on the cobblestones had not changed. Nothing had changed. And yet the call had opened something she had spent 7 years sealing shut, and the opening, once made, would not close on its own. She returned to the counter. She sold 2 novels to a retired couple from Lyon. She answered an email about a special order. She ate lunch at the counter, bread, cheese, an apple, the same lunch she ate every day, and she did not think about the call. She did not think about it while she arranged the new art books in the display, or while she rang up a Taschen Monet for a woman who was buying it as a gift, or while she locked the shop at 7 and climbed the stairs and fed Minou and poured a glass of Roussette and sat in the chair by the window and watched the old town settle into darkness. She opened her laptop at 9 o'clock. The search was a violation, not of law, but of the principle she had built her life around. She would not look backward. Not for Farge, not for the section, not for anything connected to the work she had left. The bookshop, the routine, Minou and Nemirovsky, and the Roussette from Jongieu. These were not distractions, but load-bearing walls. And what she was doing now was testing the foundation. She typed the name. Lucien Farge, Commandant. Direction de renseignement. Counter-proliferation. The results were sparse and institutional. A mention in a Defense Ministry press release from 3 years ago, listing attendees at a NATO counter-proliferation workshop in Brussels. A citation in an academic paper on French export control policy, attributed to a senior DGSE official. A photograph from a diplomatic reception, partially obscured, a man in a dark suit shaking hands with someone whose name tag was illegible. He had not changed. The same compact build, the same careful eyes, the same quality of careful invisibility that made him effective in corridors where visibility was a liability. He was still there, still at Boulevard Mortier, still in counter-proliferation, still signing authorizations. She closed the search and opened a new tab. David Keller, art appraiser, Geneva. The trail was thinner. A LinkedIn profile for Gallery Rhone, Geneva, listing David Keller as an associate specializing in 19th century Swiss and French landscape painting. The profile photograph showed a man of medium build, brown hair, an unremarkable face, the kind of photograph that could belong to anyone. A mention in an auction catalog from a small house in Lausanne, crediting Keller with authentication of a Calumet attribution. No personal website. No social media beyond the LinkedIn. No press coverage. No conference appearances. No published papers. No gallery exhibitions. The absence was itself a form of information, the digital equivalent of a painting with no provenance. Legitimate art appraisers, even mid-tier ones, working in Geneva, left traces. They published. They attended openings. They wrote catalog notes. They appeared in the small, interconnected world of Swiss art commerce, where reputation was currency, and visibility was how reputation was maintained. A man with no visibility was either new to the profession, terminally modest, or not what he appeared to be. She studied the LinkedIn photograph. The same face from her shop. The same careful blankness that could be shyness or could be the practiced neutrality of a man whose real face was something he kept behind this one. She closed the laptop. Minou was on her lap, asleep, a warm weight that rose and fell with the small, regular breaths of a creature unburdened by the past. The Thieu murmured beneath the window. The apartment was dark except for the lamp beside her chair, which cast a circle of light that reached the edge of the table and no further. Outside, the old town was quiet. A church bell struck 9:30. Then silence. 7 years ago, she'd walked away. She had walked out of the building on Boulevard Mortier and returned her badge and signed the forms and taken the metro home and packed 2 suitcases and driven south, to the mountains, to the lake, to a town where she knew no one and where no one knew her and where she could begin the slow, painstaking work of becoming someone who did not carry classified knowledge about the killing of a French citizen in her body. The walking away had been the hardest and most deliberate act of her adult life. It had taken 7 years. It had required the bookshop and the routine and the deliberate smallness of a life built to contain nothing larger than books and wine and a cat. And it had worked. She had become the woman she decided to become. The past was behind her, sealed, stored, filed. But she had kept the files. 3 manila folders in a safety deposit box at the Crédit Agricole on Rue de Boigne in Chambéry. She could have destroyed them. She could have burned them or shredded them or dropped them in the lake. She had kept them. She knew what that meant. She had always known what it meant. Walking away was not the same as leaving. Someone was asking questions in Haute-Savoie. A foreigner in Annecy. And Farge was still at his desk, still in the section, still signing authorizations. 7 years and nothing had changed. 7 years and the man who killed Karim Belkacem was still in the building, still drawing his salary, still protected by the same institutional silence that had offered Margot a promotion for hers. She looked at the laptop on the table. The screen was dark. Her reflection looked back at her, faint, partial, the face of a woman sitting in a circle of lamplight with a cat on her lap and a glass of wine on the windowsill and a life that, until 11 o'clock that morning, had been small and complete and entirely her own. She had crossed the line. The searches were the evidence. Farge's name in her browser history, Keller's thin digital trail bookmarked for review, the professional assessment forming in her mind without her permission, the training surfacing through 7 years of careful burial. She had crossed the line she drew for herself, and the crossing had been easy, almost frictionless. The line had never been there at all. It had been drawn in sand, and 7 years of weather had worn it smooth, and all that remained was the memory of having drawn it, which was not the same as the line itself. Minot shifted, stretched, settled again. The rousette was finished. The church bell struck 10. Margot sat in the dark with the cat and the empty glass and the closed laptop and the knowledge, which had been with her all along, that she had not walked away. She had only stopped walking forward. And now, because a retired colleague in Chamonix had called to say that someone was asking questions, and because Farge was still at his desk, and because an American with trained eyes and 2 good French had come into her shop and bought a book about a painter who believed that looking was a form of truth, she had started again. Chapter 12. The Dead Man. Cole began working at 11 o'clock on Friday night, after the hotel had settled into the particular silence of a building whose guests had retired to their rooms and whose staff had retreated to the service corridors where the machinery of hospitality continued without the inconvenience of being observed. Room 508 was quiet. The lake was invisible beyond the window, a black absence where the mountains had been. The laptop screen cast a pale rectangle on the desk surface and on the backs of Cole's hands, which were moving between Cardinal's email archive and the Orbeez corporate database with the focused economy of a man who had spent 12 years reading documents the way he had once read paintings, looking not for what they showed, but for what they concealed. He started with the emails. There were 43 of them, spanning 6 months, each written in French and each routed through a Proton mail account that Cole had traced, during his first pass on Thursday, to a VPN exit node in Bucharest. The Romanian routing was unremarkable. Proton Mail attracted users who valued encryption, and VPN services attracted users who valued anonymity, and the combination of the two was standard operational hygiene for anyone conducting correspondence they preferred not to have attributed. What was remarkable was the French. Cole had spent 3 years living in Geneva and 8 years before that reading French intelligence assessments as part of his professional duties at the DIA. He knew the language the way a restorer knew varnish, not just its composition, but its age, its origin, the institutional conditions under which it had been applied. French, in intelligence work, was not a single language. It was a spectrum. Diplomatic French, the Quai d'Orsay, was florid, conditional, designed to commit to nothing. Military French, the Ministry of Defense, was clipped and technical, stripped of ornament. Academic French, the Sorbonne, the Grandes Écoles, was precise but self-regarding, fond of subordinate clauses and historical allusion. And then there was DGSE French, the institutional register of the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure, which occupied its own particular territory, formal without being diplomatic, technical without being military, and shaped by the training manuals and operational templates of the academy at Surcottes, where every analyst and case officer in the French External Intelligence Service learned to write. Cardinal's emails were written in DGSE French. He sat back. The heating system clicked and settled. From somewhere below, the muffled sound of a door closing, then silence. Cole had not noticed it on the first reading, or the second, because the content had been absorbing and the formatting had been professional, and because recognizing an institutional register required the kind of sustained, granular attention that was difficult to achieve while simultaneously processing the strategic implications of the intelligence being delivered. It was only now, on the fifth pass, with the strategic content already cataloged and classified as non-actionable, that the language itself became visible. The sentence construction, the passive voice deployed in specific contexts, outcomes, not actions. The particular way that source attributions were nested within subordinate clauses, a technique taught at Surcottes and used, as far as Cole knew, nowhere else. The vocabulary choices, apport instead of contribution, exploitation in the intelligence sense rather than the commercial, valorization to describe the analytical process of elevating raw data into assessed intelligence. These were not the word choices of a freelance consultant or a disgruntled bureaucrat or even a well-educated French speaker with access to classified information. These were the reflexes of a person who had been trained, formally, institutionally, at the DGSE's own academy, to write intelligence products. Someone inside French intelligence had built Cardinal. Not helped. Not advised. Built. The emails were not the work of a source who had been coached or a civilian who had been provided with templates. They were the work of a trained intelligence professional writing in the only register he knew, producing brushwork that revealed the school even when the subject was entirely original. The forger's hand was visible. It was a French hand, a DGSE hand. Cole stood and walked to the window. The glass was cold against his fingertips when he pressed them to the pane. Below, the hotel grounds were dark, the lawns frosted, the lakeshore path empty. A security light near the main drive cast a cone of pale yellow onto the gravel. Beyond that, nothing. The lake, the mountains, the town were all somewhere out there, invisible, their presence confirmed only by the absence of stars along the horizon where the peaks blocked the sky. He returned to the desk and opened the Orbis database. The trail from Cardinal to Meridian Advisory GmbH in Luxembourg was already established. He had traced it on Friday morning, the Geneva burner phone, the prepaid SIM, the credit card, the nominee director Klaus Wenger with his 347 shell companies. Meridian was wallpaper, a legal fiction wrapped around a bank account. But Meridian had a registered agent, Trident Formations SA, and Trident Formations maintained a client portfolio that was searchable through the Orbi system if you knew the corporate identifier codes, which Cole did, because the DIA's Economic Intelligence section had been mapping Luxembourg shell structures for a decade and had published an internal guide to the major formation agents that Cole had read during a flight to Brussels 18 months ago and had not, until now, needed. He entered Trident's identifier and filtered the client list by incorporation date, jurisdiction, and stated purpose. 47 entities incorporated through Trident in the past 3 years. He cross-referenced these against Cardinal's intelligence product, specifically against the company names that Cardinal had identified as conduits for the procurement network's financial flows. Most of the names did not appear. Cole had not expected them to. The intelligence product named real companies, documented in public filings, verifiable through open sources. The shell companies were a different layer, the plumbing behind the facade. But one name appeared in both. Cole's coffee had gone cold. He drank it anyway. His phone showed a notification he'd been ignoring for hours. A photograph from Claire, forwarded without comment. Lily at a school recital, holding a recorder, wearing the serious expression of a child concentrating on something she had practiced. Cole looked at it for 3 seconds, then set the phone face down on the desk and returned to the screen. Alpine Trade Facilitation Ltd., incorporated in Luxembourg 18 months ago through Trident Formations. Stated purpose: facilitating cross-border commercial transactions in the Alpine economic region. Cole had found it on Friday morning and noted its connection to the Geneva banking infrastructure. What he had not done, because the connection had not yet been visible, was search for Alpine trade within Cardinal's intelligence product itself. He did so now. Alpine trade appeared on page 11 of Cardinal's procurement assessment, listed as a subsidiary conduit used by the network to route operating capital between a Liechtenstein trust and a Geneva private bank. The assessment described Alpine Trade's function with the clinical detachment of an analyst documenting a system he was not part of. The entity received funds, held them for a settlement period of 72 hours, and dispersed them through a correspondent banking arrangement that added a layer of jurisdictional distance between the trust's Liechtenstein origin and the Geneva bank's Swiss destination. It was, according to Cardinal's assessment, one of approximately a dozen such conduits operating within the network's financial architecture. Cole read the passage twice. Cardinal had described a company as part of the procurement network. That same company, Alpine Trade Facilitation Ltd., shared its registered agent, its incorporation jurisdiction, and its nominee director with Meridian Advisory GmbH, the entity that had funded Cardinal's own burner phone. The source had reported on a network that included an entity created by the same infrastructure that created the source. The snake was eating its own tail. Cole closed the laptop. He did not need to run additional searches. The architecture was visible now, and it was circular. And circularity in intelligence work meant one of two things. Either a source was so deeply embedded in a network that his operational infrastructure had become entangled with it, which was possible but would require a level of institutional negligence that bordered on the fantastical, or the source and the network were products of the same design, built by the same hands, using the same corporate toolkit, for a purpose that had nothing to do with providing intelligence to the DIA. He opened the laptop again and pulled up the Orbis filing for Alpine Trade Facilitation. The company's correspondence address was a serviced office on the Rue de la Coraterie in Geneva, 3 blocks from the Rue de Rhône, in the heart of the banking district. The filing listed a single authorized signatory, a Geneva-based compliance consultancy whose name Cole did not recognize but whose corporate registration number, when he entered it into the Swiss commercial registry, returned a result that connected, through a chain of 2 holding entities, to a parent company on the Rue de Rhône. Cole wrote the address on a piece of hotel stationery. He did not yet know the name of the parent company. He did not yet know who occupied the third-floor offices on the Rue de Rhône or what business they conducted behind the parquet floors and modern art that such offices invariably contained. He knew only that the chain was short, that it ran from Cardinal's Legend through Luxembourg to Geneva, and that the hands that had built the shell companies were the same hands that had built the source. He pushed back from the desk and rubbed his eyes. The clock on the laptop showed 3:47 a.m. The minibar hummed. 5 hours without standing, without eating, without registering anything beyond the glow of the screen and the incremental accumulation of connections that, taken individually, meant nothing and taken together meant that Cardinal was not a source who had been compromised. Cardinal was a source who had been manufactured. The distinction was not semantic. A compromised source was a failure of operational security, a leak that could be patched, a person who had been identified and turned or silenced. A manufactured source was something else entirely. A manufactured source was a weapon, designed and deployed with a specific target in mind. And the target was not the procurement network or the DGSE or the institutional reputation of French intelligence. The target was the DIA. The target was the officer the DIA would send to authenticate the source. The target, if the precision of the construction was any indication, was Cole. He stood and walked to the window again. The darkness outside had changed. The black was no longer absolute. Along the eastern horizon, above the peaks that separated the lake from the Aravis Range, the first suggestion of gray had appeared. Not light exactly, but the memory of light. The earliest signal that the rotation of the Earth was carrying this particular piece of it back toward the sun. The lake remained invisible, but its surface had begun to separate from the sky. A faint differentiation of tone that would, within an hour, resolve into the gunmetal water and white peaks of a winter morning in the Alps. Cole watched the gray deepen. He was thinking about a painting he had examined 3 years ago at a small auction house in Lausanne, a landscape attributed to D-Day that the owner believed was genuine and that Cole, after 40 minutes of examination under raking light, had determined was not. The painting had been technically accomplished. The pigment chemistry was period appropriate. The canvas was correct. The varnish layer was consistent. But under raking light, the angled illumination that revealed the texture of brushwork beneath the surface, the painting had told a different story. The brushstrokes were too uniform, too controlled, lacking the small variations in pressure and speed that revealed a painter's hand as distinctively as a fingerprint. The painting was not a die-day. It was a die-day built by someone who had studied die-day's method with extraordinary care and had reproduced every surface quality of the original while failing to reproduce the one quality that could not be studied, the involuntary signature of the hand itself. Cardinal had the same quality. The intelligence was accurate. The formatting was correct. The institutional register was authentic, but under raking light, under the kind of sustained, granular scrutiny that Cole had applied over 5 days and 5 passes through the material, the construction revealed itself. Too uniform, too accomplished, too perfectly calibrated to confirm what the DIA already believed. The forger had studied the original with extraordinary care and had reproduced every surface quality. But the forger's hand was visible, and the hand was institutional, and the institution was the DGSE, and the construction pointed not to Paris but to Geneva, where someone had designed a shell company architecture and a fabricated source and a 6-month correspondence and a meeting that was never intended to occur, all for the purpose of placing Cole Brannick in a hotel in Annecy and determining what he would do when the chair beside him remained empty. Someone knew Cole well enough to design a trap this precise. Someone who understood that Cole would not accept the no-show. Someone who understood that Cole would stay. Someone who understood that Cole's professional instinct was to authenticate, to examine, to place every surface under raking light until the truth beneath it became visible. Someone who had read Cole's file, or his psychological profile, or his operational history, and had concluded, correctly, that this particular officer, confronted with a forgery, would not walk away. He would stay until he found the forger's hand. The gray above the mountains had brightened. The peaks were visible now, dark shapes against a sky that was shifting from charcoal to the pale, cold blue that preceded sunrise by 20 minutes. The lake appeared first as a reflection of the sky, then as its own entity, flat and pewter-colored, stretching south toward the far shore where the villages of Menton, Saint-Bernard, and Talloires would soon emerge from the darkness. The grounds of the hotel materialized below the window, the frosted lawn, the bare trees, the gravel drive. A light came on in the kitchen wing, a warm yellow rectangle against the gray. Cole turned from the window and sat down at the desk. He opened his notebook and wrote 3 lines. The first, DGSE templates, someone inside French intelligence. The second, Meridian to Alpine trade to Cardinal's product, circular, manufactured, not compromised. The third, designed for me. He studied the 3 lines. Each one was a thread, and the threads converged on 2 points. The first point was Paris, where someone in the counter-proliferation section of the DGSE had provided the operational templates and institutional knowledge required to build a source that would survive initial authentication. The second point was Geneva, where someone with access to corporate formation services and private banking relationships had constructed the financial architecture that supported the source and, simultaneously, constituted the network the source reported on. Paris and Geneva, the template and the architecture, the forger's skill and the forger's materials. Together, they had produced Cardinal, a painting that looked genuine until you examined it under raking light, and then it looked like what it was, a construction, a fabrication, a counterintelligence probe built to identify how the DIA would respond to a French-Iranian procurement source in the Geneva corridor, and specifically how Cole Brannick would respond, because the probe had been calibrated, with a precision that went beyond institutional knowledge into something more personal, to the particular skills and instincts and professional compulsions of a man who authenticated paintings for a living and could not let a forgery stand. Dawn broke over the lake. The sun cleared the eastern peaks and the water turned from pewter to silver to the hard, bright blue that would last only minutes before the clouds gathered and the gray returned. The mountains were sharp against the sky, snow on the upper elevations, dark forest below. A jogger appeared on the lakeshore path, moving south toward town. The first human figure Cole had seen since midnight. A gull crossed the hotel's airspace in a long, descending arc and settled on the water near the shore, where it sat motionless, a white point on the silver surface, patient and solitary and alert. Cole closed the notebook. He had not slept. His eyes were dry, his neck stiff from 5 hours at the desk, his hands cold despite the room's heating. He needed coffee. He needed sleep. He needed to walk the old town and learn its streets and its passages and its angles of approach, because the manufactured source and the circular shell companies and the DGSE templates pointed to an adversary who was not finished, who had anticipated Cole's investigation with a forger's precision, and who was, at this moment, in a third-floor office or a lakeside apartment or a quiet restaurant in Geneva, assessing the situation with the same methodical precision that Cole was applying to the emails and the corporate filings and the dead man's stolen name. The forger had left fingerprints. The fingerprints pointed to Paris and Geneva, and the forger, whoever he was, had known Cole's name before Cole had known his. Part 2, Chapter 13. The Shadow Cole left the hotel at 11:30 on Saturday morning, wearing his navy sport coat and a scarf he had bought at the Geneva airport 3 days earlier and had not yet needed. The temperature had dropped overnight. The air off the lake was raw, carrying a dampness that settled into clothing and skin and the spaces between, and the sky was low and gray, the clouds sitting on the mountains to the east in a way that suggested snow at altitude and cold rain at town level, and a general disinclination, on the part of the weather, to cooperate with anyone who intended to spend the next 90 minutes walking in it. He walked south through the Parc Charles Bosson. The lawns were frosted. The bare plane trees stood in rows along the gravel paths, their branches black and intricate against the gray sky, and the hotel's white facade receded behind him with each step, growing smaller and more contained, a building on a peninsula becoming a painting of a building on a peninsula. The lakeshore path was empty. No joggers, no dog walkers. The season and the weather had conspired to produce an absence of people that was, from an operational standpoint, both useful and dangerous. Useful because anyone who appeared on the path would be visible from a considerable distance. Dangerous because Cole, walking alone on an empty lakefront in January, was equally visible, and the absence of cover meant that the only way to determine whether he was being watched was to give anyone watching him something to react to. He reached the Avenue d'Albigny and turned east, toward the old town. The avenue ran parallel to the lake, separated from the water by a row of plane trees and a strip of public garden that, in summer, would be crowded with families and cyclists and young couples sharing bottles of rose on the grass. In January, it was deserted. The buildings on the north side of the avenue were a mix of residential apartments and small commercial establishments, a tabac, a pharmacy, a real estate office with photographs of lakefront properties in the window, priced in numbers that bore no relationship to the building's architectural merit. Cole walked at the pace of a man who was in no particular hurry and who was, perhaps, admiring the view, which was considerable even in the gray light. The lake stretched south and west, its surface the color of old pewter, the far shore invisible beneath the low cloud. He stopped at the bus shelter near the intersection with the Rue des Marquisats. The shelter was a standard glass and metal structure with a bench and a route map and a digital display showing the next departure in 14 minutes. Cole did not sit down. He stood at the edge of the shelter, half in and half out, and looked south toward the Pont d'Amour, the pedestrian bridge that crossed the Canal du Vas at the point where the canal met the lake. The bridge was visible from where he stood, a white arch against the gray water, and beyond it the park continued toward the old town, the path curving gently along the shoreline and disappearing behind a stand of bare willows. He was not looking at the bridge. He was looking at the man sitting on the bench inside the shelter. The man was young, perhaps 25, thin, wearing a leather jacket that was too light for the weather and dark jeans and white trainers. He held a phone in his left hand and was scrolling through it with the distracted, mechanical rhythm of a person who was not reading what was on the screen. His right hand was in his pocket. He had been sitting on the bench when Cole arrived, and he had not looked up, and he had not shifted his position. and the digital display above his head showed that the next bus was 14 minutes away, and his body language communicated no impatience whatsoever. Cole had learned surveillance detection at the farm. The first principle: a professional team will never let you see the same face twice. The second: an amateur will not know to avoid it. The young man at the bus stop was not surveillance. He was a marker. He had been placed here, at this specific intersection, with a phone and instructions to do nothing but sit. If Cole turned east toward the old town, the man would note it. If Cole turned west toward the commercial district, the man would note it. If Cole reversed course and returned to the hotel, the man would note it. He was not following. He was reporting. The distinction mattered, because a follower required training and discipline and the ability to maintain visual contact across shifting terrain without being detected, and a marker required only a bench, a phone, and the willingness to sit in the cold. Cole turned away from the bus shelter and continued east along the Avenue d'Albigny. He did not alter his pace. He did not look back. He crossed the Pont des Amours and entered the park on the far side of the canal, where the path split into 3 directions: south along the lakeshore, east toward the old town, and north toward the Rue Sommeillet and the commercial district that lay beyond it. He took the northern path. The commercial district occupied a grid of streets between the Avenue de Brogny and the Route de Thône, a zone of supermarkets and furniture shops and car dealerships that served the residential neighborhoods spreading east from the old town. Cole walked through it with the methodical casualness of a man running errands. He entered the Carrefour supermarket, bought a bottle of water and a newspaper, and exited through the main doors into the parking lot. The parking lot was 2/3 empty. Saturday midday. The usual assortment of family cars, a delivery van from a plumbing company, a municipal street cleaning vehicle parked at the far end with its engine running, and, in the second row, from the entrance, backed into a space that provided a clear view of both the supermarket doors and the parking lot exit, a dark blue Renault Clio. The driver was heavier than the man at the bus stop. Older, perhaps 30, with a round face and thick forearms resting on the steering wheel. He was eating something from a paper bag, a sandwich or a pastry, and he had positioned his car so that he could watch without turning his head, simply by looking through the windshield at an angle that covered the lot's main pedestrian route. The engine was off. The windows were closed. There was nothing on the dashboard, no coffee cup, no newspaper, no phone mount, just a man sitting in a parked car eating lunch. He was wrong in the same ways the man at the bus stop was wrong. He was wrong in ways that spoke of absence, not training. The backed-in car, the clear sight lines, no shopping bags, no plausible reason to be sitting in a Carrefour lot at noon on a Saturday. A professional would have been inside the store with a basket or sitting in the cafe with a coffee. This man had been told where to sit and what to watch, but not how to be invisible while doing it. Cole tucked the newspaper under his arm and walked to the pedestrian exit at the far end of the lot. He did not look at the Clio. He did not note the license plate, because he had already noted it on the first pass, the 5 characters and the departmental code and the registration sticker on the lower left of the rear window, all of which he had committed to memory with the automatic precision of 12 years of training. He turned right onto the Rue de la Gare and walked south, toward the old town. 2 watchers, both amateur, both pre-positioned. The implications settled over him with a weight that had nothing to do with the cold and everything to do with what he now understood about the nature of the threat. Professional surveillance was dangerous, but interpretable. A professional team meant an intelligence service, which meant institutional logic, which meant rules of engagement and chains of command and, ultimately, the possibility of negotiation, compromise, or at least prediction. An amateur team meant something else. It meant local hire. It meant someone in Geneva, someone who understood that placing trained surveillance in a French town would attract the attention of the DGSI and the prefecture and every other institution whose business it was to notice foreign intelligence activity on French soil, had instead paid local men to sit in cars and on benches and report what they saw. The choice was pragmatic. It was also more unsettling than the alternative, because amateur watchers could not be read the way professionals could. Their errors could not be decoded for institutional signatures, and the person who had hired them had done so from a distance, through a cutout or a fixer or a phone call, which meant that the architecture of the surveillance was separated from the architect by at least one layer of insulation. Someone was paying local men to watch him. The same someone, or a different someone, had searched his room. Cole crossed the Pont Morenz and entered the old town. The Thieu ran dark and fast beneath the bridge, carrying the lake's overflow toward the Fière River and the Rhône beyond it, a current that had been flowing through this gap in the mountains for longer than the buildings on either bank had existed. He walked through the covered arcades of the Rue Sainte-Claire, without stopping, past the fromagerie and the boulangerie and the small restaurants with their chalkboard menus and their empty terraces and their chairs stacked against the walls for the winter. The arcades provided concealment from above. Stone arches and columns that had been sheltering the commerce and movement of this street for 400 years and that now sheltered Cole as he turned east, then south, then west, through the narrow passages that connected the old town's parallel streets, his route a series of right angles designed not to lose surveillance, he had already identified it, but to confirm that the two watchers were the only ones. They were. He emerged from the old town onto the Quai de l'Evêche, crossed the Thieu again, and walked north through the Jardin de l'Europe, a small formal park between the canal and the lake that offered, through gaps in the bare trees, a view of the Imperial Palace on its peninsula. The hotel was white against the gray sky, its mansard roof the color of a bruise. Cole stood at the park's edge and looked at it for a long moment, not yet certain whether what he was seeing was genuine. Then he walked back to the hotel. The corridor on the 5th floor was empty. The housekeeping cart was parked near the elevator, its shelves stacked with folded towels and miniature bottles of shampoo and the small wrapped soaps that bore the hotel's crest and a scent that Cole would, for the rest of his life, associate with the particular combination of luxury and surveillance that characterized the Imperial Palace in January. He passed the cart without looking at it and walked to room 508. He did not use his key card immediately. He stood in front of the door and looked at it. The door was closed. The "Do Not Disturb" placard hung from the handle, where he had placed it that morning before leaving, its laminated surface catching the corridor's overhead light. The placard's position was correct. Its angle was correct. The small strip of clear tape he had placed along the bottom edge of the door, where the door met the frame, was still in place. Cole opened the door and stepped inside. The room looked exactly as he had left it. The bed was unmade. He had not requested housekeeping since Thursday. His Hodler volume sat on the bedside table beside a glass of water. The curtains were half drawn, admitting a gray rectangle of winter light that fell across the desk and the chair and the carpet in a pattern he had memorized that morning, because he had memorized it, along with the position of every object in the room, with the deliberate, systematic attention of a man who had completed a 6-week room security module at the farm and who knew that the first sign of a search was not a displaced object, but a displaced feeling. The faint wrongness that preceded conscious recognition. The sense that the air in a room had been disturbed by someone else's breathing. The air had been disturbed. Cole closed the door behind him and stood still. He did not turn on the overhead light. He did not move to the window or the desk or the bathroom. He stood in the small entrance hallway, his back against the closed door, and looked at the room the way he looked at a painting when the provenance was questionable and the attribution uncertain and the only reliable evidence was the surface itself, examined under raking light, at an angle that revealed what a direct view concealed. The wardrobe first. He had placed a single hair across the seam where the wardrobe's double doors met, a dark hair taken from his own head and laid horizontally at a height of 5 feet 2 inches, secured at one end by the slight natural stickiness of the lacquered wood surface. The hair served no purpose other than to fall if the doors were opened, which would require a searcher to notice it, retrieve it, and replace it at the correct height and angle, a task that was possible for a professional who was looking for telltales, but functionally impossible for anyone who was not. The hair was on the carpet. Cole did not pick it up. He looked at the desk. The pen he had placed at a precise 45-degree angle to the desk's front edge, its cap pointing toward the window, was now at approximately 50 degrees, its cap pointing toward the wall. The displacement was small, a centimeter, perhaps less, meaningless to anyone who had not placed the pen at that angle with deliberate care and who did not possess the visual memory to detect a 5-degree deviation in an object's orientation 6 hours after positioning it. Cole possessed both. He stood still for a moment. The room was quiet. Through the window, the lake was a flat gray line beneath the clouds. His wallet was in his jacket, Lily's photograph behind the business cards, and for a brief, irrational second, he was glad that the photo had been with him and not in the room. He crossed to the desk and opened the top drawer. Inside, hotel stationery, a room service menu, a small notepad with the hotel's crest, and a ballpoint pen provided by the hotel. On the inside surface of the drawer's front panel, near the bottom edge, he had placed a thin strip of clear tape, the same type used on the door, positioned so that opening the drawer would cause the tape's lower edge to separate from the wood. The tape had been moved, not removed, moved. Its lower edge now sat a millimeter above its original position, as if someone had opened the drawer, noticed the tape, closed the drawer, and attempted to reseat the tape in its original position without knowing the exact placement. 3 telltales, all broken. Someone had entered room 508 while Cole walked the Avenue d'Albigny in the Carrefour parking lot and the passages of the Old Town. Someone had opened the wardrobe and examined what was inside, his clothes, his coat, the leather folio containing his David Keller business materials. Someone had moved the pen on the desk, which meant they had either searched the desk's surface or leaned across it to access the window, or both. Someone had opened the desk drawer and found the hotel stationery and the notepad and had not, presumably, found anything of interest, because there was nothing of interest to find. The secure phone was in the safe. The laptop was in the safe. Cole's notebook, with its 3 lines about DGSE templates and circular shell companies and the trap designed for him, was in the inside pocket of the sport coat he was wearing. He walked to the safe. It was a standard hotel electronics safe, bolted to the interior of the wardrobe's lower shelf, operated by a 4-digit code. Cole entered his code. The safe opened. The laptop was inside, in the position he had left it. The secure phone was beside it. Neither appeared to have been moved, but hotel safes were not secure against a determined search, only against opportunistic theft. A master override code, available to hotel management and accessible through the front desk's security system, would open any safe in the building. If the searchers had access to the hotel's systems, and the room entry suggested they did, the safe's contents had been examined. Cole sat on the edge of the bed. The room was quiet. The heating clicked. The gray light from the window had not changed. Everything in the room was where it should be, and everything in the room was wrong, and the wrongness was the point, because the wrongness told him that the hotel was not a neutral space. It was part of the architecture. The watchers on the street and the searchers in the room were different operations, different levels, different degrees of professionalism, but they served the same purpose: to determine what Cole knew, what he carried, and whether he was operating alone. He looked at the wardrobe doors, still closed, the hair on the carpet below them. He looked at the pen on the desk, its angle wrong by 5 degrees. He looked at the tape on the drawer, shifted by a millimeter. 3 small disturbances in 3 surfaces, each invisible to anyone who had not placed them there, each as legible to Cole as a pentimento beneath a painted surface, the ghost of an earlier intention showing through. Someone had been in his room. Chapter 14. The Tradecraft. Cole stood in the entrance hallway of room 508 for 11 minutes, reconstructing the search. He began with what the searchers had found: the wardrobe, his clothes, his navy sport coat's duplicate, the leather folio containing David Keller's business cards and Gallery Roan correspondence, and 3 auction catalogs from the previous season. The folio was professional cover, nothing more, and any searcher with moderate intelligence would have recognized it as such and moved on. The desk, hotel stationery, the Hodler volume from the bookshop, a notepad on which Cole had written nothing, because he had written nothing in the room since arriving, because writing things down in hotel rooms was the kind of error that ended careers and occasionally lives. The bathroom, toiletries, a razor, a tube of German toothpaste that Sophie Renard had given him as a joke and that served, in its small way, as a reinforcement of the David Keller legend, because David Keller was the kind of man who used German toothpaste. Then what the searchers had not found, or had found and could not use. The safe had been opened, the master override code, available to any hotel manager with access to the security console behind the front desk. Inside, the secure laptop and the secure phone. The laptop's tamper detection software would tell him whether it had been powered on, and he would check, but the answer was almost certainly no. The laptop required a 20-character passphrase and a biometric confirmation, and even a sophisticated forensic team would need physical removal and time, neither of which a hotel room search permitted. The phone was the same. If the searchers had opened the safe, looked at the devices, and closed the safe again, they had learned only that David Keller carried an iPhone and a laptop, which was information so unremarkable it barely qualified as information at all. The heating unit clicked twice and went silent. Through the window, the sound of the lake reached him, faint and steady, the water working against the stone below the grounds. Cole's hands were cold. He had been standing in the entrance hallway for 11 minutes with his coat still on, reading the room the way he would read a painting brought to him for authentication: surface first, then structure, then the thing the surface was trying to hide. His notebook was in the inside pocket of the sport coat he was wearing. 3 lines of notes, written in a personal shorthand that anyone who did not know Cole's system would have dismissed as meaningless. The notebook had not been in the room during the search. Neither had the notes from the Orbis database session, which were stored in the laptop's encrypted partition and required a second passphrase to access. Cole sat on the edge of the bed and considered the situation with clinical detachment, systematically, without sentiment, starting with the worst possibility and working backward. The worst possibility was that the searchers had imaged the laptop's hard drive through a hardware intercept inserted into the safe's power supply. This was technically possible, theoretically available to a state-level actor, and almost certainly not what had happened, because state-level actors did not hire local amateurs to sit in Carrefour parking lots, and the two operational layers, street surveillance and room search, bore the marks of a private organization with resources but without the full toolkit of an intelligence service. The second possibility was that the searchers had photographed everything in the room, including the Gallery Rhone correspondence, and would use it to verify or challenge the David Keller legend. This was likely and, from Cole's perspective, manageable. The legend was solid, backstopped through Gallery Rhone's actual records, and a background check would confirm David Keller's existence. The third possibility was the one that mattered. The searchers had been inside his room. They knew what he carried, what he read, how he organized his belongings, and, through the folio, the details of his cover identity. They did not know what he knew, because what he knew was in his head and in 3 lines of shorthand in a notebook in his coat. But they knew he was still here. They knew he had not left on Thursday's train. And they knew, because the absence of operational materials in the room was itself a kind of evidence, that David Keller was not what he appeared to be. The hotel was finished. Cole stood, crossed to the window, and looked out at the lake. The water was the color of wet slate, the far shore lost in low cloud, the mountains invisible. A single boat moved across the middle distance, a white hull against the gray, heading south toward Talloires. The grounds below were empty. The frosted lawns, the bare plane trees, the gravel paths through the park, all of it exposed, open, observable from the hotel's upper floors and from the road beyond the trees. He had chosen this room for the view, which was a professional's view, commanding and clear. But a room that commanded a view also occupied one, and anyone watching the hotel's 5th floor could track the light in his window and the silhouette behind the curtain and the small, daily patterns of a man who believed he was watching when in fact he was being watched. He packed in 4 minutes. The cover materials went into the leather folio. The laptop and phone went into the messenger bag he used for gallery visits. The Hodler volume went on top. His clothes filled a small rolling suitcase. He swept the room once, checking surfaces, drawers, the area behind the desk. Nothing remained that was his. The room looked exactly as it had when he arrived, minus the personal traces, the faint impression in the desk chair's leather, the water ring on the bedside table, the particular arrangement of the curtains he had trained himself to notice but that no one else would see, the ghost of David Keller's occupancy, already fading. He checked out at the front desk at 2:30. The clerk, a young woman with a precise smile and the professional warmth of someone trained to treat departures as temporary, asked if everything had been satisfactory. Cole said it had. She asked if he would be returning. He said he hoped so, but that business called him back to Geneva. He paid with the David Keller credit card, declined a receipt, and walked through the lobby and out the main entrance into the cold afternoon air. The Allée de l'Imperial was quiet. 2 cars in the drive, neither of them the dark blue Clio. Cole walked south through the park, past the frosted lawns and the sculpture near the shoreline that he had never identified and that seemed, in the gray light, to be a figure reaching for something it could not quite touch. He did not look back at the hotel. The building receded behind him, white against the winter sky, its dark roof and its ordered windows and its single controlled road, and Cole felt, as he crossed through the park's iron gate onto the Avenue d'Albigny, the specific relief of a man leaving ground that had never been his. The pension was on the Rue du Clos Calixte, a narrow lane that bent away from the Rue du Paquier at an angle that made it invisible from the main pedestrian thoroughfare. The building was 3 stories of old Savoyard stone, its ground floor occupied by a chocolaterie whose window display featured a small mountain scene constructed entirely from dark chocolate, complete with chocolate chalets and chocolate cows and a chocolate lake that bore a passing resemblance to the actual lake visible from the end of the street. The entrance to the pension was a green wooden door beside the shop, unremarkable, the kind of door a person walked past without noticing unless they were looking for it. Cole had found the pension on his second day, during the walk to the old town that had ended at Librairie Vidal. He had noted it the way he noted everything: the location, central but concealed; the access, pedestrian only, with 3 routes out through connecting lanes; the anonymity, no website, no TripAdvisor listing, a handwritten card in the window reading Chambres Disponibles. He had filed it in the operational category of places that might be useful if the hotel stopped being safe. The hotel had stopped being safe. The proprietor was a woman in her 60s named Madame Gaillard, who wore reading glasses on a chain around her neck and who asked no questions beyond the standard ones: name, duration of stay, method of payment, and who accepted cash with the unsurprised efficiency of someone who had been accepting cash from visitors to Annecy for longer than Cole had been alive. He gave his name as Keller. 3 nights. She led him up a narrow staircase to a room on the 2nd floor, above the chocolaterie, with sloping ceilings and a window that looked out over the rooftops of the old town toward the Château d'Annecy on its hillside. The room smelled of beeswax and chocolate and something older, the stone and plaster of a building that had been standing since before the Revolution. Cole set his suitcase on the bed and his messenger bag on the small wooden desk and stood at the window. The view was the opposite of room 508's commanding panorama. It was close, contained, a tight composition of slate roofs and stone walls, and narrow lanes that twisted out of sight below, the kind of layered surface that rewarded close examination, each element revealing something the one above it had concealed. From here, he could see the covered arcades of the Rue Sainte-Claire, the church tower of Notre-Dame de Liesse, and the medieval battlements of the château, lit now in the fading afternoon by a pale light that turned the stone the color of old parchment. He could not see the lake. He could not see the hotel. The compression was deliberate. In the Imperial Palace, he had occupied a stage, visible and exposed, a figure in a composition someone else had arranged. Here, in 2 rooms above a chocolaterie on a lane that most visitors to Annecy would never find, he was in a different kind of space entirely. Neutral ground. A surface he could work with. He unpacked the laptop first. Tamper detection log. No unauthorized access. The hard drive had not been imaged. The power supply undisturbed. He set it on the desk beside the Hodler volume and the messenger bag and allowed himself, for the first time since standing in the entrance hallway of room 508, to breathe. He returned to Librairie Vidal at 5:30, when the light had gone from the sky and the old town's shops glowed warm against the cobblestones and the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire, were lit by the amber wash of wall-mounted lanterns that had been electrified sometime in the last century but still cast. In the winter dusk, the unsteady amber of gaslight, Minou was in the window, curled on a stack of oversized art books, watching the street with the proprietary indifference of a cat who understood that the shop existed for her convenience and that the humans who entered it were tolerated guests. Margot was behind the counter, sorting a delivery of books from a Lion distributor. She looked up when the door opened, and her expression, which had been the neutral, professional pleasantness of a shopkeeper expecting a customer, shifted by a degree so small that most people would not have noticed it. Cole noticed it. It was the shift from professional to attentive, from the surface of a bookseller's greeting to something beneath it, a recognition that operated below the level of language and that communicated, in the fraction of a second before she spoke, that she had been expecting him. "Bonsoir," she said. "Bonsoir. You've changed hotels." It was not a question. Cole looked at her for a moment, recalibrating. On his first visit, she had been watchful, precise, the observation delivered through the neutral frame of a bookseller's conversation. Now the observation was direct. She had dropped a layer. She was telling him that she knew, and she was telling him in a way that made clear she did not intend to pretend otherwise. "I have," Cole said. "The old town is better for walking," Margot said. She placed a book on the counter, spine up, and smoothed its dust jacket with her fingertips. "More streets. More options." "I noticed. The lakefront path is very exposed in winter. Be careful on the lakefront path." She said it with the helpful, conversational warmth of a local offering advice about the terrain. But the words were operational, and both of them knew it. The lakefront path was Cole's route from the hotel to the old town, a 20-minute walk along exposed ground with no cover and clear sight lines from multiple angles. She was telling him not to use it. She was telling him that she understood what kind of walk it was. Cole moved along the shelves, letting his fingers trail across the spines in the history section. The section was deeper than he had noticed on his first visit. Regional histories, Alpine military campaigns, the resistance, the Savoyard dynasties that had governed this territory before it became French. One shelf was devoted entirely to the Second World War in Haute-Savoie, the Maquis, the Italian occupation, the deportations, the liberation. He pulled a volume from the shelf. A history of the Maquis de Glières, the plateau 30 kilometers east of Annecy, where, in March 1944, 500 resistance fighters held a fortified position against German and Vichy forces for 2 weeks before being overwhelmed. The book was published by a university press in Grenoble, its cover showing a black and white photograph of young men in berets standing in snow, holding rifles that were older than they were. "The Glières," Margot said, watching him. "You know the story?" Enough to know the terrain mattered. The terrain always matters. The Maquis chose the plateau because it was defensible and because the Germans didn't know the paths. When the Germans learned the paths, the plateau fell. She paused. The people who survived were the ones who knew more paths than the people looking for them. Is that in the book? It's in every book about the resistance. It's also true. Cole brought the volume to the counter. Margot rang it up on the old mechanical register, the keys clicking with a sound that belonged to a different decade. She placed the book in a paper bag and slid it across the counter, and her hand, for a moment, rested on the bag between them, her fingers on the brown paper, not quite releasing it. The old town has many paths, she said. Some of them are not on the maps. I've been learning them. Learn faster. She released the bag. Cole took it. Their eyes held for a moment that was not romantic and not professional and not quite anything that had a name, but that carried, in its brief duration, the weight of two people who understood the same things and who had arrived at that understanding through separate and painful experience. Margot had walked away from the institution that had trained her to read people in terrain and threat. Cole was in the middle of the reading. They occupied different positions on the same line. Merci, Cole said. Bonsoir, Monsieur Keller. She used the name with a precision that was itself a message. She knew it was not his name, and she would use it anyway, because names were surfaces, and surfaces were what you worked with until you had earned the right to look beneath them. Cole tucked the bag under his arm, nodded once, and stepped out into the cold. The covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire stretched in both directions, their stone arches and columns casting shadows in the amber light. The street was quiet. A couple walked arm in arm toward the Porte Sainte-Claire. A restaurant owner was bringing his chalkboard menu inside, folding his terrace for the night. Somewhere behind the buildings, the Tew ran dark and steady beneath its bridges, carrying the lake south through the city and into the valley beyond. Cole turned left, toward the Rue du Paquier and the narrow lane that led to his pension. He carried 2 books now, The Hodler and the Marquise, an art volume and a war history, the Authenticator's Library and the Soldier's Manual, purchased from a woman who had been both and who was. Cole understood with a certainty that went beyond professional assessment, the person in the city who saw what he saw and knew what it meant. The hotel was the trap. The old town was the battleground. The bookseller was the key. Chapter 15, Geneva Compliance. The report arrived at 4:30, routed through the layered communication protocol that Kessler had designed 7 years ago and that had never, in 7 years, produced a result he did not expect. Until now. The American had checked out of the Imperial Palace at 14:30, citing a business emergency in Geneva. He had paid with the David Keller credit card, declined a receipt, and walked south through the park carrying a small rolling suitcase and a messenger bag. He had not taken a taxi. He had not collected his rental car from the hotel lot. He had walked into the old town and not emerged. Kessler read the report twice, standing at his desk in the 3rd-floor corner office of Vector Consulting AG, the jet d'eau rising in pale afternoon light beyond the window. The first reading was operational, the assessment of a man who had spent 20 years managing risk across borders and jurisdictions, and who understood that the distance between a manageable situation and an unmanageable one was often a single decision made by a single person in a single afternoon. The second reading was slower. He removed his rimless glasses, cleaned them with the microfiber cloth he kept in the top right drawer, and read the sentences again as though they were a contract whose terms had shifted between the first and second page. Cole had detected the watchers. This was confirmed by Rashid's supplementary report. Camel at the bus stop had been made, the American altered his route after passing, and Youssef in the Clio had been noted. The American photographed the license plate from a distance that suggested a telephoto lens or a phone with considerable zoom. The room search, conducted by a separate team operating through the hotel's security console, had found the safe opened and the laptop and phone inside, both encrypted beyond field capability. The search team had photographed the contents of the wardrobe, the desk, and the leather folio containing David Keller's cover materials, and had withdrawn without disturbing the physical arrangement of the room. None of which mattered now, because Cole was no longer in the room or in the hotel or in the controlled geography that the Imperial Palace represented. He was somewhere in the old town, the medieval tangle of covered arcades and narrow passages and stone lanes that Kessler had walked himself, once, 14 years ago, in a different season, and that he knew from that single visit to be the kind of terrain that swallowed surveillance the way the lake swallowed rain. Kessler set the report on his desk beside the Chacellas, which was a 2019 Ipesses from the Lavaux terraces and which he had opened 20 minutes ago to let it breathe. He poured a glass. The wine was pale, mineral, precisely what it should have been. He drank half of it and looked at the jet d'eau, which was doing what it always did, rising and falling and rising again with the mechanical regularity of something that did not care who was watching or what they were thinking while they watched. The American was not running. A man who was running would have taken the rental car. A man who was running would have driven to Geneva or caught the TGV to Paris or crossed the border into Switzerland, where Schengen meant he could be in Zurich by nightfall. Cole had done none of these things. He had walked into the old town with his suitcase and his messenger bag and his quiet, methodical competence, and he had disappeared. Not fled. Relocated. The distinction was professional and precise, and it told Kessler something he had not wanted to know. The authenticator was not frightened. He was settling in. Kessler finished the wine and placed the glass on the brass coaster that his assistant, Frau Egger, kept polished to a standard that bordered on the devotional. He called Rashid. "Replace them," he said. "The boys?" "They've been identified. New faces. Someone who can sit in a cafe without being photographed." "That's more expensive." "I'm aware of what things cost." He ended the call and dialed Brenner in Zurich. Brenner answered on the second ring, which meant he had been waiting, which meant he had already heard. Kessler gave him nothing new. The American had relocated. The watchers had been burned. Replacements were in motion. Brenner asked whether the timeline had changed. Kessler said it had not. The call lasted 90 seconds. Neither of them said anything that required encryption. He stood at the window for a long moment, watching the jet d'eau and the boats on the lake and the low winter light on the Jura Ridge to the west. Then he locked the office, nodded to Frau Egger, who was organizing correspondence with the silent efficiency that justified her salary and her discretion and her 12 years of never once asking what Vector Consulting actually did, and drove home. The apartment on the Quai du Mont Blanc was quiet in the way. It was always quiet, which was the quiet of 4 rooms occupied by one person and furnished for 2. Kessler hung his coat in the hallway closet, changed into the Italian leather house slippers he kept by the door, and walked through the living room to the kitchen without turning on the overhead light. The late afternoon came through the windows in a long slant, catching the parquet floor and the spines of books on the shelf, and the surface of the hodler, painting on the far wall, where the flat horizontal bands of wildflowers and blue-green lake and Savoy Alps held the light and would not let it go. He stood before the painting. He did not look at it the way he looked at the Calame in the office, which was a business asset, a signal of taste deployed for the benefit of clients who valued taste. He looked at the hodler with an expression he permitted nowhere else. The painting had been hung at this height, in this position, by someone who understood that the reading chair faced this wall and that the light at this hour fell across the canvas at precisely this angle, and who had chosen the placement with the care of a person arranging the conditions under which beauty could be received. Kessler had not moved the painting. He had not adjusted the chair. He had changed nothing in this room in years, because to change it would be to acknowledge that the person who had arranged it was not coming back, and Kessler was not, even now, prepared to make that acknowledgement in the language of furniture. His phone rang. Farge. 8 o'clock? Farge said. 8 o'clock. The place in Carouge? The same one. He put the phone in his pocket, and the room was quiet again, and the painting held the last of the light, and Kessler stood there for another 30 seconds, his hands at his sides, his expression something that the narrator of his professional life would not have recognized. Then the expression was gone. He walked to the kitchen, drank a glass of water, and began preparing for dinner the way he prepared for everything, with precision, with planning, and with the controlled neutrality of a man who had learned, years ago, that the distance between feeling and function was a distance he could maintain indefinitely, provided he never stopped maintaining it. Carouge was Geneva's Italianate quarter, built by the Kingdom of Sardinia in the 18th century and preserved through 200 years of Swiss indifference into a neighborhood of low buildings and small piazzas and artisan workshops that bore no resemblance to the glass and limestone of the Rue du Rhône. The restaurants were modest, Mediterranean in character, the kind of places where the owner remembered your face and the wine list ran to a single page and the specials were written on a chalkboard that someone carried to your table because the dining room was too small for a permanent board on the wall. The restaurant had no name that appeared on any reservation system, which was why Kessler used it. He arrived at 5 minutes to 8, was shown to a corner table, and ordered a bottle of Dole from the valet, which was a light, honest red that suited the food and that would keep Farge from ordering something conspicuous, because Farge, when nervous, had a tendency to compensate with expensive wine, and tonight Farge would be nervous. Commandant Lucien Farge arrived at 3 minutes past 8, which was late by Kessler's standards and precisely on time by the standards of a man who had spent 22 years in the institutional quarters of the DGSE and who understood that punctuality, in the French intelligence establishment, was a sign of eagerness and therefore of weakness. He was compact, balding, and wore a dark suit that fit well without fitting memorably, the uniform of a man who had built a career on being present without being noticed. His eyes moved across the restaurant as he entered, cataloging faces and exits with the residual habits of a field officer who had not been in the field for years, but whose body remembered the protocols even when his mind had moved on to budgets and organizational charts and the quiet management of a career that paid Eeyore $80,000 a year in supplementary income through a Liechtenstein trust. Stefan. Lucien. They shook hands. Farge sat. Kessler poured the Dole without asking if Farge wanted it, because offering a choice implied that the evening was collaborative, and it was not. "The fish here is good," Kessler said. "Perch, from the lake, simply prepared." "I didn't come to discuss fish. And yet I recommend the fish." A waiter appeared. Kessler ordered the perch for both of them, with a green salad and bread. Farge did not object, because objecting to Kessler's choices required a kind of energy that Farge, at this moment, did not possess. He drank the Dole quickly, too quickly, and set the glass down with a precision that contradicted the speed. "He's moved into the old town," Farge said. "I'm aware." He detected the surveillance. "Also aware." "Then what are we doing? He's a trained officer, operating without institutional support in a city that you chose for the operation, and he is not leaving. He is digging in. This is not what was supposed to happen." Kessler cut a piece of bread and buttered it with the restaurant's unsalted butter, which was local and very good. He ate the bread slowly, watching Farge with the calm attention of a man observing a subordinate who had not yet understood the terms of their arrangement. What was supposed to happen, Kessler said, was that he would accept the no-show, file his report, and return to Geneva or Brussels, where his own service would process the failure through standard channels and move on. That has not happened. What has happened instead is that a disobedient officer, acting without authorization, has relocated himself to a pension in a medieval town and is conducting an investigation that his own service has ordered him to stop. He paused. Consider what that means, Lucian. It means he's dangerous. It means he is already discredited. An officer who disobeys an abort order, who remains in country without authorization, who conducts unauthorized contact with unknown locals, is not a man whose findings will be taken seriously by the bureaucracy that employs him. His own service will discredit him for us. All we need to do is wait. And if he doesn't stop? Then we consider other measures. But not yet. Killing an American intelligence officer on French soil would bring DIA, CIA, and the DGSI to Annecy within 72 hours. It is the one outcome that cannot be managed. Every other outcome can be managed. Perch arrived, filleted, with lemon and a small garnish of herbs. It was simple, fresh, the kind of food that required confidence rather than technique. Kessler ate with deliberate pleasure. Farge ate because the food was in front of him, and because not eating would have conceded a vulnerability he was trying to conceal. There is something else, Farge said, halfway through the fish. Tell me. The American visited a bookshop on Rue St. Clair. Twice, now. The second visit was this afternoon, after he relocated. A bookshop. The owner, Margot Vidal. Farge set his fork down. She was in my section, years ago. Counterproliferation. She left. Left how? Resigned. There was a disagreement about an operation. She saw files she was not supposed to see and drew conclusions that were not convenient. What kind of conclusions? The kind that, if pursued, would have been embarrassing to several people, including me. Kessler refilled both glasses. The dole was holding up well, its tannins soft, its fruit uncomplicated. He drank and considered. A former DGSE analyst in counterproliferation, 7 years removed from the service, running a bookshop in the same city where Cole was now operating. The coincidence was either extraordinary or not a coincidence at all. Does she know about the network? Oh. She knew about the Belkacem operation. That was the disagreement. Whether she connected it to the larger architecture, I cannot say. And now she is having conversations with an American intelligence officer in her bookshop. That is what I am telling you. Kessler ate the last of his fish and placed his knife and fork parallel on the plate, which was what his mother had taught him to do and which he had done at every meal for 50 years and which served, in its small way, as a reminder that the world could be ordered if one committed to the ordering. He looked at Farge, who had not finished his fish and who was holding his wine glass with both hands, which was the posture of a man seeking warmth from an object that could not provide it. I will handle it, Kessler said. How? That is not your concern. Your concern is Boulevard Mortier. The Cardinal file in the archives? I want it cleaned. That takes time. Then begin tonight. Stefan. Lucien. The word was quiet and final. Farge nodded. They finished the wine. Kessler paid in cash, over-tipped with Swiss precision, exactly 15%, and they walked out into the Carouge night. where the piazza was empty and the artisan workshops were dark and the winter cold came off the Arve River with a sharpness that cut through wool and cotton and the thin membrane of composure that Farge was maintaining with visible effort. They parted without shaking hands. Farge walked toward his car. Kessler walked in the other direction, toward the tram that would take him to the Quai du Mont Blanc. The apartment was dark when he returned. He turned on the reading lamp, not the overhead, and the Hodler painting emerged from the wall in warm light, the bands of color visible now, the wildflowers and the lake and the Alps and the sky, each stripe distinct, each holding its own weight in the composition. Hodler had painted Lake Geneva dozens of times, from Shakespeare, from Caux, from Saint-Pré, each time reducing the landscape to its essential horizontal structure, stripping away detail until what remained was color and light and the geometry of a world seen from a great height. This particular painting, 1905, was not the most famous of the series. It was not the largest or the most technically accomplished. It was the one that had been chosen, and the choosing was what made it irreplaceable. Before sitting, he went to the study and opened the bottom drawer of the desk. The file on Cole Brannick was inside, transferred from the office 3 days ago when the situation in Annecy had shifted from containable to uncertain. Institutional searches would not reach the apartment. He closed the drawer and locked it. Kessler sat in the reading chair. He did not pick up the Thomas Mann. He did not pour coffee or open the laptop or review the evening's operational implications. He sat in the chair and looked at the painting and thought about something that had nothing to do with Cole Brannick or Vector Consulting or the procurement network or Farge's anxiety or the bookshop woman on Rue St. Clair. He thought about the person who had hung the painting and who had chosen this wall and this height and this angle to the reading chair, and about the particular quality of attention that the choosing had required, and about how a person could be gone for years and still be present in the angle of a painting on a wall. He thought about Annecy, not the current operation, the other time. He sat for a long time. The apartment was silent. The lake was invisible beyond the windows, a darkness that held the reflected lights of the Quai du Mont Blanc in long, wavering lines. Somewhere in that darkness, the jet d'eau had been turned off for the night, and the space where it had been was simply air, empty air above empty water. He went to bed at 11:30. He brushed his teeth, changed into pajamas, set the alarm for 6, and lay in the dark with his eyes open for 4 minutes before sleep came. It was the sleep of a man who had arranged the world to his satisfaction and who did not yet understand that the arrangement was about to come apart. Across the hallway, the closed door remained closed. In the living room, the Hodler painting hung in the darkness, the wildflowers and the lake and the mountains and the sky all the same shade of black, holding their positions, waiting for the morning light that would, as it always did, restore them to color, to form, to the precise arrangement that someone, years ago, had chosen with love. Chapter 16. The Procurement Network. The Sunday market filled the area around the Pont de la République with the organized chaos of a small Alpine city conducting its weekly ritual of commerce and conversation. Stalls lined the quay on both sides of the Thieu, their canopies snapping in a cold wind that came off the lake and funneled through the canal streets with the precision of something that had been doing this for centuries and saw no reason to stop. Cole walked among the vendors at 9:30, his hands in the pockets of his navy sport coat, his breath visible in the morning air. He had not slept well. The pension above the chocolaterie was quiet and anonymous and possessed the virtue of not being the Imperial Palace, but the bed was narrow and the radiator clanked at irregular intervals in the medieval walls, which were excellent for counter-surveillance, were less excellent for insulation. He had spent 2 hours before dawn reviewing his notes on the Luxembourg shells, the DGSE templates, the circular corporate structure, shell companies that funded other shell companies that contracted with firms that existed only as registered addresses in Vaduz and Geneva. The snake eating its own tail. The pattern was clear. The architect was not. The market was the kind of place that made winter Annecy bearable. Wheels of reblochon stacked in careful pyramids. Tome de Savoie wrapped in cloth. Cured sausages hanging from hooks above a counter where a man with a red face and enormous hands sliced samples with a knife that had been sharpened so many times its blade had thinned to a crescent. Jars of honey from Alpine hives. Winter greens and root vegetables arranged with the attention to color and proportion that Cole associated with still life painting, though he doubted the vendor had spent much time in museums. A woman sold dried flowers from a cart, and the smell of lavender cut through the sharper odors of cheese and cured meat and the cold mineral air from the canal. Cole bought a small round of tum and a paper cone of roasted chestnuts and ate the chestnuts while walking. He was not here for cheese. He was here because Margot Vidal had suggested, during his second visit to the bookshop, that the Sunday market was the best place in Annecy to have a conversation without being overheard. The crowd provided natural cover. The movement prevented static observation. And two people examining sausages at a market stall were, in the grammar of surveillance, indistinguishable from 200 other people examining sausages at a market stall. He found her at the cheese seller's stand near the bridge, inspecting a wedge of abundance with the focused attention she brought to everything. She wore a dark wool coat over layers, good boots, a scarf in muted blue. Her dark hair was cut short, and her brown eyes, when they found his, held the same quality of assessment he had noticed in the bookshop. Not suspicion, exactly, but the careful inventory of a person who had been trained to notice things and who had never entirely stopped noticing them. Monsieur Keller. Madame Vidal. She bought the abundance, and they walked together along the quay, two acquaintances who had met at the market and fallen into conversation, which was precisely what they were, except that the conversation they were about to have would change the shape of what Cole understood about the operation that had brought him to Annecy. "Not here," Margot said. "My apartment. Coffee first, then we talk." They crossed the Pont de la République and walked through the old town, past the Palais de Lille, sitting in the canal with the solidity of something that had survived 6 centuries of flood and war and municipal politics, and turned onto Rue Sainte-Claire. The covered arcades were quiet on a Sunday morning. The bookshop was closed, its shutters down, Minou visible in the window, watching the street with the proprietary indifference of a cat who understood that the world existed primarily for his observation. Margot unlocked a side door and led Cole up a narrow staircase to the apartment above. 2 rooms, a kitchen and sitting room combined, and a bedroom visible through a half-open door. Clean, spare, full of books. A window overlooking the arcades. The Bialetti mocha pot was already on the stove, and Margot lit the gas and set out 2 cups without asking how Cole took his coffee, because she was not, Cole understood, the kind of person who asked unnecessary questions. They drank the first cup in near silence. The coffee was strong, dark, slightly bitter in the way that Italian-style mocha pot coffee was always slightly bitter, and it warmed Cole's hands and his chest and the part of his brain that had been running on adrenaline and hotel room instant coffee for 4 days. "You are not an art appraiser," Margot said. "I am an art appraiser." "You are also something else." "Yes." American. Yes. Which service? Cole set his cup down. The apartment was quiet. Through the window, he could hear the distant sounds of the market, the murmur of commerce continuing without them. European Security Consultancy, he said. Private sector. Margot looked at him for a long moment. Her expression did not change, but something behind her eyes shifted. A recalculation, a decision made and filed. Fine, she said. We will play it that way. Tell me about the man who was supposed to be in room 412. Cole told her. Not everything. Not his real name, not his agency, not Aldridge. But the operational picture, Cardinal, the fabricated source, the 6 months of correspondence, the no-show, the dead man's legend built on the identity of Niels Brandt, hydraulic engineer, died 2019, A6, near Lyon, the Luxembourg shell companies, the circular corporate structure. He told her about the DGSE templates embedded in the intelligence product, the institutional French that could only have come from someone trained at Boulevard Mortier. He told her about the surveillance, amateur, local hire, paid from Geneva, and the room search, separate operation, professional, hotel security access. He did not tell her about the night he spent reviewing the Orbis database, or about the sketchbook, or about the photograph of Lily behind his business cards. He told her what she needed to know, and nothing more, which was the discipline of a man who had spent 12 years deciding what to reveal and what to keep. Margot listened without interrupting. She sat in a chair by the window with her hands around her coffee cup and her eyes on Cole's face, and she listened with the focused stillness of a woman who had spent 7 years in intelligence analysis and who knew that the first telling was always the most revealing, not for what was said, but for what was omitted. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she stood and opened a bottle of Roussette de Savoie, a Cru Maristel from the Jongieux winery, and poured 2 glasses despite the fact that it was not yet 11 in the morning. She handed one to Cole and sat back down. My turn, she said. Margot had not planned to tell him everything. She had planned to share the minimum necessary to determine whether the American's operation intersected with the thing she had been carrying for 7 years, the thing that had driven her out of the DGSE and into a bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire, and that had not, despite 7 years of deliberate distance, released its hold on her conscience or her memory. But the American had been honest. Not fully honest. She could see the gaps, the places where agency and name and institutional affiliation had been edited out with the precision of a man who was accustomed to editing. But honest enough. The DGSE templates were the key. If someone inside French intelligence had built the Cardinal legend using operational formatting from Boulevard Mortier, then the American's operation was not separate from hers. It was the same operation, seen from a different angle. She told him about Karim Belkacem. Tunisian-born, French citizen, 41 years old, married, father of 2, engineer at an aerospace firm in Lyon, suspected of facilitating technology transfers to Iran. The suspicion was plausible but unproven, and the operation that killed him on the A6 near Lyon, the truck that forced the lane change, the rain, the timing, had been authorized not by a court or a minister, but by a commandant in the counter-proliferation section of the Direction de Renseignement, who had signed the operational file with the casual confidence of a man who had done this before and expected to do it again. His name is Lucien Farge, Margot said. He is still at Boulevard Mortier, still in counter-proliferation. I checked last week. Cole set his wine down. Last week. A colleague called me, retired, in Chamonix. Someone was asking questions in Haute-Savoie about procurement networks. French-Iranian, the same network that Belkacem was supposedly connected to. She paused. The same network, I suspect, that your cardinal was supposedly reporting on. Cole said nothing for a moment. Outside, a church bell struck the quarter hour. The sound came through the old walls, softened and distant. You resigned over Belkacem, he said. I saw the file, the operational authorization, signed by Farge, the post-incident report that classified a murder as a traffic accident. I raised concerns through channels. I was offered a promotion to a position in a different section, which is how the DGSE says thank you and please shut up at the same time. I resigned instead. And came here. I grew up in Aix-les-Bains, 30 minutes south. I knew the region. The bookshop was for sale. She drank her wine. It was not courage. It was exhaustion. I did not want to work in a building where people signed documents that killed other people and then went to lunch. The space between what Margot had done, walked away, and what he had done, stayed, in a different service, in a different country, doing work that sometimes produced documents not unlike the one Farge had signed, was a space he was not prepared to examine. Not here, not now, not with a woman he had known for 4 days and who was offering him the most valuable piece of intelligence he had received since arriving in Annecy. The procurement network, he said. How long has it been operating? At least 10 years, possibly longer. Farge's involvement dates to before the Belkacem operation. The network had institutional protection from inside the DGSE, which meant it could operate in French jurisdiction without triggering the domestic services. Customs, export controls, financial compliance, all managed through a structure that someone built with considerable sophistication. Geneva. Almost certainly. The financial architecture required Swiss banking relationships, private banks, compliance consultants, the kind of quiet professionals who build structures designed to look like nothing at all. Someone designed the compliance framework that allowed dual-use exports to pass through French and Swiss regulatory systems without raising flags. Not many people could do that. Fewer still would want to. Cole thought about the Luxembourg shells, the nominee directors and the registered agents and the corporate connections that looped back on themselves like corridors in a building designed to ensure that no one who entered could find the center. Someone had built all of that. Not a bureaucrat, not a fixer, an architect. Your cardinal, Margot said, was built using materials from this network. The templates came from Farge. The shell companies that funded the legend are part of the same infrastructure. And the intelligence product you received was accurate because it was drawn from real data, real names, real entities. All of it genuine. None of it useful. Non-actionable, Cole said. Deliberately. Nothing that would lead to an arrest or a seizure. Nothing that could not be explained as commercially legitimate. They showed you everything you already knew, dressed in DGSE formatting. The apartment was quiet. Minou had come upstairs at some point and was sitting on the kitchen counter, watching them with the alert disinterest of a creature who understood that human conversation was a poor substitute for being fed. Why me? Cole asked. Margot looked at him. Her expression was direct, unguarded in a way it had not been during the market or the first bookshop visit or even the first half of this conversation. She was not performing analysis. She was being honest. That's the question, isn't it? She said. It was not inflected as a question. Cole had 2 pieces of the puzzle now. A corrupt DGSE officer who had provided the templates and the institutional cover. A Geneva-based financial infrastructure that had built the shells and funded the legend and designed the compliance architecture of a decade-old procurement network. What he did not have was the connection between them. The architect, the person who had sat in an office in Geneva, or Zurich, or Luxembourg, or wherever the center of this structure resided, and decided that an American intelligence officer needed to be assessed and neutralized, and who had designed an operation of considerable precision and patience to accomplish that aim. He thought about the Calame landscape at Galerie Rhône, the one with the hesitation in the terminal stroke of the signature. The painting had been technically accomplished, beautifully composed, and almost certainly genuine. Almost. The almost was what separated authentication from acceptance. The almost was what had kept him in Annecy for 4 days against orders, alone, without institutional support, drinking wine in a bookseller's apartment on a Sunday morning while the market continued outside and the architect, whoever he was, continued to operate from behind the layers of corporate abstraction and institutional corruption that separated the designer from the design. Margot fed Minou. She poured more wine. The conversation continued through the late morning, quieter now, more focused, the two of them assembling what they knew into a picture that neither had possessed alone. Cole's shells and templates, Margot's names and history. The shape of the thing was becoming visible, the way an underdrawing became visible when you stripped away the surface layers of a painting. The original composition, the one the artist had sketched before applying paint, the one that told you what the painting was actually about. By noon, they had a working theory and several gaps. The theory was simple enough to fit on a napkin. Someone in Geneva had built the procurement network's financial plumbing, used Farge for institutional cover, and when Cole accidentally touched a thread, built Cardinal to assess the threat. The architecture was elegant. The intent was clear. Determine whether the American was an institutional problem or a personal one, and respond accordingly. The gaps were harder. They did not know who sat at the center. They did not know how Farge had been recruited or how long the relationship had lasted. And they did not know the thing that troubled Cole most: why the operation had been calibrated so precisely to him. Why the art world cover? Why Annecy, with its galleries and its proximity to Geneva? Why everything about Cardinal had been designed to attract a specific officer with a specific background? Cole finished his wine. He stood and walked to the window and looked down at Rue Sainte-Claire, where the arcades cast their shadows on the cobblestones and a woman pushed a stroller through the cold morning light, and the old town went about its Sunday with the unhurried pace of a place that had been conducting Sundays for 500 years. "I need to find the architect," he said. "We need to find the architect," Margot said. Cole turned from the window. She was watching him with an expression he recognized, because he had seen it on the faces of officers who had made a decision and were waiting to see if the decision would be accepted or refused. It was the expression of a professional offering her services, and it carried no sentiment, no romantic undertone, no ambiguity. It was an offer of competence, grounded in 7 years of knowledge that Cole did not possess and could not acquire on his own. "All right," he said. Margot nodded. She did not smile. She collected the wine glasses and carried them to the sink and washed them with the same precise, unhurried movements she brought to everything: the bookshop, the coffee, the intelligence analysis. He was no longer operating alone. It was not comfort exactly, but it was something adjacent to comfort. Something that made the pension less cold and the investigation less impossible, and the question, why me? Why here? Why this particular trap for this particular officer? Slightly less unanswerable. He left through the side door and walked back through the old town toward the pension. The market was thinning, the vendors packing unsold cheese into insulated crates and collapsing their canopies with the practiced efficiency of people who did this every week. The Tew murmured beneath the bridges. The Château d'Annecy sat on its hillside above the old town, gray stone against gray sky, watching everything and explaining nothing. Cole had two pieces of the puzzle and an ally who had her own pieces. What he did not have was the architect, the connection, the one who had designed Cardinal and built the shells and provided the templates and arranged the surveillance and sat somewhere in Geneva, patient and invisible, while the operation he had constructed played out in a casino in Annecy and a pension in the old town and a bookseller's apartment above the covered arcades. The architect was in Geneva. Cole was certain of that now. The money came from Geneva. The phone calls came from Geneva. The corporate infrastructure was rooted in Geneva. And somewhere in that city of private banks and compliance consultants and quiet professionals whose business cards listed services that could mean anything and usually meant everything, there was a man who knew Cole's cover name and his operational purpose and who had built, with considerable skill and patience, a forgery that had almost passed authentication. Almost. The forger's hand was visible now. Cole could see the brushstrokes. What he could not yet see was the hand. Chapter 17. The Supply Chain. On the same Sunday morning that Cole Brannick stood in a bookseller's apartment above the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire, assembling the shape of a conspiracy he could not yet name. The conspiracy itself was conducting business in a warehouse district on the eastern outskirts of Lyon, 68 kilometers to the west, with the quiet efficiency of something that had been operating for a very long time and saw no reason to stop. Solar Tech SA occupied a low concrete building on the Rue des Frères Lumière in the Zone Industrielle de Vénissieux, between a plastics recycler and a commercial laundry service. The company manufactured high-precision CNC components for the aerospace, automotive, and energy sectors, aluminum fittings, titanium housings, ceramic-coated valve assemblies machined to tolerances measured in microns. It employed 47 people, turned over 14 million euros annually, and had supplied Airbus, Safran, and 3 smaller defense contractors for 11 years. Its export compliance record was clean. Its brochure featured photographs of smiling technicians in clean rooms and the tagline, "Precision without compromise," which was printed in Helvetica on matstock and was, in its way, perfectly accurate. The export manager was a man named Drew. Jean-Paul Drew was 51, methodical, and possessed the particular talent of a man who could process customs documentation with the focused attention that other men reserved for crossword puzzles or competitive fishing. He had been with Solartech for 9 years. He understood the distinction between controlled and non-controlled items, between dual-use and single-use classifications, between the things the government wanted to know about and the things the government preferred not to examine too closely. He did not think of himself as a man who facilitated anything. He thought of himself as a man who processed paperwork, and he was correct in the same way that a bridge is correct. It carries whatever crosses it without asking where the traffic is going. On this particular Sunday, Droot was in his office because a shipment required attention before Monday's pickup. He had told his wife he would be an hour. He would be 3. This was the small, chronic dishonesty of his working life, the kind that eroded nothing visible but that his wife, Sylvie, had stopped believing years ago. She no longer asked when he would be home. She simply set his dinner plate in the oven. The shipment consisted of 340 high-precision aluminum fittings, model AX7200, machined from aerospace-grade 7075 T6 aluminum alloy. The fittings were cylindrical, 12 centimeters in length, with internal threading specifications that made them suitable for high-pressure gas containment systems. They were classified as dual-use under EU Regulation 2021-821, Annex Y, Category 0, Nuclear Materials, Facilities, and Equipment. The civilian application was straightforward: pneumatic systems for commercial aircraft. The non-civilian application was equally straightforward, though Droot did not dwell on it, because the paperwork in front of him was in order and the paperwork was his concern. The buyer was Al Rashid Trading FZE, registered in the Jebel Ali Free Zone, Dubai. 3 previous orders over 18 months, each slightly larger than the last, each accompanied by impeccable documentation. The end-user certificate identified the final destination as Khalij Aerospace Manufacturing LLC, also Dubai, a company that maintained a website with stock photographs of aircraft components and a contact page listing a general inquiry email address. The letter of credit had been issued by Banque Leuthold & CA in Geneva and confirmed by Société Générale's trade finance desk in Lyon. Every document bore the correct stamps, signatures, and reference numbers. Droot had checked them against the compliance checklist that SolarTech's external compliance consultant had provided 6 months ago, when the Al Rashid relationship was first established. The compliance consultant was a junior associate at Helvetica Compliance Partners SA, Geneva. Helvetica Compliance Partners was a wholly owned subsidiary of Vector Consulting AG. Drout did not know this. He knew that the managing director had engaged an external compliance firm, that the firm had provided a comprehensive audit, and that the recommendations had been implemented. The framework told SolarTech precisely which questions to ask and, more importantly, which questions not to ask. It was a permission structure disguised as a compliance program, and it worked because it was technically legal at every individual step. He signed the commercial invoice, the packing list, the EUR.1 movement certificate, and the export declaration. He placed the documents in a manila folder, labeled it ST 2026-0047, and locked it in his desk. Then he paused. He sat in his chair and looked at the folder in the drawer and felt something he could not have named. A faint unease that visited him occasionally, and that he dealt with the way he dealt with the ache in his lower back, by ignoring it until it left. The Al Rashid orders were growing. The end-user documentation was perfect. In 22 years of export work, Drout had learned that perfect documentation was common among large aerospace firms and uncommon among small trading companies in free trade zones. He had noticed this. He had not acted on it. Acting on it would mean questioning the compliance framework, and questioning the compliance framework would mean questioning the managing director who had approved it, and questioning the managing director would mean risking a job that paid the mortgage on the apartment in Villeurbanne and his daughter's future tuition at Lyon too. The unease passed. It always did. He reached for his phone and called the freight forwarder's weekend dispatch line. Drout, SolarTech. I have the paperwork for Monday's collection. Reference ST 2026-47. Destination: Marseille, then Jebel Ali. Container booking is confirmed with CMA CGM. Weight and dimensions: 840 kilos, 4 crates. Standard palletized. The customs declarations are complete. We'll have a driver at your dock by 7. 7 is fine. He hung up, locked his office, and set the alarm. Tomorrow, the freight forwarder would transport the crated fittings to Marseille, where they would be loaded onto a container ship bound for Dubai. Transit time, 14 days. Whether the fittings would remain at the address on the end-user certificate was not a question that appeared on any form Droot had signed. The money moved on a parallel track, through channels designed by someone who understood that the true art of financial architecture was not concealment, but complexity. Al-Rashid Trading paid Solartech $127,400 via the letter of credit. The payment was clean, documented, and entirely legitimate. Every franc was accounted for. Examined in isolation, it was a routine B2B export sale. But Al-Rashid's operating capital had arrived through a longer path. Its capitalization derived from the Meridian Growth Foundation, a Liechtenstein investment vehicle funded through Cedar Bay Holdings LP in the Cayman Islands, which was administered by a corporate services firm in Georgetown that managed 1,100 similar entities. Cedar Bay's funding had been routed through 3 sequential wire transfers from a numbered account at Banque Leuthold & CA in Geneva. Banque Leuthold was a private bank of the old school, 60 employees, 9 billion francs under management, a limestone building on the Rue de la Coraterie, whose brass plaques bore no logo, only the bank's name and founding year, 1892. Its compliance architecture had been designed and implemented by Vector Consulting AG under a 7-year retainer. The architecture did not suppress information. It did not falsify records. It did not instruct employees to ignore red flags. What it did was define the category of red flag so narrowly that the transactions passing through the chain never triggered a review. No single compliance officer at any single institution in any single jurisdiction could see the complete picture. Each layer added distance. Each layer was legal. This was what Vector built. Not the network itself, but the architecture that made the network invisible. Vector did not move components or broker introductions. Vector built the compliance frameworks, the corporate structures, and the documentary procedures that allowed dual-use technology to pass from a factory floor in Lyon to a free trade zone in Dubai to wherever the fittings were actually going, with every stamp and every signature confirming that the system was working exactly as it should. The system was working exactly as it should. That was the point. That was the problem. In Lyon, Drouot drove home to his apartment in Villeurbanne. Sylvie had made a tarte aux pommes. The kitchen smelled of butter and caramelized sugar, and his daughter was at the dining table with her history revision spread across the placemat, highlighter in hand, headphones around her neck. Drew kissed his wife on the cheek and poured himself a glass of Côte du Rhône and sat in his chair and felt, for the first time that day, that he was in the right place. He did not mention the aluminum fittings. They were a line item in a spreadsheet, a reference number in a folder. He was not a corrupt man. He was not even a careless man. He had followed every procedure, consulted every checklist, obtained every required authorization. The compliance framework told him the shipment was clean, and Drouot trusted professionals the way he trusted the regulatory system itself, completely, because the alternative was to question everything, and questioning everything was not in his job description. In Geneva, the compliance consultant who had designed Solartech's export framework, a 34-year-old named Aubert, University of Lausanne, 3 years at Helvetica Compliance Partners, a studio apartment in Plainpalais, and a girlfriend who thought he worked in corporate governance, submitted his quarterly timesheet. The Solartech engagement was listed as 4.5 hours for the period, billed at EUR 280 per hour. The total invoice, EUR 4,200, would appear in Vector Consulting AG's consolidated revenue at the end of the fiscal quarter. In Dubai, Saeed confirmed the container booking with the shipping line. He entered the reference into his logistics spreadsheet, copied the details to the client file, and closed his laptop. His daughter had a school recital that evening, and he wanted to leave early. The fittings were components. The components had paperwork. The paperwork was in order. He did not know what the fittings would become, and the structure of his employment was designed so that he would never need to ask. The machine turned. The components moved. The money moved. The paperwork, at every stage and in every jurisdiction, was impeccable. And in Annecy, 68 kilometers to the east, a man who authenticated paintings for a living was trying to understand what the machine looked like from the outside. He did not yet know its name. He did not yet know its architect. He did not yet understand that the machine's genius was not secrecy but legibility, every transaction visible, every document filed, every compliance box checked, the entire apparatus operating in plain sight because the architecture had been designed so that plain sight was the best possible hiding place. He would find out. The machine did not care. Chapter 18. The Plate Number. Cole returned to the pension from Margot's apartment at 2:30 on Sunday afternoon and sat at the small desk beneath the sloping ceiling and opened his laptop. The chocolaterie below was closed. The side street off Rue de Paquier was empty. Through the window, the Château d'Annecy sat on its hillside in the gray winter light, and the rooftops of the old town descended in a jumble of slate and stone toward the canals. He had 2 watchers. He had a dark blue Renault Clio. He had a partial plate number. The plate number was the thread. He had memorized it on Saturday during the SDR, when the Clio was parked in the Carrefour lot with Youssef behind the wheel. French plates, Haute-Savoie registration, the first 4 characters visible from the bus stop where Cole had paused to tie his shoe and assess the heavier man's reflection in the shelter glass. The last 2 characters he had caught on the walk back, approaching from a different angle, noting the departmental code and the final digits while adjusting his scarf against the wind. He had not written anything down. Writing things down in the field was a habit that got people killed. He carried the number in his head the way he carried the dimensions of a painting he was authenticating, precisely, automatically, without effort. The French vehicle registration system was, for someone with the right databases, a transparent document. Cole did not have the right databases. He was a rogue officer operating without institutional support in a foreign country, using a cover identity that was almost certainly compromised. What he had was an internet connection, a working knowledge of French corporate registries, and 12 years of experience finding things that people had tried to hide. The Clio was registered to Auto-Éclat SARL. He found it through the Société.com business registry, cross-referencing the partial plate with commercial vehicle registrations in the Haute-Savoie department. Auto-Éclat SARL, car detailing, hand wash, interior cleaning, ceramic coating. Registered address in the Zone Commerciale du Périphérique, the strip of big box stores and service businesses on the southern edge of Annecy. Capital social of €8,000. Single associate and manager, Hamidi, Rashid. Date of registration, 4 years ago. Cole opened a new tab and searched for Rashid Hamidi, Annecy. The social media footprint was thin but sufficient. A public Instagram account, updated sporadically, photographs of detailed cars in split-screen before and after shots, a few selfies at a hookah bar, a sunset over the lake from somewhere in the Tepes neighborhood. A Facebook page for Auto Éclat, dormant for 11 months. A Google Maps listing with 14 reviews and 4.2 stars. In one photograph, Rashid stood with a woman and a small boy in front of a Christmas tree, the boy reaching for an ornament, Rashid's hand steadying his back. Cole looked at it longer than he needed to. The boy was perhaps 2, maybe 3, and the way Rashid's hand rested on his back was not posed. It was the instinct of a father steadying a child, and Cole thought of Lily, who was 8 now, who lived in Arlington with her mother, and who Cole had not steadied in over a year. He closed the photograph and returned to the business registry. What was remarkable was the BMW. It appeared in 4 of the Instagram photographs. A 3 Series, current generation, metallic gray, M Sport package. The car was always parked in the same spot, in front of the Auto Éclat workshop, visible through the open bay door or in the small parking area beside the building. In one photograph, Rashid was leaning against it, arms crossed, leather jacket, thin face, the expression of a man who wanted the viewer to understand that the car belonged to him and that the car said something about who he was. Cole studied the photograph. The car said something, but not what Rashid intended. A new BMW 3 Series M Sport, even a base model, cost north of €50,000. Auto Éclat SARL, with its €8,000 capital and its 14 Google reviews, was not generating the revenue to support that purchase. Car detailing in Annecy, a city of 130,000 people in the off-season, was not a path to a BMW. Rashid Hamidi had another source of income. In one workshop photograph, 2 men were visible in the background. One was bent over a vacuum hose, face obscured. The other was standing near the office door, holding a phone, looking at the camera with the startled expression of someone caught in someone else's photograph. He was heavy-set, dark-haired, wearing a navy windbreaker. Cole enlarged the image. The resolution degraded, but the shape was right. The build, the posture, the compact, slightly hunched carriage of someone who spent long hours in a car. The heavier watcher, Youssef. He closed the laptop and sat in the quiet room. Below, the chocolatery's sign creaked in a gust of wind. The chateau was losing its color in the fading afternoon. Cole took out a fresh page from his moleskin and began making notes in a shorthand that would be meaningless to anyone who found the notebook. Rashid's name, the business address, the BMW, the employee, the connections that would need to be verified in person. The shorthand was his own, developed over 12 years of field work, a private notation system that mixed art catalog abbreviations with operational shorthand. He wrote for 10 minutes, then tore out the page, folded it, and placed it in his wallet. Tomorrow morning he would visit Auto Éclat SARL. Monday arrived with frost on the pension windows and a sky the color of old pewter. Cole ate a croissant and coffee at the small patisserie on Rue du Paquier, then walked south through the commercial district toward the Zone Commerciale du Périphérique. The walk took 25 minutes and carried him through a different Annecy than the one the tourist postcards advertised. Past the train station, the road widened. The medieval charm gave way to suburban infrastructure, a Carrefour hypermarket, a Decathlon sporting goods store, an Espace Montagne with skiing equipment in the windows, a Norauto auto parts shop with a tire display arranged in a pyramid that someone had invested real artistic energy into, and that deserved. Cole thought a better audience than the Monday morning commuters who drove past without looking. Car dealerships lined the boulevard. The sidewalks were functional, not charming. This was the Annecy that actually worked, the supply chain of daily life. the commercial spine that held the picturesque old town upright. Auto Éclat occupied a unit at the far end of a row of service businesses, a tire shop, an auto electrician, a motorcycle repair outfit with 3 Ducatis visible through the open door. The building was single-story, flat-roofed, with a corrugated metal facade and a roll-up bay door. A hand-painted sign above the entrance read, Auto Éclat, in block capitals, with a stylized water droplet beside the name. The parking area in front held 4 cars, 2 awaiting service, one in mid-detail, a white Audi Q5 with the driver's door open and a vacuum hose trailing across the asphalt, and the metallic gray BMW 3 Series, parked in the spot Cole had seen in the Instagram photographs. Cole did not approach immediately. He crossed the boulevard to the Decathlon parking lot and found a position between a delivery van and an SUV that provided a clear sightline to Auto Éclat's frontage. He could see the open bay door, the parking area, and the narrow lane that ran behind the building toward a service road. He could see one employee working on the Audi, young, thin, not the man from the Instagram photograph, and a second figure moving inside the workshop behind the bay door. At 9:47, Rashid Hamidi arrived. He pulled into the parking area in the BMW, parked beside the building rather than in the customer spaces, and stepped out. Leather jacket, dark jeans, white trainers. Thin, quick-eyed, a man in his mid-30s with a restless energy of someone who needed to be seen as important. He spoke briefly to the employee working on the Audi, gestured toward the interior, and disappeared through the bay door. Cole waited. He watched for 15 minutes. A customer arrived in a Peugeot 308, spoke to the young employee, and drove into the bay. Rashid emerged twice, once to take a phone call in the parking lot, pacing beside the BMW with the phone pressed to his ear, and once to move a rubbish bin from the front of the building to the side. The second employee, the heavier one, appeared at 10:05, walking from behind the building carrying a bucket of soapy water. He was thick-necked, dark-haired, wearing a navy windbreaker, the same build, the same posture, the same compact, slightly hunched carriage Cole had observed in the Carrefour lot. Youssef. Cole studied the operation. A 3-man business, perhaps 4 if someone worked part-time. The workshop was clean but basic. The equipment was adequate, not premium. The customer traffic, on a Monday morning in January, was 1 car. This was not a thriving enterprise. This was a business that existed, that occupied a space, that processed enough transactions to justify its presence in the commercial zone. Whether it also existed to provide Rashid Hamidi with a legitimate explanation for his BMW and his cash flow was a question that answered itself. At 10:20, Cole crossed the boulevard. He entered the parking area and walked toward the bay door with the unhurried pace of a man who needed a service and had chosen this shop because it was nearby. Rashid spotted him from inside the workshop and came to the entrance, wiping his hands on a rag. "Bonjour," Cole said. "Bonjour, monsieur." Rashid's eyes moved across Cole's face, his clothes, his posture. A quick professional assessment. Customer, walk-in, money or no money. "Can I help you?" Cole explained, in the Swiss-inflected French of David Keller, that he was in Annecy for business, staying in the old town, and that his rental car had accumulated road salt from the drive down from Geneva. He wanted a full exterior wash and an interior detail. Could Rashid accommodate him this week? "Of course," Rashid said. He pulled a laminated price card from the counter just inside the bay door. Full exterior and interior, ceramic protection included, €220. without the ceramic, 140. Cole examined the price card with the attention of a man who cared about his car and his money. While he examined it, he examined Rashid. The leather jacket was good quality, Italian, not French. The watch on his left wrist was a Tag Heuer Aqua Racer, retail value around €2,000. The trainers were new. The phone in his back pocket was an iPhone, current model. None of these things, individually, were proof of anything. Collectively, they were a surface that did not match its provenance. A car detailing business in the off-season commercial zone of a provincial Alpine city did not produce the income for Italian leather, Swiss watches, and new BMWs. The surface was credible from a distance. Under raking light, the inconsistencies were visible. "I'll bring the car by Wednesday," Cole said. "Morning, if that works." "Wednesday is good. Before noon, please. We close early on Wednesdays." Rashid paused, then added, with the casual helpfulness of a man making conversation, "You're staying in the Old Town? Nice area. Better than the hotels on the lake. The Imperial Palace, for example. Very expensive, not worth it." It was a small error, the kind that small-time operators made because they could not help demonstrating what they knew. Cole had not mentioned where he was staying before the Old Town. Rashid had volunteered the Imperial Palace unprompted, and in doing so had confirmed that he knew exactly who Cole was and where he had been. "I'll keep that in mind," Cole said, with the polite indifference of a man receiving tourist advice he had not requested. Cole thanked him, took a business card from the holder on the counter, Auto Eclat Sarl, Rashid Hamidi, Girant, with the address and a mobile number, and walked back toward the boulevard. As he turned, he caught Youssef watching him from inside the workshop. The heavier man's expression was blank, neither friendly nor hostile, the expression of someone who had been told to notice strangers and was noticing one now. Cole did not react. He pocketed the business card and crossed the boulevard toward the Decathlon. On the walk back to the Old Town, he passed through the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire. The morning fog had burned off, but the air was still cold, still sharp, and the canals ran dark and quiet beneath the stone bridges. He passed Librairie Vidal without entering. Minou was in the window, watching the street with the impassive attention of a creature that understood surveillance instinctively. He was about to have the worst week of his life. Chapter 19. Raking Light. Cole arrived at Margot's apartment above the bookshop at 2:30 on Monday afternoon, carrying the Cardinal file in a canvas messenger bag and the business card from Auto Eclat in his jacket pocket. He had spent the morning at the pension, organizing everything he knew into the shorthand notation system he had developed over 12 years of fieldwork, and the pages of the moleskin were dense with abbreviations and arrows and the names of companies that existed in corporate registries but not in the physical world. Margot had closed the shop early. Minou was asleep on a stack of Gallimard paperbacks by the register, undisturbed by the bell above the door, and the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire were quiet in the gray winter light. A few pedestrians moved beneath the stone arches, collars turned up against the cold, and the canal at the end of the street ran dark and fast toward the Thieu. The apartment was warm, 2 rooms above the bookshop, furnished with the deliberate simplicity of a woman who had left a previous life and kept only what mattered, bookshelves on every wall, a reading chair positioned for afternoon light, a framed topographic map of the Aravis Range that served as the apartment's only decoration. Margot had made coffee in the Bialetti and cleared the kitchen table, which was small, square, and now covered with her own notes. A yellow legal pad filled with the kind of precise handwriting that survived institutional training, a laptop open to the Orbis corporate database, and a half-empty bottle of Roussette de Savoie that had been opened the night before and recorked with the cork upside down, which was the habit of someone who drank alone and did not care about presentation. 2 chairs, 2 cups. She poured the coffees without asking how he took his black, she had noticed. "Show me," she said. Cole spread the Cardinal file across the table. 6 months of Proton Mail correspondence, printed and annotated. The intelligence product itself, 23 pages of procurement network data, formatted in the institutional style of the DGSE's Direction du Renseignement. Bank names, compliance structures, corporate hierarchies, trade flows from Lyon through Geneva to Dubai. He arranged the pages in the order he'd been studying them since day 2, when the fabrication had first become visible, and stepped back. Margot read without speaking. She read the way Cole examined a painting, systematically, beginning with the whole composition and then moving to the details, returning to sections she had already covered, comparing one page against another. She held her coffee but did not drink it. 20 minutes passed. The light outside the window shifted from gray to a darker gray, and the covered arcades below filled with the long shadows of late afternoon. "The bank names are real," she said. "All of them. Banque Rodier, Banque Frossard, Compagnie Genevoise de Crédit." She touched the pages with her index finger, moving between entries. "These are genuine Geneva private banks. They exist. They manage wealth. Their compliance structures are documented in public filings and can be downloaded from the Swiss Financial Market Supervisory Authority's website in 15 minutes. Correct. The trade flows, Lyon to Geneva to Dubai, SolarTech SA, the CNC components, the export licenses, the compliance certifications. All of this is real." "All of it," Cole said. "Every name, every company, every trade route. The intelligence product describes a procurement network that actually exists, using entities that can be verified through open-source databases in an afternoon. I verified most of them during my first night at the hotel, before I understood what I was looking at. I thought I was confirming a source's bona fides. I was confirming that someone had done excellent research." Margot set down her coffee. "But there are no account numbers." "No." "No transaction dates." "No." "No wire transfer references. No SWIFT codes. No specific compliance officer names. No internal memoranda. No communication intercepts." She looked up from the pages. "This is a painting of a room, not the room itself." Cole sat down across from her. The table was small enough that the cardinal pages lay between them, a shared document, the evidence of a construction that had brought him to Annecy and kept him here for 6 days. "The intelligence is accurate," he said. "Every fact can be verified. Every company exists. Every bank is real. And none of it is actionable. You could hand this file to the Swiss Attorney General tomorrow morning, and he would read it, verify every name, confirm every entity, and then ask you what, precisely, you expected him to do with public information arranged in a convincing format. So they showed you everything you already knew." "Everything we already knew," Cole said, "dressed in DGSE formatting." Margot stood and walked to the window. Rue Sainte-Claire was empty. A pigeon landed on the stone ledge of the arcade opposite and studied its reflection in the glass of a closed shop. "The formatting is the point," she said. "The DGSE templates, the institutional language, the structure of the product. It was designed to look like a genuine intelligence report from a genuine source inside the French service. The content was secondary. What mattered was the provenance. Cole understood. Forgers, the good ones, knew that a convincing provenance was worth more than a convincing painting. Cardinal's intelligence had been given a false provenance, the appearance of originating inside the DGSE, sourced from a real officer with real access. The formatting was the provenance. The intelligence was the painting. Both were constructions. He had examined them anyway. "There's something else," he said. He pulled a single page from the bottom of the stack. It was not part of the Cardinal file. It was a printout from the Swiss Commercial Registry, downloaded at the pension the previous night. Fondation Bellerive, registered in the canton of Geneva. Purpose: management and preservation of cultural assets, with particular focus on Alpine and Swiss Romantic art. Registered agent: Etude Haussmann, Perrin and Associés, Rue du Marche, Geneva. Margot took the page and read it. Her expression did not change, but her stillness deepened. Fondation Bellerive, Cole said. A Geneva foundation managing art assets. It held the provenance on a small Calam landscape that came through Gallery Rhône 6 months ago. A routine authentication. The painting was genuine, 19th century, minor Swiss Romantic school. But the provenance documentation had an irregularity. The foundation's registered address was a law firm, not a gallery or a collector's residence. I flagged it in my authentication report. Standard procedure. The report went through Gallery Rhône's compliance office and was filed with the Swiss Art Trade Association. He paused. The apartment was quiet. The coffee had gone cold in both cups. "The law firm," he said. "Etude Haussmann, Perrin and Associés, Rue du Marche, Geneva. The same firm appears in the corporate registry traces for Alpine Trade Facilitation Ltd., the company linked to Meridian Advisory GmbH, the Luxembourg shell that funded Cardinal's hotel room and burner phone." Margot set the page on the table beside the Cardinal file. 2 documents. 2 threads. The same name at the center of both. "The painting brought you here," she said. Her voice was flat, precise, the voice of an analyst who had just identified the structural flaw in an operation and understood its implications. "The painting brought me here," Cole said. 6 months ago, a small Calamé landscape came through Gallery Rhône for authentication. 19th century, minor Swiss Romantic school, the kind of work that changes hands at estate sales and regional auctions without attracting attention. The painting was genuine, but its provenance listed Fondation Bellerive as the prior owner, and the foundation's registered address was this law firm, not a gallery or a private collector. I noted the irregularity in my authentication report. Standard practice. The report went through the gallery's compliance office, was filed with the Swiss Art Trade Association, and that filing touched a corporate entity connected to their network. He let the sentence settle. Margot was already ahead of him. "The compliance filing identified you," she said. "An art authenticator at Gallery Rhône, working on a foundation connected to their corporate infrastructure. They pulled my name. They found my real employer." Cole's voice was steady, but the weight of what he was saying pressed against each sentence. "They didn't build Cardinal to collect intelligence. They built Cardinal to identify the threat. I was the threat. A DIA officer, working under Art World cover, who had accidentally touched the edge of their financial architecture through a routine authentication. Cardinal was designed to draw me out, to assess how much I knew, and to determine how the DIA would respond. And the DIA responded with one man. One man. No team, no institutional follow-up, no French liaison notification. One officer, traveling on a cover passport, staying at a hotel where the meeting was scheduled, playing electronic roulette at minimum stakes. He looked at the pages spread across the table. I was the answer to a question. The question was, how seriously does American intelligence take this network? And the answer was, not seriously enough to send more than one person. Margot returned to the table and sat down. She picked up her coffee, found it cold, set it down again. The no-show, she said. The no-show was the operation's success, Cole said. Cardinal was never going to appear. The meeting was never going to happen. The room was prepared, the signal protocol was executed, and then nothing. Because the meeting was not the objective. The objective was to see what happened next. Would the DIA send a recovery team? Would they notify French counterintelligence? Would they escalate to the DGSI? Or would they send one officer back to Brussels and file the operation as a failed contact? And you stayed. I stayed. He heard the weight of it in his own voice. 6 days ago, he had sat in the casino and waited for a source who was never going to come, and then he had walked upstairs to room 412 and found the sterile, empty, carefully prepared stage set. And he had understood, not all at once, but in the slow, accumulating way that understanding arrives when you are reading a surface and the surface begins to yield its secrets, that the operation was not what it appeared to be. He had called Aldridge. He had been told to come home. He had stayed. Which confirmed two things. First, that the DIA's institutional response was minimal. One man, acting alone, without backup, containable. Second, that I, specifically, had recognized the fabrication. That I was not going to file a report and move on. That I was going to stay in Annecy and pull threads. Which told them you were dangerous. Which told them I was dangerous and alone. Both pieces of information were valuable. One told them the institution was not a threat. The other told them the individual was. And an individual, a single officer operating without institutional support, can be managed, watched, assessed, and if necessary, removed. The apartment settled into silence. Outside, the light had dimmed further. The covered arcades were in shadow now, and the stone buildings of Rue Sainte-Claire had taken on the dull amber glow of the street lamps beginning to warm. Somewhere below, a door opened and closed, and the sound of footsteps on cobblestones faded into the evening. Margot poured the cold coffee into the sink with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had been making and abandoning coffee since her years at Boulevard Mortier, where, Cole imagined, the habit had been institutional. She put the Bialetti back on the stove. The flame caught with a soft click. She stood with her back to Cole, watching the blue ring of gas beneath the pot, and when she spoke, her voice was quieter than before. "So they know what you know?" she said. "And they know you're alone." Cole looked at the pages on the table. The Cardinal file, the Fondation Bellerive registry, the Haussmann-Perrin connection threading through both, raking light, the technique of holding a painting at an angle so the illumination fell across the surface rather than through it, revealing brushwork, ridges of impasto, the places where paint had been applied over paint. He had spent his career reading surfaces under raking light. First paintings, then people, then intelligence. The raking light had fallen across Cardinal, and the construction was visible. The accurate but useless intelligence, the DGSE formatting, the meeting that was never meant to occur, and the single American officer who had walked into the frame and confirmed, by his presence and his solitude, that the frame was safe. "I'm not alone anymore," he said. Margot turned from the stove. The Bialetti was beginning to hiss. She looked at him for a long moment, her brown eyes steady, and something shifted in the room that had nothing to do with the investigation and everything to do with two people who had spent years reading surfaces and had recognized, in each other, something that was not a surface at all. "No," she said. "You're not." She poured 2 fresh coffees. They drank them hot, standing in the small kitchen, the cardinal file spread across the table behind them. 2 investigators. No institutional backing. No extraction protocol. No safe house. No support team. No diplomatic cover beyond a burned legend and a closed bookshop. Against them, a decade-old procurement network with roots in the DGSE, financing from Geneva, and an architect who had demonstrated the capacity to build a fabricated intelligence source from raw materials and deploy it across international borders with the precision of a man who had been doing this for a very long time. A team of 2. It was not enough. It was what they had. Cole picked up the Fondation Bellarive page and folded it carefully and placed it in his jacket beside Rashid Hamidi's business card. 2 pieces of paper. 2 threads. One led down, to the street-level watchers and the fixer with the BMW he could not afford. The other led up, to a Geneva law firm and the financial architecture of a network that moved dual-use technology from French factories to destinations that were never named in compliance filings. Somewhere between those 2 threads, the architect sat in an office on Rue de Rhône, reading reports, drinking chasselas from the lavaux, and calculating whether 1 man and 1 woman in a bookshop apartment in the old town of Annecy were a problem that could be managed, or a problem that required a different kind of solution. Cole did not yet know the architect's name, but the raking light had revealed the construction, and the construction pointed to Geneva, and Geneva was 35 minutes away on the A41, across a border that existed on maps but not on the road. He finished his coffee and set the cup in the sink beside Margot's. Tomorrow, he would confront Rashid Hamidi, the fixer with the BMW and the Tag Heuer and the employees who watched strangers from workshop doorways. Tomorrow, he would follow the thread downward, toward the street, toward the cash and the phone calls and the men who did not ask questions because the answers were not worth the money. And somewhere beyond Rashid, beyond the watchers and the room searches and the amateur surveillance, the thread led upward to Geneva, to the law firm on Rue de Marche, to an architect whose name Cole did not yet know, but whose work he had been studying for 6 days, reading the surfaces, examining the construction, holding the operation up to the raking light and watching the hidden layers reveal themselves one by one. Tonight, for the first time since arriving in Annecy, Cole Brannick was not the only person reading the surface. Tomorrow, the surface would start to crack. Chapter 20. The man between Castaigne attended the 11 o'clock Mass at Notre-Dame du Sablon on Sunday morning, as he had every Sunday for the past 9 years, not because he believed in God with any particular conviction, but because the ritual provided structure to a day that would otherwise have none. The church was beautiful. The stained glass was 15th century, restored after the war, and the light that fell through the lancet windows onto the limestone floor had a quality that Castaigne, who was not an aesthetic man, could not have named but understood instinctively as something worth preserving. He sat in the 4th pew on the left, as he always did, and he stood and knelt and stood again at the appropriate intervals, and, when the priest spoke about forgiveness, he looked at his hands and thought about nothing at all. Afterward, he walked to the ground place and took a table at the cafe on the northwest corner, beneath the gilded facades of the guild houses, and ordered a café crème and a croissant, and opened the Sunday edition of Le Soir. The place was quiet. A few tourists photographed the Hôtel de Ville. A man in a green jacket walked a dachshund across the cobblestones. The morning was cold and damp in the way that Brussels mornings were always cold and damp in January, a persistent chill that settled into the stone and the bones and did not leave until April. Henri Castin was 58 years old, Belgian, a former officer of the Service Général du Renseignement et de la Sécurité who had retired from government service at 50 and reinvented himself as the thing he had always been, a man who knew people and who, for a reasonable fee, would introduce them to each other. 20 years in military intelligence had given him a network that spanned 14 NATO countries. He was on first-name terms with liaison officers in Paris, Berlin, The Hague, Rome, and London. He remembered their wives' names, their children's schools, the particular anxieties of their domestic politics. At NATO receptions, he moved through the room with the easy warmth of a man who genuinely liked other people, and the warmth was not a performance. Henri Castin liked people. He remembered your birthday. He sent flowers when your mother died. He slapped your back and bought you a second drink and asked about the promotion you had mentioned 3 months ago at a different reception in a different city, and he remembered because he cared, or because the caring and the professional utility had become so thoroughly intertwined over the years that the distinction no longer mattered. He lived alone. The divorce from Isabel had been amicable, accomplished 8 years ago with the quiet efficiency of 2 people who had run out of reasons to share a breakfast table but retained enough goodwill to split the furniture without lawyers. She had kept the house in Woluwe-Saint-Pierre. He had taken the apartment in Saint-Gilles, which was modest, which was fine. 2 years later, when the consulting income began to exceed what a retired SGRS officer could plausibly earn, he had moved to a larger apartment on a quieter street in Ixelles, with high ceilings and herringbone floors and a view of the rooftops of the European quarter. The new apartment was comfortable and tasteful and paid for with money that arrived, every quarter, from a Geneva company whose business Castin understood in the way that a man who has crossed a line understands the territory on the other side, thoroughly, reluctantly, and with the persistent sensation that the ground beneath his feet was not as solid as it appeared. The money had begun 3 years ago. A phone call from Stefan Kessler, whom Castin had met at a conference in Montreux on financial intelligence cooperation. Kessler ran a consulting firm in Geneva, Vector Consulting AG, business intelligence, compliance advisory, risk assessment, legitimate work, performed for legitimate clients, documented in legitimate invoices. The first year, everything Castin did for Vector was work he would have done anyway. Introductions between European intelligence professionals and private sector security consultants. The facilitation of conversations that happened naturally at the margins of conferences and liaison meetings. He had been doing this for years, for other clients, and the Vector fees were generous, but not extraordinary. 8,000 euros per quarter. A retainer. The work was unremarkable. The second year, the requests became specific. Introduce this particular DGSE officer to that particular defense attaché. Arrange a dinner between a Belgian liaison coordinator and a French counterproliferation analyst named Lucien Farge. The introductions were still within the range of Castin's normal professional activities, but the specificity had changed. Kessler was no longer asking Castin to open doors. He was asking him to open particular doors, at particular times, for particular people. And the retainer increased to 12,000 per quarter, and the invoices still read Strategic Advisory Services, and Castaigne understood, somewhere in the back of the mind where uncomfortable recognitions are stored and not examined, that the nature of his work had shifted. By the third year, the shift was complete. Cardinal, the fabricated source. Kessler had asked Castaigne to introduce Aldridge to a DGSE contact who could vouch for a promising intelligence lead in the counter-proliferation space. Castaigne had done it. He had picked up the phone, called his friend of 15 years, and connected him to a chain of introductions that led, through 3 intermediaries and 2 countries, to a source who did not exist. He had not known, at the time, that Cardinal was a fabrication. He had not asked. The line between networking and corruption had been behind him for months, and the money was in front of him. And, at 58 years old, with a government pension that would not cover the Excel's apartment and no savings beyond what Vector had paid him, Henri Castaigne did not have the financial architecture to turn around. He finished his croissant and folded the newspaper and walked home through the Sablon district, past the antique shops and the chocolate boutiques, past the Place du Grand Sablon with its weekend market stalls closed and sheeted in plastic against the rain. The apartment was warm. He hung his coat, poured a glass of water, and sat in the armchair by the window. On the bookshelf beside him, in a silver frame, there was a photograph, himself and James Aldridge at a NATO reception in Brussels, 8 years ago. Both men smiling. Aldridge in his bespoke suit, pocket square precisely folded. Castaigne in a blue blazer he still owned. Behind them, the flags of 29 member states and the polished wood of a conference room in the Residence Palace. 2 friends, 2 colleagues, 2 men who had, over 15 years of shared dinners and Christmas cards and professional confidences exchanged over Belgian beer in the cafes along Rue du Luxembourg, built the kind of trust that intelligence work depends upon, and that intelligence work, in the end, always finds a way to betray. The phone calls had started on Wednesday, the day of the Cardinal no-show. Aldridge's voice had been warm, collegial, slightly puzzled. Henri, the Annecy meeting didn't go as planned. My officer says the room was staged. Have you heard anything from your DGSE contacts? Castaigne had said no. He had not heard anything, and he would make inquiries. He had not made inquiries. He had poured a glass of scotch and sat in the armchair and looked at the photograph on the bookshelf and thought about what he had done. On Thursday, Aldridge called again. The warmth was still there, but beneath it, a precision that had not been present before. Henri, who introduced you to the DGSE officer who first mentioned the Cardinal lead? Castaigne gave a name. The name was true. The chain of introductions behind the name led to Farge, and behind Farge to Kessler. But Castaigne did not say this, and Aldridge did not press, and the call ended with the practiced courtesy of 2 men who had been friends long enough to hear what the other was not saying. On Saturday, another call. Henri, was there a consulting arrangement with any of the parties involved? The question was polite, devastating. Aldridge was asking whether Castaigne had been paid, and the politeness of the question was worse than an accusation, because an accusation would have allowed Castaigne to deny and deflect. But a polite question from a friend of 15 years required either the truth or a lie that would compound every lie that preceded it. And Castaigne, sitting in his armchair on a Saturday morning with the photograph of the 2 of them smiling at the NATO reception, found that he could manage neither. "I'll call you back, James," he said. He did not call back. Now it was Sunday, 11 in the morning. Mass was over. The croissant was eaten. The newspaper was read. And the scotch was open on the side table, which was wrong, which was the kind of thing that happened to other men who had lost the structural discipline that held a life in shape. And Castaigne poured 2 fingers of Glenfiddich into a crystal glass and drank half of it in a single swallow, and set the glass beside the photograph and looked at the photograph and looked at the scotch and understood that these 2 objects, the friend and the anesthetic, now occupied the same shelf in his life, and that the shelf was buckling under the weight. He had not called Kessler. He should have called Kessler on Wednesday, the moment Aldridge reported the no-show, because that was the arrangement. That was what the quarterly payments were for, information about what Aldridge knew, when he knew it, and what the DIA's institutional response would be. Kessler would want to know that Aldridge was asking sharper questions. Kessler would want to know that the word consulting had been spoken aloud, in a telephone call, between 2 men whose conversations were not recorded but whose habits were known. Calling Kessler was the professional response. Calling Kessler was what the money required. But calling Kessler meant acknowledging what he had done, not to Kessler, who already knew, but to himself. Every call to Geneva was a confirmation that Henri Castaigne, who attended Mass at Notre-Dame du Sablon and remembered your wife's birthday and bought the second round at NATO receptions, was a man who had sold his oldest friend for 12,000 euros a quarter and a nicer apartment. He finished the scotch, poured another. The apartment was quiet. On the bookshelf, in the silver frame, Aldridge smiled at a camera that had been held by a Belgian protocol officer whose name Castaigne could not remember. 8 years ago. A different season. A different Henri Castaigne, or perhaps the same one, because the truth that the scotch was designed to obscure and the Mass was designed to absolve and the routine was designed to conceal, was that the man who shook hands and sent flowers and remembered birthdays was the same man who had picked up the phone and connected his friend of 15 years to a fabricated source. And the warmth and the betrayal were not contradictions, but components of the same architecture, load-bearing walls in the same structure, and the structure was Henri Castaigne. At 11:20, the phone rang. The screen displayed a Geneva number, not the vector office line, which Castaigne had memorized and which appeared in his call log under Zurich Advisory, a precaution that would fool no one who looked. The personal line. Kessler's mobile. Castaigne stared at the screen. The phone rang 6 times. He counted each one. Then it stopped. He picked up the glass. Empty. He refilled it. The bottle was a third gone, and it was not yet noon, and outside the window the rooftops of the European quarter were gray and wet under a sky that promised nothing, and in the distance, visible above the slate and the chimney pots, and the construction cranes of a city that had been building itself for 600 years. The dome of the Palais de Justice rose against the clouds. The largest courthouse in Belgium. Larger than St. Peter's in Rome, the guidebooks claimed, though Castaigne had never verified this and suspected it was the kind of fact that guidebooks repeated because it sounded impressive rather than because it was true. A monument to the proposition that justice was architectural, vast, slow, constructed from stone and procedure, built to outlast the men who entered it. Castaigne looked at the courthouse and thought about 15 years of friendship with James Aldridge and 3 years of payments from Stefan Kessler and the space between them, which was not a space at all, but a man, standing in the gap with a glass of scotch at 11:20 on a Sunday morning, belonging to neither side and wanted by both. The architecture of his decency hollowed out by quarterly deposits and the small, cumulative decisions that had seemed, each one individually, too minor to constitute a betrayal, and that together constituted nothing else. The phone did not ring again. Chapter 21. The Watcher's Wife. Aldridge arrived at the station on Boulevard du Régent at 6:45 on Monday morning, which was 20 minutes earlier than his usual time and which his security detail noted without comment. The embassy corridors were empty. The Marine at the checkpoint processed his credentials with the mechanical courtesy of a man who had done it 4,000 times and would do it 4,000 more. Aldridge walked past the political section, past the defense attaché's suite, past the small kitchen where someone had left a pot of coffee that smelled of yesterday, and entered his office and closed the door and stood for a moment in the silence of a room that had been, for 26 years, the fixed point around which his professional life revolved. The Princeton prints, the Dartmouth mug, the secure phone on the credenza beside the photograph of himself and Cole at the NATO reception in Mons. 3 years ago, Cole, in a navy blazer, Aldridge in the charcoal bespoke, both men squinting against the autumn sun. It was a good photograph. It showed two men who trusted each other, which was a rarer thing in the intelligence community than the recruitment brochures suggested. He sat down and opened his laptop and typed Cole's secure number into the routing system for the 4th time in 12 hours. The call connected. It rang. It rang again. 8 rings, then the encrypted voicemail that no one ever used because leaving a message on a secure line defeated the purpose of having a secure line. Aldridge hung up and tried the David Keller phone. 6 rings. Nothing. 18 hours. Cole had been dark for 18 hours. In the intelligence business, there was a protocol for this. An officer who missed a scheduled contact window by more than 12 hours triggered a welfare check. An officer who missed 2 consecutive windows triggered a recovery assessment. An officer who went dark for 24 hours in a denied or semi-permissive environment triggered an institutional response, headquarters notification, liaison alert, and the quiet activation of whatever local assets could be brought to bear without compromising the officer's cover or the operation's equities. The protocol was clear. The protocol was written in a binder on the shelf behind Aldridge's desk, a binder he had helped draft 11 years ago when a DIA officer in Beirut had disappeared for 36 hours and been found, eventually, in a Syrian detention facility with 3 broken ribs and a newfound skepticism about the value of institutional loyalty. France was not Syria. France was an allied nation. Cole was not in a denied environment. He was in a resort town in the Haute-Savoie, 40 minutes from the Swiss border, in a country with functioning courts and an intelligence service that, whatever its internal corruptions, did not routinely abduct American officers. The protocol, applied literally, did not require the response that Aldridge was contemplating. The protocol required a phone call to Washington, a measured assessment of risk, and a recommendation that headquarters authorize a discreet inquiry through the defense attaché in Paris. Aldridge did not make the phone call. Instead, he opened a second browser window on his classified terminal and navigated to the financial intelligence database that DIA officers with his clearance level could access through an interagency agreement with the Treasury Department's Office of Intelligence and Analysis. He typed a name, Castaigne, Henry Joseph. The system processed. Aldridge looked at the photograph on the credenza while he waited. Cole, squinting. The autumn sun. 3 years ago. The results populated the screen. What Aldridge found was not dramatic. It was, in fact, the kind of discovery that could be explained away by a man who wanted to explain it away, which was precisely why it was devastating. Financial intelligence worked through accumulation, not revelation. No single transaction was criminal. The pattern was. Castaigne's declared income for the previous 3 tax years consisted of his Belgian government pension, €42,000 per year, and consulting fees from 4 private sector clients. The clients were listed by name: 2 Brussels-based defense consultancies that Aldridge recognized, a Dutch security firm that ran background checks for NATO contractors, and a 4th entity that Aldridge did not recognize: Vector Consulting AG, Geneva. The consulting fees from Vector totaled €48,000 per year, paid quarterly, invoiced as strategic advisory services. Combined with his pension and his other clients, Castaigne's annual income was approximately €115,000, which was respectable for a retired intelligence officer in Brussels, but which did not, by itself, explain the apartment. Aldridge pulled the property records. Castaigne had moved from Saint-Gilles to Ixelles 22 months ago. The Ixelles apartment was on a quiet street near Avenue Louise, in a building with a concierge and herringbone parquet and high ceilings that whispered rather than shouted. The lease was €1,800 per month. Before the move, Castaigne had been paying €900 in Saint-Gilles. The Mercedes, a C-Class, not ostentatious, but new, had been purchased 14 months ago through a Brussels dealership that offered financing terms Castaigne had not needed, because he had paid cash. None of this proved corruption. A retired officer with a good consulting practice could afford a nicer apartment and a new car. But Aldridge had spent 26 years reading financial profiles, and the profile on his screen had the quality he had learned to recognize: the slight overcorrection of a man who was spending money he could not fully explain. The apartment was a half step above what the income justified. The car was a quarter step. Together, they produced the faint but unmistakable signal of supplemental cash that appeared nowhere in the declared filings. Vector Consulting AG, Geneva. Director, Stefan Kessler. Aldridge opened the company's website. It was spare, professional, multilingual, German, French, English, business intelligence, compliance advisory, strategic risk assessment. The client list was not published, which was standard for Geneva consultancies that served the private banking sector and preferred discretion to advertising. There was an about page with a photograph of the senior staff, 3 men in suits standing before a window with a view of the Jet d'Eau. Stefan Kessler stood in the center of the photograph. He was lean, silver-haired, and wore rimless glasses and the kind of suit that communicated not wealth but precision. Aldridge studied the face. There was something about it. Not recognition, exactly. Aldridge had never met the man, had never seen the name in any operational file or liaison report or conference attendee list. But the face produced a response that Aldridge, who had been reading people professionally for a quarter century, could not immediately classify. It was the sensation of a puzzle piece held at the wrong angle. The shape was almost right. The color was almost right. But the fit was not there, and Aldridge could not determine whether the failure was in the piece or in the puzzle. He enlarged the photograph. Kessler's eyes were blue and steady behind the rimless glasses. His posture was relaxed. He stood with the comfortable authority of a man who owned the room and the view and the firm and was accustomed to all 3. Nothing about the photograph was alarming. Everything about the photograph was wrong. Aldridge minimized the browser and sat for a long moment looking at the Dartmouth mug on his desk. The chain was visible now. Not proven, not documented in the way that prosecutors required and institutional review boards demanded. but visible in the way that intelligence chains were always visible to the people who knew how to read them. Kessler through Castaigne. Castaigne through the DGSE contacts. The DGSE contacts through Cardinal. Cardinal to Cole. The chain ran from Geneva, through Brussels, through Paris, to Annecy, and at every link the connection was deniable, and together the connections formed something that was not deniable at all. Cole had seen it from the operational end, the fabricated source, the dead man's legend, the staged room, the watchers. Aldridge was seeing it from the institutional end, the consulting fees, the apartment, the car, the quarterly payments from a Geneva firm whose director stood in front of the jet d'eau with the steady blue eyes of a man who built architectures for a living and who had, it appeared, built one that encompassed Aldridge's oldest friend and Aldridge's best officer and the operation that Aldridge himself had approved. The operation that Aldridge himself had approved. He allowed the thought to settle. It was not comfortable. Aldridge had approved Cardinal because the intelligence looked genuine and because Cole, his most capable officer, had built the case and pushed for the meeting. He had exercised professional judgment. He had followed institutional process, and the institutional process had been compromised by a man he had trusted for 15 years, a man who remembered birthdays and sent flowers and bought the second round, a man who had, it now appeared, been collecting quarterly payments from the architect of the very operation that Aldridge had authorized. He could call Washington. He should call Washington. The right institutional response was precisely what the protocol dictated. Notify headquarters, activate recovery, contact French liaison through proper channels. Collins would assign a team. The team would arrive in 48 hours. Paperwork would be filed. Meetings would be scheduled. The institutional machinery would engage with the slow, grinding certainty of a mechanism designed to produce accountability and, incidentally, to protect every senior officer in the chain of command from the consequences of having been wrong. Aldridge picked up the secure phone and put it down. Cole was dark. 18 hours. In a town 40 minutes from Geneva, where a man named Stefan Kessler ran a consulting firm that paid Henri Castaigne 48,000 euros a year for services that Aldridge was now quite certain had included the identification, cultivation, and operational compromise of James Aldridge himself. He stood, walked to the window. Boulevard du Regent was gray and wet in the Monday morning light. Embassy vehicles in the secure lot. Belgian police at the corner checkpoint. The ordinary machinery of Allied cooperation, functioning as designed, producing the illusion that the systems worked because the systems had always worked, and the illusion held until the moment you discovered that the colleague sitting across the table at the Christmas lunch had been reporting your operational decisions to a Swiss financial architect for 3 years. Aldridge returned to his desk and opened the SNCF website. Brussels Midi to Paris Gare de Lyon, Thalys, departing 11:47, arriving 13:09. Paris Gare de Lyon to Annecy, TGV, departing 16:52, arriving 20:14. He would be in Annecy by nightfall. He booked the tickets on his personal credit card, which would leave a trail that any competent auditor could follow, but which at least would not appear on the embassy's travel system until someone thought to look. He gathered his coat, his secure phone, and the small leather briefcase that contained his laptop and, in a concealed pocket, the Belgian diplomatic passport that DIA had arranged through the defense attaché's office and that carried no embassy affiliation. In the outer office, Reeves was at her desk, already working, her reading glasses perched on her nose and her coffee untouched. "Personal leave," Aldridge said. 2 days, possibly 3. Reeves looked up. She was 41, competent, and possessed the particular intelligence of a woman who had spent 15 years in the Defense Clandestine Service observing the gap between what senior officers said and what senior officers meant. Is everything all right? Fine. A family matter. Reeves did not have the authority to refuse him, but she had the institutional standing to register concern, and she did so now with a single, level look that communicated, with admirable economy, that she did not believe him and that his absence would be noted and that whatever he was doing, she hoped he knew what it was, because the people who would be asking questions later would not extend the courtesy of a polite inquiry. The Baltic briefing is Wednesday, she said. Reschedule it. He walked out of the office and down the corridor and past the Marine and through the embassy doors into the cold Brussels morning. The Thalys departed in 4 hours and 23 minutes. He had time to go home and pack a bag. He did not go home. He walked to Brussels Midi station, bought a coffee he did not drink, and sat on a metal bench on the platform and waited for the train. The Thalys crossed into France at a speed that made national borders feel decorative. Aldridge sat in first class with his briefcase on his lap and Kessler's photograph on his phone, enlarged to fill the screen. The countryside blurred, flat Belgian farmland giving way to the industrial approaches of Lille, then the long straight run south toward Paris through a landscape of gray fields and power lines and small towns whose names appeared and disappeared before the eye could register them. He studied the face. Stefan Kessler, 56 years old, the company biography listed his university education, which placed his birth year. Swiss-German, educated in Zurich and Geneva, brief service in something the biography did not name, but which Aldridge's training identified as military intelligence. Founded Vector 20 years ago. 3 partners, a single client, and the patient construction of a firm that sat at the intersection of private banking, compliance advisory, and the quiet facilitation of transactions that no single compliance officer in any single jurisdiction could see in their entirety. The face on the phone was composed, intelligent, and slightly amused. The rimless glasses caught the light. The suit was Brioni or its equivalent. And somewhere behind the composed surface, behind the steady blue eyes and the silver hair and the professional assurance, there was something that Aldridge could almost see and could not quite name, a quality that did not belong to the photograph, but to the man, and that produced in Aldridge the same sensation he had felt at his desk. The puzzle piece at the wrong angle. Almost right. Not right. He dismissed the thought. He should not have dismissed it. The TGV from Paris carried him south and east through a France that grew progressively more vertical. The Rhone Valley, lion in the middle distance, industrial and sprawling. Then the turn toward the Alps, and the landscape changing. The hills steepening, the air, even inside the train, seeming to thin, the light altering as the mountains rose on both sides and the valley narrowed and the train climbed toward the Savoy. Snow appeared on the peaks. The towns grew smaller. The architecture shifted from northern stone to Alpine wood and plaster, chalets clinging to hillsides, church steeples marking villages that had been there for 400 years. Aldridge took out his phone and looked at Kessler's face one more time. The face of a man who stood between power and its consequences. The face of a man who had built an architecture that encompassed a fabricated source, a compromised liaison officer, a rogue American intelligence officer in a resort town, and whatever else Vector Consulting had constructed in 20 years of quiet, profitable operation in the most discreet financial jurisdiction on Earth. 400 kilometers to Annecy. 3.5 hours. The train crossed into Haute-Savoie, and the mountains closed around it. And Aldridge, who had spent 26 years following institutional protocol with the disciplined patience of a man who believed that the systems worked because someone had to believe the systems worked, put Kessler's photograph away and watched the Alps approach and understood that he was about to do the most institutional thing an institutional man could do, which was to abandon the institution entirely and go find his officer. Chapter 22. The Confession. Margot opened the bookshop at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, which was her habit, and stood behind the counter with her second coffee and watched the covered arcades fill with the thin winter light that was not quite sunlight and not quite cloud, but something particular to Annecy in January, a luminous gray that turned the old stone walls the color of weathered linen. Minou was asleep in the window. A delivery from the Lyon distributor arrived at 9:15. 6 copies of Savoyard cookbook, 4 copies of a mountaineering memoir, and a box of remaindered Phaidon art books that she had ordered at discount and that would sit on the display table by the door and sell, slowly, to tourists who wandered in looking for something heavy and beautiful to carry home. She shelved the books. She processed an online order for a first edition of Ramus's Derborance that she had been meaning to ship for 3 days. She spoke to the cheese seller next door about the quality of the winter reblochon, which was excellent, and about the weather, which was not. She did all of this with the calm, unhurried precision of a woman whose life was structured around routine and who understood that routine was not monotony but architecture, a series of deliberate choices that held the day together, a frame around the hours. At 10:30, when the morning's only browser had left with a paperback novel and a polite merci, Margot closed the till, locked the shop door, and climbed the narrow stairs to her apartment. Minou followed. Margot poured a third coffee from the Bialetti, sat at the small table by the window overlooking Rue Sainte-Claire, and called Commissaire Girard at the prefecture. Girard was 53, a career police officer who had spent his entire adult life in the Haute-Savoie and who possessed the particular competence of a man who knew every street, every family feud, every petty criminal, and every minor scandal in his jurisdiction, not because he had investigated them all, but because Annecy was a small city and information circulated through it the way the Tew circulated through the old town, constantly, audibly, and in plain sight. Margot had known him for 6 years. She bought books from estate sales that his wife organized for the prefecture's charity auction. He bought her a coffee at the Sunday market twice a year and told her things that were not quite official and not quite gossip and that occupied the useful space between the two. "Commissaire," she said, "I have a question about a car." "You have many questions, Madame Vidal. You always have." "A BMW 3 Series. New. Parked repeatedly in unauthorized spots in the commercial zone. Possibly the peripherique area. The owner would be young, North African background, runs a car detailing business." The silence on the line was brief and professional. Girard was not a man who asked why a bookseller wanted to know about parking violations. "Hamidi," he said. "Rashid Hamidi. Auto Éclat. We know him. He is not a serious person, but he is a person who knows serious people, and he has the kind of car that a man in his business should not be able to afford, which is the kind of observation that generates paperwork but not arrests." "What kind of serious people?" "The kind who need things arranged. Storage units under borrowed names. A car, with clean plates for a weekend. Someone to sit in a lobby or stand at a bus stop and watch a door. Rashid arranges. He does not act. He is a middleman, and middlemen survive because they are useful to everyone and dangerous to no one. Margot wrote the name on the back of a receipt. Rashid Hamidi, auto éclat. She underlined it twice. The description matched what David, or whatever his real name was, had told her about the watchers, amateurs, local hires, pre-positioned. Someone in Geneva had paid a local fixer to place surveillance on an American intelligence officer, and the fixer's name was Rashid Hamidi, and Commissaire Girard knew him the way small city police everywhere knew the men who occupied the gray space between legitimate business and criminal facilitation. "Has anyone else been asking about him?" Margot said. "Not officially. But I will tell you something that is not a secret and not quite public. 2 weeks ago, a complaint was filed by a parking enforcement officer about a BMW that was blocking a service road near the Carrefour. The BMW was registered to Auto Éclat SARL. The officer wrote a ticket. Hamidi came to the prefecture to contest it and was, I am told, nervous in a way that had nothing to do with parking. He paid the fine in cash and left quickly. When was this? The week of the 6th. 10 days ago. 10 days ago. Before the American arrived. Before Cardinal. Before the empty room. Before any of it. Rashid had been positioned in advance. The surveillance infrastructure was in place before the meeting that was never meant to happen. The operation had been built with the patience of a man who planned for every contingency and who did not leave the details to chance. Thank you, Commissaire. Margot. Girard's voice carried the careful weight of a man choosing his words. Be careful with this. Hamidi is small. The people who use Hamidi are not. She hung up and sat for a moment with the coffee cooling in her hands and the sound of the tilleux murmuring beneath the window. Minou had settled on the bed in the next room. The apartment was quiet. She looked at the name on the receipt, Rashid Hamidi, a small man doing small work for people whose names he probably did not know, collecting payments from Geneva through Western Union, placing boys at bus stops and in parking lots, the lowest rung of an architecture that stretched from this commercial zone in Annecy through shell companies in Luxembourg to a consulting firm on the Rue de Rhône whose director wore rimless glasses and Brioni suits and had, 7 years ago, been paying Commandant Lucien Farge to authorize the murder of a French citizen and call it a traffic accident. The coffee was cold. She poured it out and made a 4th cup. Then she sat down and called Marie-Hélène Tissot. The number was old, stored in a phone Margot had replaced twice since she had last used it. She had kept the contact through every migration, every new device, every moment of deliberate distance, not because she intended to call it, but because deleting it would mean something she was not ready for it to mean. Marie-Hélène answered on the 3rd ring. Margot. The voice was flat, neither warm nor cold. The voice of a woman who had been expecting this call for 5 years and was not pleased to be right. Marie-Hélène. I wondered when you would surface. They had been close once, in the way that women in male-dominated institutions were close, not from sentiment, but from necessity, from shared observation, from the particular solidarity of 2 analysts who had spent years producing intelligence that their superiors used selectively and took credit for entirely. Marie-Hélène had been furious when Margot resigned, not at the institution, whose corruption she recognized and whose bureaucratic cruelties she had catalogued with the same precision she brought to her intelligence assessments. She was furious at Margot for leaving, for choosing principle over presence. for walking away from the fight and retreating to a bookshop in the mountains, where principle could remain pristine because it was never tested. They had not spoken in 5 years. The silence between them was not hostile. It was structural. "I need to ask you something," Margot said. "And I need you to understand that I'm not asking idly." "You never did anything idly, Margot. It was one of your more exhausting qualities." Vector Consulting AG, Geneva. Director, Stefan Kessler. Has the DGSI ever opened a file? The silence that followed was different from Girard's. Girard's silence had been professional courtesy. Marie-Helene's was the silence of a woman who was recalculating the cost of a conversation she had not planned to have. "Why are you asking?" "Because a procurement network that the DGSE has been protecting for at least 9 years is being managed, architecturally, by a Geneva consulting firm. Because the same network that killed Karim Belkacem is still operating. Because the DGSE officer who signed the authorization is still at Boulevard Mortier, still in counter-proliferation, still drawing a salary from the Republic and a second salary from Geneva. And because I have reason to believe that the same firm has constructed a counterintelligence operation against an allied intelligence service, using fabricated sources and DGSE operational templates, in order to identify and neutralize a threat to its continued operation." She delivered this in the measured, declarative cadence of an intelligence briefing, the register she had not used in 7 years, and that returned now with the ease of a language learned in childhood. She could feel it in her posture, in the straightening of her spine, in the way her voice flattened and her sentences became precise and clinical and stripped of everything that was not information. The bookseller's voice was warm and patient and knew how to recommend a novel. The analyst's voice was a surgical instrument. She had not missed it. She had not forgotten it. Marie-Helene was quiet for a long time. "I can neither confirm nor deny that the DGSI has any active investigation into any entity you have named." "You just did." Another silence. Margot could hear, faintly, the ambient noise of an office, a phone ringing in another room, the click of a keyboard, the institutional hum of Boulevard des Italiens, where the DGSI maintained its headquarters in a building that looked, from the outside, exactly as a domestic intelligence service should look, which was to say, unremarkable, forgettable, a building designed to disappear. "Margot." Marie-Helene's voice shifted. The professional register dropped, not entirely, but enough to reveal the woman beneath it. "What are you involved in?" "I am involved in the truth about Karim Belkacem. I have been involved in it for 7 years. The only thing that has changed is that someone else is now asking the same questions, and the questions are converging on the same answers, and the answers lead to Geneva and to a man named Farge and to a consulting firm that has spent a decade building the financial architecture of a proliferation network while a DGSE officer provided institutional cover." "Who is asking the questions?" "An American. He is in Annecy. He was sent here to meet a source that does not exist, as part of a counterintelligence operation designed by Vector to assess the threat he represented. The source never appeared. The American stayed. He is pulling threads, and the threads lead to the same place mine do." "Does he have documentation?" "He has corporate traces, shell company registrations, DGSE template analysis. I have something he does not have." She paused. "I have the Belkacem files." The silence that followed was the longest of all. Margot let it hold. She had learned, in her years at the DGSE, That silence after a significant disclosure was not absence, but processing, and that the quality of the silence told you more about its effect than any verbal response could. "Where are the files?" Marie-Hélène said. "Safe." "How long have you had them?" 7 years. Margot. "I know." Marie-Hélène exhaled. It was audible across the line, the sound of a woman who had spent 5 years being angry at her former colleague and who was now confronting the possibility that the colleague's departure had not been retreat but preparation. That 7 years of silence had been 7 years of waiting. That the bookseller on Rue Sainte-Claire had been sitting on documentary evidence that could bring down a DGSE section chief and had chosen, with the deliberate patience of a woman who understood institutional timing, to wait until the moment when the evidence could do the most damage. "Bring them to Paris," Marie-Hélène said. "Not Paris. When the time comes, I will bring them to Annecy. You bring someone who can act on them." "That is not how this works." "That is exactly how this works. You know it. I know it. The DGSI has been waiting for a reason to open the DGSE's counter-proliferation section with a crowbar. I am offering you the crowbar, but it stays in my hands until I decide when and where to use it." Marie-Hélène said nothing for a moment. Then, "You always were the most stubborn person in the building." "Second most stubborn. You are still there." The call ended without warmth and without hostility, in the neutral space between two women who had once been allies and who were, it appeared, about to become allies again, though neither would have used that word and neither would have admitted that the prospect was anything other than operational necessity. Margot sat at the table with the phone in her hand and the gray light coming through the window and the sound of the tilleux beneath the floorboards. 3 investigators, 3 angles, converging on the same point. The American, pulling threads from the operational end, the fabricated source, the shell companies, the watchers, the fixer, named Rashid. Somewhere on a train, she did not know this, but would learn it soon, a man named Aldridge was pulling threads from the institutional end, the financial compromise of a Belgian liaison officer, the quarterly payments from Geneva, and Margot, pulling threads from the historical end, the Belkacem files, the DGSE corruption, the 9-year trail of payments from a Geneva trust to a man who sat in an office on Boulevard Mortier and signed authorizations for operations that killed French citizens and called it national security. She did not yet know about Aldridge. She did not know the American's real name. She did not know that the threads were already closer to convergence than any of them understood, or that the convergence would happen faster and more violently than institutional timelines allowed, or that the man in Geneva whose name she had spoken to Marie-Hélène was, at this moment, reviewing security footage and activating exit protocols and preparing to disappear into the architecture he had spent 20 years constructing. What she knew was this. The thread she was pulling led back to Boulevard Mortier, back to Farge, back to Belkacem, back to the reason she had left. 7 years of careful, deliberate distance. 7 years of the bookshop, the cat, the Roussette, the covered arcades, the quiet life that fit her, a restored frame around a painting taken down and cleaned and hung again in better light. The frame was breaking. She had known it would. She had kept the files because she had known it would. She put the phone down. She closed her eyes. She opened them. Then she went downstairs, unlocked the shop, and sold a woman from Lyon a copy of Belle du Seigneur and a hiking guide to the Aravis Range, and smiled, and made change, and was, for the next 3 hours, nothing more and nothing less than the bookseller on Rue Sainte-Claire, which was the best cover she had ever built and the only one that was entirely true. Chapter 23, The Interrogation. The Tepes was not the Annecy of the postcards. There were no canals here, no covered arcades, no pastel facades leaning over medieval streets with the picturesque exhaustion of buildings that had been beautiful for 5 centuries and knew it. The Tepes was a working neighborhood on the southern edge of the city, low-rise apartment blocks from the 1960s, a halal butcher, a tabac with iron shutters, a bar called Le Penalty whose neon sign buzzed in the wet January dark, and whose parking lot, at 8:30 on a Monday evening, held 6 cars, a motor scooter, and Rashid Hamidi's BMW 3 Series. Cole crossed the parking lot with his hands in the pockets of his navy sport coat and the collar turned up against the cold. The pavement was wet. Orange light from the street lamps pooled on the asphalt and reflected in the puddles, giving the lot the amber, sodium vapor glow of a place that existed outside of time, the kind of place where transactions happened and no one remembered the details. He had been watching Le Penalty for 40 minutes from a bus shelter on the opposite side of the Avenue du Stade, long enough to confirm that Rashid was inside, that the BMW was his, and that no one else was watching the bar. The neighborhood was quiet. A television murmured behind a curtained window. A cat crossed the street with the unhurried confidence of an animal that owned the territory. Cole positioned himself beside the BMW and waited. Rashid came out at 8:45, alone, zipping his leather jacket against the cold. He was thinner than Cole had expected from the surveillance photographs, quick and wiry, with the nervous energy of a man whose metabolism ran hot and whose conscience, such as it was, ran cold. He saw Cole at 10 paces. His hand went to his pocket. Not a weapon. A phone. "Don't," Cole said. His voice was quiet and conversational, the voice of David Keller discussing a painting's provenance with a client who had questions about the documentation. Rashid Hamidi. Auto Éclat SARL. Zone Commerciale du Périphérique. BMW 3 Series. This year's model. Financed through a lease arrangement that your car detailing business cannot support. 2 employees, one of whom, the heavier one, drives a dark blue Renault Clio registered to your company and has been sitting in the Carrefour parking lot for the past 6 days watching the Imperial Palace Hotel. Rashid stopped walking. His hand stayed in his pocket. His eye moved to the left, to the right, assessing the parking lot, the street, the distances. Cole recognized the calculation. A man determining whether to run, fight, or listen. Cole had made the same calculation many times. The answer, in Cole's experience, depended on how much the man believed he could afford to lose. "The other one is younger," Cole continued. "Thin, leather jacket. He rotates between the bus stop on the Avenue d'Albigny and the Pont des Amours. He is not good at his job. Neither are you. But that is not your fault. You were not hired for quality. You were hired because you were local, available, and willing to take money from a man in Geneva whose name you do not know, for work whose purpose you do not understand." Rashid's jaw tightened. The calculation was resolving. He was not going to run. "I don't know what you're talking about," Rashid said. His French carried the faint inflection of the Maghreb, softened by a lifetime in Haute-Savoie, and underneath the bravado was something thinner, not fear exactly, but the recognition that the architecture of his arrangement, which had seemed solid and profitable and safely distant from consequence, was now standing in front of him in a navy sport coat, reciting the details of his life with the dispassionate precision of a man reading a dossier. "You do," Cole said. "And I am not here to cause you problems. I am here because you are the smallest piece of a very large construction, and the construction is about to come down, and when it does, the pieces at the bottom are the ones that get crushed. The people at the top will be fine. They are always fine. You are not at the top." He let that settle. The street lamp buzzed. A car passed on the avenue, its headlights sweeping across the parking lot and illuminating, briefly, the two men standing beside the BMW, one still, the other trying to appear still and failing. "Who are you?" Rashid said. "Someone who knows more about your employer than you do, which is not difficult, because your employer has made certain that you know nothing, which is how employers in this business protect themselves and expose the people who work for them. You are exposed. Rashid. You have been exposed since the moment you accepted the first payment. The question is whether you would prefer to be exposed to me or to the police, because the police will be involved soon, and when they are, the fact that you were hired by phone and paid by Western Union will not be the defense you imagine it to be." Rashid's hand came out of his pocket. Empty. He leaned against the BMW and crossed his arms, a posture that was meant to convey unconcern and that conveyed instead the particular rigidity of a man who was trying very hard not to shake. "I don't know who hired me," Rashid said. "That's the truth." "I know. Tell me what you do know." They talked for 20 minutes in the parking lot, standing beside the BMW in the orange light, the bar's neon buzzing behind them. Cole did not threaten. He did not raise his voice. He applied pressure the way he applied raking light to a painting, steadily, from a precise angle, until the surface revealed what was underneath. Rashid talked. The call had come 3 weeks ago. A man's voice, calm and professional, speaking French with the precision of someone who had learned it formally and who spoke it without accent but also without the particular carelessness of a native speaker. "French, maybe Swiss," Rashid said, and Cole filed this away. The voice had known Rashid's name, his business, his reputation in the grey economy of Haute-Savoie. The arrangement was simple. Place 2 men near the Imperial Palace Hotel. Watch the main entrance, the parking lot, the lakefront path. Report the movements of a guest. A physical description had been provided: medium height, medium build, brown hair, unremarkable, along with a name, David Keller, and a room number, 508. Duration, 1 week. Payment, €5,000 for Rashid, 3,000 each for the boys. First half delivered by Western Union from Geneva, the Eaux Vives district. "When did the money arrive?" Cole asked. "The week before you checked in. Tuesday." 6 days before the Cardinal meeting. The watchers had been funded and positioned before Cole arrived in Annecy, before he checked into the hotel, before he sat in the casino, before the empty room and the no-show and the slow unraveling of a fabricated source. Someone in Geneva had already paid for eyes on the ground. The operation's timeline was longer than he had assumed. The planning had preceded the execution by weeks, and the execution, Cole now understood, had not been the Cardinal meeting at all. The meeting was a single element in a larger design, and the watchers were another element, and the room search was another, and all of them had been set in motion by a voice on the phone that spoke French with Swiss precision and that knew, 3 weeks before Cole drove the A41 south from Geneva, exactly where he would be and what name he would be using. "The room," Cole said. "My room at the hotel. Did your people search it?" Rashid's expression changed. The defensiveness, which had been eroding throughout the conversation, gave way to something more fundamental: confusion. What room? Room 508. Someone searched it while I was walking the grounds on Saturday. Telltales broken. Professional entry. Your people? No. Rashid shook his head. I was told to watch, report. Nothing else. My boys don't go inside. They don't have the access and they don't have the skill. That was not us. Cole studied him. The denial was clean. No hesitation, no rehearsal, no sideways glance that would indicate a prepared answer delivered from memory rather than from honesty. Rashid was telling the truth. He had been hired to provide street-level surveillance, and the room search had been conducted by someone else, through a different channel, using different methods. The hotel's master keycard system, perhaps, or a second team positioned inside the hotel's staff. A bribed housekeeper, a night porter with a gambling debt. The possibilities were institutional, not improvised, and they pointed to a second layer of the operation that sat above Rashid's layer and that operated independently of it. Two operational layers, two sets of hands, both directed from Geneva, both serving the same architect, but compartmented so that neither knew the other existed. It was elegant. It was the kind of operational architecture that required experience, resources, and the particular patience of a man who understood that the best constructions were the ones where no single component could reveal the whole. The voice on the phone, Cole said. Did he give you a name? No. A callback number? A number. I called it once, after the first day, to report. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. No name, no greeting. I left a message. He called back 20 minutes later from a different number. The Western Union. You picked it up yourself? My cousin works at the Tabac Press on Avenue de Genève. He processed it. Sender name. P. Morel. Geneva. Eau vive. P. Morel. A name that meant nothing and that was designed to mean nothing. A placeholder typed into a Western Union form by someone who understood that the name would never be checked and that the paper trail, such as it was, would dead-end at a branch office in a residential neighborhood of Geneva where 100 transfers a day passed through the system and where the clerks did not remember faces. Cole had what he needed. Rashid was the bottom of a chain that ran from this parking lot through Western Union to Geneva, from Geneva through shell companies to Luxembourg, from Luxembourg through corporate architecture to a consulting firm on the Rue de Rhône, whose name Cole did not yet know, but whose shape he could feel, the way he could feel the shape of an underdrawing beneath the surface of a painting before the X-ray confirmed it. You have a choice, Cole said. You can continue working for the voice on the phone, which will end when the police arrive, or you can work for me, which will not pay as well but which will not end with you in a cell in Bonneville. The people who hired you are going to be arrested. The timeline is days, not weeks. When that happens, the voice on the phone will not answer. The Western Union will not arrive. And you will be the only person in this arrangement whose name and address are known to the French authorities, because you are the only person in this arrangement who lives here. Rashid looked at the wet pavement. He looked at the BMW. He looked at Cole with the expression of a man who had understood, perhaps for the first time, the fundamental asymmetry of his position, that the people above him were protected by distance and anonymity and corporate structure, and that he was protected by nothing at all. What do you want? Rashid said. Your phone. When the voice calls, you answer. You report what I tell you to report. You continue watching, and you tell me what you see. If new people arrive in Annecy asking about David Keller, you call me immediately. Not the Geneva number. Me. Cole gave him the burner number. Rashid entered it into his phone with the resigned efficiency of a man who recognized a better deal when it was the only deal available. "One more thing," Cole said. "The two men who have been watching me. Call them off. Tell them the job is finished. Pay them what they're owed. I don't want to see them again." Rashid nodded. He did not offer his hand. Cole did not expect him to. This was not an alliance. It was an arrangement, built on leverage rather than trust, and both of them understood the distinction. Cole turned and walked across the parking lot toward the avenue, his shoes quiet on the wet pavement, the orange light pooling around him and then releasing him as he moved beyond the reach of the street lamps. He was halfway to the bus stop when the burner phone in his jacket pocket buzzed. He took it out. Unknown number. Not Rashid. Not the Geneva voice. A number he did not recognize. "David?" The voice was measured, careful, and familiar. It carried the particular cadence of a man who had spent 26 years in briefing rooms and who chose his words the way other men chose their suits, deliberately, precisely, with an awareness of what the occasion required. "James," Cole said. The line was quiet for a moment. Then Aldridge said, "I'm in Annecy.